Jumping Weevil! Part 2! State of modern courtship. Give me that, Adam. To the song too. This guy's like a streaming expert. Okay, we're gonna have to make that timer go a little faster because we're like so close. Now do a delicate fade out and fade in a seamless way. Can y'all see me? My hair all fucked. Can you see me? Can you hear me? How's everyone doing tonight? I can't hear you. I said, how is everyone doing tonight? Okay, I'm sorry. Tonight, we're going to be watching part 2 of Is Myron Gay? Which, by the way, the poll closed. I think Myron was slightly gay. I think I don't think Myron fully dodged the gay allegations in the poll, but it was very close. It was incredibly close. And so we have this guy. Okay, we have Farha. Anyone know who Farha is? Let me just click through. Just give y'all a little recap of our key people. This guy, a proud Jewish man. Okay, we're 43 minutes, by the way. I remember this. We have Alex Stein himself. Wait, is this visible or is this gonna go black? Actually, it is gonna go black still. Okay, that's cool. Cool. We have. We'll get to him. We have an ad.
This game.
Man, my YouTube Premium is still bugging.
You're not ready for
relationship or something.
It's always this guy, this proud Jewish man. We have Myron Gaines. Look at him. The not gay man, the totally hetero Myron Gaines. Okay, why is it going black again? Okay, Myron Gaines. Well, not black in that way. I know Myron's black, okay? Myron Gaines of the Fresh and Fit podcast. I hope you can see him. Hope it's not black, But well, again, not Myron is being black is fine. I'm talking about the screen, okay? We have Farha, who is the cute adulterous chick. Well, not adulterous. Well, adulterous under some senses of the term. We have Farha from Farha Fridays, aka Destiny Orbiter. We have Tim Pool, who needs no introduction. We have Alex Stein, who also needs no introduction. Okay, that's our key people. That's our players. Okay, and yeah, we are in a crazy thing. Everyone, feel free if you want to join panel. If you don't want to, you can. I mean, if you don't want to, you can in a bit. You know, no pressure or anything. Panel is open, and yeah, we're just gonna like get into it.
No, Chad, you get to speak again. Wait, Chad.
Someone in chat can tell me.
Yes, you are. So first of all, he woke up.
Let him answer, Chad, then you get to respond.
Fat boy, be quiet. So first of all, in the morning, he woke up today, and this was the highlight of his day to have a prepared statement to go after me. Number two, the reason why I wanted you on my show, because like the Cam Higbees of the world, and I'm being very serious now, and everybody else, you're not a patriot when you chase around Antifa with pepper spray, hoping that they give you a shove. You want to have a lot of people following you. You want to get that viral moment. You're not a patriot. You're a loser. That doesn't make you a patriot.
Wow. Let him respond.
So they are domestic terrorists, and we went up there and removed their encampment from Port.
You're not law enforcement. You're not law enforcement.
Got like a Proud Boy? Yeah, I missed that. Oh my God, I know.
SWA Saber sent me this.
Cost?
Let's try and break it.
Can that be like my dono goal?
Oh.
Tim Pool is just like milking these.
We're gonna run it
like an insane.
You're not law enforcement. You have Trump fellatio syndrome. You have Trump fellatio syndrome. Take off your Donald Trump knee pads and wipe your mouth and eat a salad, you fat fuck.
Well, hey.
Okay, hold on, Chad. Wait, we're going to give you one more response. Wait, what do you want to say, Jess?
I was gonna. Do you have an actual debate? Because you fucking gelled your bangs to come up here. So what's like an actual?
Chad, is there any topic you want to?
What's your actual thing?
Oh, damn.
He's obsessed with me.
Because you want to look good
Let
for him.
Chad
So what's
speak,
your
let him
actual
speak.
argument, dude? Because you sound like a fucking idiot.
Guy's obsessed with me. Pleasure some stuff to me.
Jess, his argument is that.
Do you have an actual thing to say?
Yes, he does. He's saying Brian's gay because Brian's accusing Myron of being gay.
Well,
Yet
one
Brian
joke
is in
they're
another
making
man's
here.
I'll be
DMs.
honest.
That's what he said.
I'll be honest. I have a huge fetish for people who chase around Antifa with pepper spray around the country. Sir, I want you really bad.
At least he's being honest, Chad.
Yeah.
I like people who look like Chris Farley dead.
He looks bloated and.
Have a nice day, Chad. Thank you for your question. It's very intelligent.
Okay, last moment.
It's going to be just as intelligent, I'm sure. Go ahead.
Chad, man.
Yeah, W Chad.
Get your
Chad.
picture, dude.
Hey, Cook, you still a coward? No, I'm not, bitch. Anytime, anywhere.
All right.
Oh, give it up for Chad.
Let me respond. Let me respond. Chad, as long as you bring the condoms, okay?
Anyone else, really, for that
W. Chad.
So wait. If his argument was you're gay, you suffered to have sex with him.
Yeah.
Dude, this
I don't know. I think Chad won.
By the way, that was the highlight of his day, but it didn't go as well as he thought it would.
No, I think it was okay.
That's pretty good.
That's
I
not bad. I was pretty. That'd be good. I think that clip will do well. Yeah.
Alex, was that a fan of yours? Is it your...
No, Chad's my boy. And he didn't even know he's going to be here. I ran into him at the White House. I said, Chad, come here. Brian Shapiro's going to be here. He goes, I want to fucking get after that guy. He's been DMing me. I was like, good. And Chad came, and I think Chad is awesome.
To be
Love Chad.
fair,
Chad, I still want you on my show.
Yeah, Chad, you should go on his show.
Alex did
Honestly,
my
now
show,
I think
you know,
he says he will. He says he will.
I'll go on anybody's show. I don't care, and I respect actually anybody who will go on the other side, and that's what I respect. I'm being serious now. I'm not trying to kiss your. Thank you.
right.
I'm not trying to kiss Tim's ass, but I will say this. I love the fact that Tim Pool wants to debate people on the other side. And any Democrat or any Democrat and any lefty who either refuses to do his show or does his show once and doesn't come back are cowards. Okay?
Yeah, give it up for Brian on that.
Democrats need to go on right-wing shows and right-wingers need to go on left. Oh, shit. There we go. There we go.
He's too excited.
Get this man another
There we go.
Sprite.
All right, let's go.
All right, next, we actually have a good dating prompt. Tyler, who's Tyler? No
Who's
last
Tyler?
name, and he's asking about dating outside the religion. Tyler, come on down. Where you at, Tyler? Well, I like this because I'm wondering, Farha, what religion are you? Because I'm sure your dad's like Arab or something. Probably hates
boy.
that you're on the internet. I'm just guessing. I don't know you that well, and I'm not trying to make assumptions, but
I grew up Muslim, but I never identified. Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah.
All right, Tyler.
Abdul, get the rocks. Abdul, get the rocks.
Is it a deal breaker for you to be dating a woman that have a different faith? This is mainly for like a lot of young men. I know
What's your opinion, real quick? I want you to re-ask that, but what is your opinion on it? Because we kind of want to be more debative.
I think you kind of got to be within like 3 categories really for like dating criteria. If you can be of a different faith, like Catholic versus Christian, that's a bridgeable gap that me and my wife went through.
Yeah.
I was Catholic, she was Christian, and obviously women are wrong. So eventually, over time, she realized that being Catholic was correct, and she converted.
Is it because you hit her?
No, actually. It's because my church time was at 8, her church time was at 9. I was like, fine, we'll go to both. Her convictions were pretty weak, though, so after we went to mine, we just went home. So.
Yeah, I bet.
So what do you think, though?
Yes,
you think
that wasn't a thing.
You're saying no interfaith relationship.
Yeah, so you're saying...
Catholic and Christian
Yeah, they both believe in Jesus.
He's saying the Protestants and Catholics need to reignite that conflict.
So hey, wait. So do you think a Jew and a Christian shouldn't date, or a Muslim and a Jew shouldn't date?
I love that.
Okay, don't talk to the crowd. That guy's an idiot.
The answer's basically,
We're the ones
the answer to that
filming.
question is basically no. I don't think that's a bridge. If she's actually like, I am Jewish and you are actually Christian, that relationship long term is not going to withstand the structural changes. Because the question is, when you have a child, what is they going to do? Are they going to go to synagogue, or are they going to go to church?
Are they going to?
Are you going to?
Which parents are going to have a
Which
conflict
parent?
over this?
I'd love to hear
Not necessarily. I mean, it depends how religious you are. I can tell you that I happen to be Jewish, as Myron is very well aware of, as we've seen.
He's always thinking about it.
I don't care what somebody's religion is. What I care is what's inside of them, and that's a conversation you should be having with somebody way before you have kids and way before you get married. I see nothing wrong with black people dating white people, interracial marriage. I see nothing wrong with different types of religions. It's up to them. That's what makes this country so great.
But I don't think he's necessarily disagreeing, or he might be, but his point is, before kids even come into the picture, he believes there's going to be ideological conflict.
Well, then that's the responsibility of the parents to have those conversations before they have kids and before they have a family. Now, in some situations, it will never work out. I agree.
You know what really blows my fucking mind, though, is when I see these stories on Reddit where it's like, I'm a Trump supporter and my girlfriend's a liberal, and I'm like, how does that happen?
Yeah, that doesn't even
For real.
work.
Like,
Well,
you
I'm
guys
dating a
just
Trump
not talk ever.
I'm dating a Trump supporter right now. But here's
To your point,
It's only a matter of
Yeah,
time.
how does that
buddy.
work?
To your
point about it being
I want to hear this. This is
if she
interesting.
thought that he was the next Messiah and he was a great human being, then it wouldn't work out. She supports him
depends
for
on how
policy purposes,
political
which is fine.
You are. I have to think. If you're like super political, then yeah, I don't think like an interpolitical marriage is gonna like work well. But if you're like not super political, then I don't know. I feel like most people that are like really into politics, I think like myself, have a tough time understanding what it's like to not be super into politics. But I think the couples I know that are not either really into politics that much, it's like it doesn't really come up, and they'll vote for like completely opposite parties, and it's like it's not even a concern. Like that was the case with me growing up. My parents voted sometimes completely opposite, and then they'd switch and vote like the complete opposite again, and like it didn't cause tension or anything. But they're not like super political people, so I feel like that kind of checks out. If you are super political, it probably seems crazy to imagine like someone who voted for Trump versus someone who voted for Harris. But if you're not like terminally into politics, then I don't think it's like as big of an issue as political people think.
But she also understands that he's a really bad guy personally,
Well,
and I
Brian-
can deal with that.
but
I can
Brian,
deal
real-
with that.
real quick,
This is my point, though.
think
You
you're kind
can
of
be
smart.
of different faiths and have similar.
Wait, real quick,
That's
shut up,
bad guy
Tyler.
with
Your
a
questions
MAGA
suck.
hat.
Get down. Nobody's gonna watch that clip. Go sit down. No. Oh my wife's Catholic. She dated me because I'm Christian. Nobody gives a shit. It's the same thing, dude. You're retarded. Go sit down, Tyler. Go.
That is the same thing. That's not the question. Obviously, like that's like asking if like a Lutheran and an Anglican can date or something. It's like, yeah, I'm assuming you probably have like a pretty similar worldview. The question would be like, can an atheist and a Christian date? Like people who are both, let's say, serious about their convictions, or can like a Jew and a Muslim date? I mean, that sounds like that's gonna be like constant infighting, you know. But maybe not. Again, I think it like the political thing. I think it depends how like strongly you hold your convictions and stuff. Oops. I think if you don't hold convictions strongly, then I don't think it matters if you have interfaith dating or interpolitical dating. But if you hold your convictions incredibly strongly, then obviously that's going to be a big issue. But I think it just depends on like your religious fervor that you have. Because if you're like a paper Catholic and you're dating someone who's on paper Islam, but neither of you take your shit seriously, I don't think that's going to cause like a ton of problems, right? But if you're both like trying to raise your kids in different ways and stuff, and trying to lead different moral lives, and your whole idea about ontology is completely different, then yeah, that's gonna be like an issue. Like I don't think I could ever date like an atheist, because that's like such an antithesis of of my views. And I think I'm too politically brained to like to be with someone who's like a far left person. But I don't know if everybody is like that, right? Like political and religious stuff is not binaries. People take it more and less seriously. Whether or not they should or not is a different question, but they do.
Your Bible. This is not Bible study. This is not Bible study. Go shave your mustache, okay?
Go ahead, Alex.
I mean, how is that even different? Catholic, shut up.
Go ahead, Alex. Continue.
But with all due respect, this is what I'm saying is most Trump supporters are not like MAGA crazy people. I would say most Trump supporters are in the middle. No, I know you didn't say that.
Yeah.
So like, so
And
like,
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the Trump supporter that I wouldn't date as opposed to someone
I
that I
get
could. But again, you have to have that conversation early. Hey, do you think Trump is the next Messiah? Or do you
most people don't think that.
Some cultists, the people. Okay.
Oh God, I hate this guy, but he's right. I think he's kind of, I hate him so much, but he's kind of saying what I'm saying, I think. Whereas if someone just votes for Trump, but they're not like super MAGA, they're not like super into politics, then I think that's fine. Obviously, it's working for him. No way, this guy voted for Trump. This guy's like the biggest fucking liberal I've ever seen, Okay, so obviously he's completely anti-Trump, and apparently he's married to someone who is pro-Trump, but who voted for Trump, right? He says Trump supporter, but what does that mean, right? There's like a Trump supporter, and then there's a Trump supporter. In the same way there's like a Christian, and then there's like a Christian, and there's like a Muslim, and then there's, a Muslim. It all depends. I'm not saying anything bad, but it's just there's different levels of how serious you can.
Hold on. What would you hold on? What would you call the people who buy the Trump Bibles? What would you call the people that buy the trading cards?
Yeah, but you buy a Metallica t-shirt. Everybody buys merch for everybody. Yes, I bought merch for all kinds of bands.
This is a really great time to announce our Trump trading cards.
Yeah. Buying merch to support somebody doesn't make you 100% a cultist.
All I'm saying is there are cultists out there.
Yes, that is true, but that's not the majority.
So you're saying, okay, so you date a Trump supporter right now, and it's if she likes him from a policy perspective, not necessarily a personal perspective.
No.
If you're okay with her liking the policy, then I guess you might not hate the policy so much. So what's your real grievance with Trump?
I respect people that have differences of opinions. I don't respect people that believe lies or think the 2020 election was stolen or believe everything that comes out. Oh, we got some cultists here. We got some
This is the political brain rot that happens, though. Like, I understand. Yeah, there's going to be people who are like super Trump, pro-Trump in every way. But like, I don't think that's the majority of Trump supporters. I don't think the majority are like absolutely deep-throating Trump and think that everything he does is good and buying his fucking NFTs and buying a Trump Bible. Like, I think people, and I fall into this too, where you get like too political. You're too invested in like in politics and the minutia that you overestimate how much that applies to the average person. The average person that voted for Trump or Kamala has no idea about really the policies. They have no idea about what happened on January 6th. Neither side really does. They just have some vague idea about the Capitol being stormed. They don't know what the fake electorate scheme was. They don't know what really Trump was even asking for, even though Trump's asking people to go over to the Capitol. I don't think most people at January 6th knew entirely the reason that they were there on that day and what they were trying to do. That's just how it goes. But I think if you're really into politics, you have an overestimation of how much people are like, how much political knowledge people have about this. I think the same with religion. If you're like dating someone's like, oh, how could a Christian and a Jew be together? It's like, depends how much that Jew like knows about their shit and how much that Christian knows about that shit. Most people that call themselves Christians and Jews are hardly Christian nor Jew, right? So then it's not that hard to like make it work, right? And so like, and this guy, I mean, obviously he hates Trump, but his partner, probably likes some policies and probably like voted for Trump, and he's like, oh, as a Trump supporter. It's like, yeah, everything's like a great
insurrectionists in the crowd.
Let me ask you. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna ask Brian a question.
So you're
Myron, I got to follow up with this.
Go ahead.
Everybody. Brian, you said.
Guys, you're right. Trump won in 2020. You're right.
Brian, you said that you don't respect people who believe lies. You said
to
that.
an extent. I think there's a larger.
Do you believe
argument,
that Democrats have ever lied?
Absolutely.
Do you think they lie to you?
Constantly.
Depends specific. By the way, I'm not even a Democrat, but it's specifically what lies are you talking about? There are different levels of lies.
Both sides lie.
Of course.
I think the whole thing is one big lie factory.
Well, I think you'd have to be a little bit more.
DC.
I think you'd have to be a little bit more specific. I do think that a lot of politicians on both sides do lie, but I think we could agree Trump probably lies maybe a little bit more than the average politician.
What lie?
I won the 2020 election.
Name one lie. Okay, look, I'm a Trump supporter, but to call out from the crowd, this is what I was talking about just political lack of knowledge. To say name one lie as if Trump has never lied. Obviously, the Dems lie too, but to act like, give an example, name an example of Trump lying to people. It's like, what the fuck are you smoking, brother? Name an example of Trump lying? Oh my God, kill me in a video game. People are low-key retarded.
A landslide? Let me ask you a question. Does January 6th happen if Donald Trump doesn't say he won the election? Well, say it in front of the crowd.
January 6th would have happened even if Trump didn't talk.
Well, I think that's ridiculous, but okay.
And I will stand by this because I predicted it in September before Trump was even saying
but I don't think
Tim Pool, you have predicted civil war at any single instance of political unrest that has ever happened ever for the past 10 years. You can't pull a Nostradamus and then be like, oh, I'm right. Because like the one time I predicted some like insurrection adjacent activity to happen, it kind of happened. It's like, I'm not giving you any points for that, Tim Fool. Freudian slip. Tim Fool is right. Sorry, no hate to Tim Fool. But
we'll storm the Capitol if Donald Trump concedes.
Yeah, the FBI, 250 FBI agents. Called Agent
I'll say this: as much as you hate
What's
Trump,
up with that story where they're claiming a
Myron, I'll answer your question.
Yeah, she did.
Myron,
it's not confirmed.
Myron, I didn't answer your question, Myron. Real quickly, 10 seconds, Myron. To answer your question, the reason why I'm so anti-Trump, I don't like a lot of his policies, but I also don't like people who don't concede elections when there's no evidence of widespread voter fraud.
Because
Hillary Clinton didn't concede forever.
Hold on, let me just finish. 10 more seconds. I don't like people who attack those who are POWs, and Tim and I talked about this. I don't respect John McCain. He was captured. I don't respect people that attack.
If he was a good soldier, he wouldn't have got captured.
I don't respect people that attack women on looks. I certainly don't respect people who have been accused of rape or sexual assault.
But this is not policy.
Okay.
Well,
Rosie O'Donnell is ugly.
I didn't say it was policy.
I know, but so then vote for him.
Rosie O'Donnell.
Is no one gonna? I don't. He said, I don't respect people who have been accused of grape or essay. Just accused. If you've been accused, this man does not respect you. Frankie, of course you heard that. Of course you say, of course you hear me mention Fahra, Of course you do. But now you derailed me. Frankie. Before I was trying to ask Frankie, I wish you were here before. I wanted to know what your thoughts were on interfaith or interpolitical marriage. So, you could save that for later if you plan on joining panel later, or you could type that in the chat below, But yeah, so I want to hear your thoughts. Is it possible to have an interfaith/interpolitical marriage? My stance is it's possible if you're both not like super into politics or super into religion, or if you can harmonize them in some way and like drive some type of controversy. The religious one, I think, is harder. Political one is possibly easier, but it just, I think it depends on the minutia. But I do want to hear your thoughts if you want to offer.
That's ugly.
Part of the reason why I don't vote for people.
Oh, that's what I just, okay, I just remembered why I was so mad at this stupid, I'm not going to, what Myron said before about him, real ones will know, but I'm not gonna say it now, but he says he doesn't like people or doesn't believe them or doesn't trust them that have been accused of grape or essay. I feel like how is no one going to jump on that? The mere accusation makes you anathema in this guy's book, which is just like, okay. Yeah, that's cool. So I hope no one ever accuses you, buddy.
Is because of the personal stuff. That's just me. Everybody votes differently.
That's kind of wild where like, if like Myron...
Well, you asked me, that's my answer.
No, I get it, but, politically, if some guy was like, what I'm going to fucking do? I'm going to shit all over the floor, but I'm going to fix the
I wouldn't vote for Bill Clinton. I think Bill Clinton probably sexually abused women. I wouldn't vote for Bill Clinton.
Definitely did. All right, Tanya Alberts.
God. So he doesn't like Trump because Trump's been accused of essay, whereas Bill Clinton literally was in a position of power when he had Monica Lewinsky blow him, and he's like, I think Bill Clinton might have done it, let alone, flying on Epstein's plane like a million times. But even if we just, that's a confirmed case. So this guy doesn't like people who have been accused, but when it comes to an actual like confirmed case of leveraging your power to get blowies in the Oval Office, blowies to Bubba, you know, then all of a sudden it's like this guy's like, well, I think he probably did. Fuck off.
Yeah, Alberts, come on down.
Be honest.
While we wait for them, let me just say this.
Can we all
I
disagree
think-
that Clinton raped women?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
let
would
me
say
just
Trump and Bill Clinton.
Let me just say this. I get your grievances, right, with
That's
Trump.
whataboutism.
And I've noticed this, that like a lot of progressives, a lot of like people that hate Trump, hate him for like
one
him,
uses
not
that
his
word
policy. They
right.
just hate him because of him.
No
But I'll tell
one
you this:
uses
as someone
that
that kept
right.
Kamala
Shut
Harris,
the fuck up back there.
as someone who kept Kamala Harris out of the White House, as she admitted in her book, by the way, that she blamed me for losing her election. I would say Trump is the best alternative by far.
You
compared to
think
her.
that Kamala
Myron
watches your
in her
content,
book?
Myron, and she like secretly gets off to it?
Yeah.
She said she wrote about him in her Bible.
Yeah, she blamed me and
Find a
Andrew
hard time
Tate.
believing
So
that.
hey, that's a W for us. We
think
kept
there's
the
a-
woman out the White House. Back to the
Tanya,
fucking
is Tanya
kitchen.
up? All right, Tanya. I really liked your question about is Tanya? Is that a guy standing up there? No, Tanya. We already called your name. You're just now
Transgender,
walking up there.
Transgender. This
Didn't I just say? How many
Get up
times I
there,
got to say
dude.
your damn name? Is everybody in here retarded? Is anybody paying attention to what's going on?
Doing a little bit of a
We're doing, I know we're doing a live
Do we have any
podcast.
big
If I
booty
call your
Latinas
name,
in the crowd?
No,
That's what
get
all
up here and
political
say
figures.
some damn topics. We're trying to go viral, and I want
shut
somebody
up long enough?
that has a damn opinion. All right.
Everybody, Tanya, what you got for us?
Okay, let me remember what I wrote. So they asked for questions. Obviously, that's not exactly what you wanted, but what it was is if you lost your partner now, would you continue dating or would you just stay alone?
You're talking about
Because
Thomas Massey? Is that what you're trying to insinuate about?
I'm talking about.
What do you think about
anybody in
Thomas Massey? Is he a
general.
dickhead for getting married 18 months after his wife died? Yes or no? Give us an opinion.
Yes.
Don't ask us some dumbass
Yes.
question.
Yes, he is.
What is your opinion? Say it in your mouth. Use words.
I
18 months
want
is
to
a little
know. since
No,
all
I don't
the
want to know. Don't
discussion-
ask me a fucking question. What is your opinion? Is he a scumbag or not? And say it with your mouth. Say it. Don't ask me a question, please.
Yes, I think he is.
So say the statement.
Say it out loud,
I'm going
dude.
to.
No. Say,
He wants you to say the sentence.
What,
Thomas Massey
what is your opinion about Thomas Massey? Can you
Massey-
articulate that?
Thomas Massey is a scumbag. Is that
For
better?
what? For what?
For getting married so quickly.
Okay, all right,
There's a
we get it. We
mourning
get it.
period.
Okay, I'll
What do
answer
you
this
want,
right away
Alex?
because
Seriously?
as many of you know, I got married not that long ago. I have a new baby.
Wow.
Thank you all so much.
Excuse me? How do you read so many books at your age?
Abe
What do you mean at my
Dinkins,
age? Do I look
07.
that old? Maybe I need to take these off.
No, you don't look old, but that's really
Ignore
impressive.
this ad.
It would be
Absolutely not
there is nothing worse that I can think of in this world.
How you doing today,
Like
Abe?
I gotta bounce with you guys. Myron could like pull a flamethrower and just fuck all you up, and I would be not nearly as devastated if as if my wife something happened to her. If something happened to her, I'd be like, this means nothing to me. That
Wow,
being
what
said,
a hot take, Tim.
that being said,
What a hot take.
I would
What a crazy take.
probably after grieving.
Wait,
I
Tim, you're saying you're coming out boldly and saying that you care more about your wife, you know, than you do about the audience and other panelists. That's crazy. Tim Pool is so brave. I've always said that. He's so brave.
would seek a new partner
So
because
brave
I have a
speaking
child
his
who
truth.
needs a mother. And it would never be the same, and it would be miserable, but kids need two parents. They need a mom and a dad. Now, as for Thomas Massey, he's an old man. His kids are all adults and grown up. Maybe it's a little too soon, but, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
what are you going to do? Die alone?
See, here's the problem. Like this is why women shouldn't have the right to vote. Like, dude,
Okay.
like, who cares that he was able to remarry quickly? Like, the dude's a G. He's one of the few people that
hate to
opposes
agree,
the Israel
but-
lobby. Like, he's one of the few
Myron.
guys that has like a set of nuts that doesn't take
Can we all
AIPAC
cheer on
money.
Thomas
Myron,
Massey?
I can't believe I agree with you on this.
Yeah,
but,
like,
but can I just
already.
comment?
Maybe Myron is
Like,
gay.
like seriously, what does it
Frankie, maybe
matter
you're
how
right.
many months after somebody
right
marries
the whole
somebody else?
time.
What does it matter if you're a different religion or a different?
Yeah.
How
Let
does that
people
not
live their lives.
matter? How does that? If I'm sorry, if you have a wife and they die and you marry, let's say a month later, that's crazy, right? That's crazy. So this guy is retarded. I hate this guy so much. I've never even seen him before. I can't stand him. and I wanted him to take off his hat to see what other hat he has on beneath. It could be any other type of hat. I'm not implying anything. I just want.
Who knows the situation? Who knows the reason why? If he made a mistake by marrying someone too soon, then it's his mistake that he's going to have to deal with. Live your own life. Stop worrying who other people marry or if it was too soon. There's more important things to worry about.
I don't think politicians' personal lives should like really come into their policy. I think we should be looking at policy first. But the problem is that people vote off of emotion. Like, I don't like this person, I'm not going to vote for him.
So
Like,
what's your bar? Hold on. Myron, you don't think that. If there was a female member of Congress who was doing OnlyFans, you'd be like, get her out.
Well, yeah, there's a woman. So that's
Which one if AOC did it? Not if AOC did it, we'd vote for her.
If it's a woman, like non-starter,
Myron,
get out of here.
if Donald Trump molested a child on video, would you still voted for him over Kamala Harris?
He'd vote for him twice.
Depends on the child.
If he molested a child on camera,
I would
I
just.
want to know where your bar is, Myron.
Yeah. So what I would do is I'd write myself in to be president at that point.
So you would not vote for him?
All right, you got anything else to say, Tanya? You think Thomas Massey's a scumbag?
Yes, I do think he's a scumbag.
What should he do? Just never date and marry ever again?
No, you need to have a respectful time period for everybody.
What is it? What
to
is, in your
mourn.
opinion, what's a respectful time period?
12 months.
Well, didn't you do 18?
He waited 18.
Yeah.
Was it 18?
Yeah, so by your own logic.
24 months.
Get back in
Oh my God, get out.
Get back in the
That's
kitchen.
why we don't let women to do this. Oh my God, she didn't even know her own thing.
Back to the kitchen, but you can't open the fridge.
Thank you, Tanya. Actually, Tanya, I love you, Tanya. Give it up for Tanya, everybody. All right. Oh, look, another woman. We're screwed. All right, Abby, come on down, Abby. Wait, if you were dating, this is a dumbass question. She said, if you were dating, would pick your favorite Democrat and Republican dating partner. Well, mine's easy, AOC. But do you actually have a topic to debate, Abby, or do you just have this dumbass question? Where are you, Abby?
Well, my wife's a libertarian, and I married her.
Yeah, is Abby even here? Did Abby leave?
Where's Abby at, dude?
Okay.
She's gone.
She's gone. Oh, my God. All right, David Mueller. Come on down, David. Where you at, David?
You related to Bob?
Mueller. Oh, yeah, I like this guy. All right. Okay, what is your opinion on this topic? You asked this question, but tell us your opinion on it. Don't ask us a question, if that makes sense.
Is it like hot in the studio or like all these? Well, it's not even a studio. It's like a bar. Everyone that comes up looks like incredibly sweaty. I don't know if it's because they've been like screaming for so long.
Just as much as young women lack role models in dating from
I don't know.
Wait, what?
just as much as the young women lack role models in dating from the OnlyFans, I think the young men too don't have a good example of what dating should be like.
What?
What is that
What was
again?
the question?
Fair, where are you going? You're leaving?
Yeah.
Okay.
Say it again, dude.
Men also lack direction. Young men lack direction when it comes to starting dating, just as much as young women do. They don't have a role model.
Yes.
They don't have, a proper direction or even how to do it, how to treat women.
Yep. Because listen, there's
What do you
to
mean?
Brian's point about grifters, it's a lot.
We have people like Myron Gaines. We have people like Andrew Wilson. We have people like Andrew Tate. We are just like overflowing with role models as men. Just completely
Easier. I'm not accusing anybody of being a grifter. I'm saying it's a lot easier. To
We're
make,
all grifters
okay, we
trying
get
to
it.
get clear.
It's a lot easier to make content chasing an algorithm that you know will manipulate people. And there are many personalities that try to be good men, trying to teach young men, but they're never going to break through in the same way someone who's I would describe it as cheating. Grifting is going to do it. You game the algorithm, you talk shit, you clip farm or whatever you're going to do, and you yell, and you'll get way more views than the calm, reasonable guy who says,
him lecturing about grifting.
work hard,
Yeah,
be a good man, sacrifice, and have a family. They're going to have a hard time breaking through.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree.
What was the
I will
question?
tell you, actually, maybe, brief tech support intermezzo, okay? Because I'm sharing on Streamlabs, right? But I can't pause the video on Streamlabs because this is just a share. If I click on it, it doesn't pause. So I have to like tab over to the actual video to pause it. But then my OBS just blacks it out because it's not the active window. And I don't know how to fix that. I even tried to Google it, asked ChatGPT. ChatGPT said, you have to share your whole display. I don't want to share my whole display because then people are going to see me tabbing over to everything. So Confluence has not had too much to drink. Confluence wishes he has had too much to drink. That's Confluence masturbating with sandpaper. I don't even know what that means. That sounds painful. Although it probably depends on the grain. Like if it was one of those like super fine sandpapers. I mean, I don't. That you're distracting me. Okay, I'm not thinking about sandpaper on my dick. Okay, but yeah, Abe, if you know, if there's a way to fix that. Because like I want to start the video, right? I can't click anything on this window, so I have to tab over, start video, tab back.
Well, we're not asking questions.
No, his point was young men don't have role models. They don't have someone to look up to know how to treat women and how to be a good partner. Same as women who are looking up to OnlyFans.
Can I take this real quick? So, like, with what you're saying, right? This is what I tell all the guys. Some people think it's controversial, but I think no guy should really be focusing on trying to get married or have a super long-term relationship until they have 5 things in place.
Tell that to JD Vance.
Make six figures a year, have somewhere between 3 months to 12 months of savings, go to the gym and be in shape, have a 50 body count, and be 35 years old. And the reason why I say that is because having these things in place will make you a very attractive candidate to a lot of women, where you can come in and be the authority and the leader in that relationship. Because thanks to feminism, women have been able to acquire more resources, more education, etc. So you must be superior to your woman in every single way.
We have like a birthright crisis in every Western country. I just want to say that. And Myron's advice: what percent of men? First of all, you're waiting till you're 35. Okay, already a problem for birth rate. You know, I mean, I'm not one to talk. You know, like I haven't succeeded in, you know, making too many progeny before that age. But, you know, what percent of men will have a body count of 50 and be making 6 figures and then have whatever he said, 4 months of savings, and then at 35, then find someone who I guess is probably younger if they're gonna like have kids. Otherwise, you're going through some other challenges. Like, what percent of guys? If every male listened to Myron, our birth rate would be even worse than like South Korea is. Like, what a fucking terrible prescription for society in every conceivable way, under every conceivable metric.
To actually stand a chance.
Myron, how does the body count?
So Myron,
how does that come to play?
I can explain that if you want.
Myron, how old are you?
Yeah.
I'm 35.
35.
So it's time.
Not yet.
No, you're 35.
I said
you're
35
wealthy.
is the minimum. 35 is the minimum.
Yeah.
So I want to say this, but I don't know if, I mean, should young men take advice from a guy who's not married and doesn't have kids?
Well, yeah, I think they can. I don't think he has to be married. But one thing I want to say, though, to what Myron is saying is, like, I think a guy, there is the instance of a guy, you lose your virginity and you marry. But really, I think Myron's right. You kind of need to go out there and date a little bit. And kind of have some experience. I don't know if you'd have to go to 50 because most guys probably can't delay, you know.
Yeah.
But I do think you should go date.
Yeah. Disagree completely. And by the way, not every single woman out there wants a guy who's making $100,000 a year or is in perfect shape either.
Again,
you don't have to be in perfect shape.
It's not about what she wants. It's about you coming in as the most attractive candidate to have the largest dating pool so that you can get the best partner for you. That's what it's about. So you're more marketable to more women. Now, the thing with the 50 body count is, like, if you find a girl that's great and you got like 30, does that mean, no, sorry, babe, gotta fuck 20 more bitches? No. But what I am saying is that that's going to put you in a position where pussy isn't, like, you know, hypnotizing to you, where she can go ahead and leverage sex against you for compliance. I just want guys to not be simps. And a lot of times guys are simps to get sexual access. So I just want guys to understand women and not be held captive where she's saying, you're not going to get a nookie unless you take the trash out. That's why I say that.
All right. I understand what you're saying.
Who's next? David,
The only logical way to stop that is to wait until you're 35, have sex with 50 women, go to the gym a bunch, and also have a net worth, making 6 figures, and then have 4 months of salary in reserves. That's the only way to stop that situation that Myron described from happening. It's the only way. And it might destroy our society if people listen to him. And you would think someone would think, if I ever listened to my advice, would society collapse? Because of the birth rate would be like 0.1. You don't have to think about that, right? No, you don't have to think of your advice as good if it like can't be, categorically, imperatively put out in a like from Kant's point of view. If everyone did this and it would cause society to collapse, you would think that he would think it's not a good idea, but that's not going to stop him.
Thank you, David. All right, next, Brian Whitaker. Come on down, Brian. This is about kids. He's asking about the future of America. What is your opinion on the future of America? Where are you? I can't tell. Give him the mic. What is your opinion about kids in the future of America?
All right. I just want to say, not ask that question.
What?
Everybody up there who says that they don't have an opinion on who should.
I just killed my studio by accident. I got so excited to see Big Soda in the chat. Big Soda, what's up? Lost my screen.
Then there was one.
Yeah, I think it's back. Big Soda, how's it going? Oh, I'm not on stage. Big Soda. 07s. I said, how's it
What's
going?
up, buddy? I was just gonna let you know your screen keeps blacking out.
It does. I don't know how to fix it. I explained this to Abe, and he didn't.
Oh, my bad. I didn't. In case you didn't know, I was gonna let you
Do you
know.
know anything about OBS?
Yeah. It begins with an O and it ends with an S.
And there's probably a B somewhere in there. Okay, I need to talk to someone who knows about OBS because it blacks out when I tab away from the screen. But I can't tab away because I'm sharing the screen. So if I have to tab away to start and stop the video, and then it blacks everything out on OBS because it's not the active window. And for some reason, if it's not the active window, OBS just blacks everything out. So I'm not sure how to fix that. So, but there has to be some way. Maybe it's just getting a second monitor.
Yeah, that's probably what you'll end up having to do.
It really works. Well, wait. Okay, wait, Abe. Wait, is Abe talking to me or is Abe maybe talking to chat? I bet he went to be gay behind the dumpster after the panel. Wait, Frankie, is that? Oh, I thought he was talking about me. No, you're talking about Myron. Yeah, that could be low key. Big Soda, your voice is like getting so high pitched right now. Did you like huff a bunch of helium or like what's good?
No, that's my daughter in the background.
Oh, I thought that was you.
No.
Abe, did you hear my plight? You're an OBS guy, right? Tell me how to freaking fix it, brother.
Well, first is you got to slay like 100 vampires, and then second you have to become president of the United States. Then it might work.
Body count of over 9,000.
No, I bet you.
Pick up a few ICB Pro titles, and only then can you fix OBS.
No. The lower body count, the better.
Okay, yeah, Abe is definitely not talking to me. Myron is gay and he did butt stuff by the dumpster. Abe says so you can be old when your kids become adults. Think about it. I don't even know. Actually, I'm trying to follow their discussion. I don't understand their discussion either. I don't know. I'm a little confused. If Abe is talking about the video, then I agree with you, Abe. I don't think you should be waiting until you have body count 50 until you're 35.
No.
That's crazy.
If you're waiting till you're 35, you fucked up somewhere along the line.
Yeah, look, I didn't intentionally wait till I'm 35, but I fucked up many places. I'm not gonna cap about that, brother.
Well, I've been lucky. I've been married for almost 7 years now, and so I've been married most of my early 20s to 30s.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, well. You can imagine prescribing to other people that you should wait until you're 35 and have 6 figures and have a body count of 50. And
imagine, yeah.
To my argument, what percent of men are like that? What percent of men right now are over 35, have a body count of 50, are in good physical shape, and make 6 figures a year? That's literally like less than 1% of guys. So then 1% of people are having kids.
I know you're upset because I left you. I had to charge my phone now. I know. So let me get this right. It's Myron Gaines, it's Alex Stein, it's a woman I don't know, and then who else is on panel besides Tim?
Myron Gaines. That is a Jewish man named Brian Shapiro, no relation to Ben Shapiro, at least allegedly. And yeah, one of the women is some comedian. The other woman is Fahra, who has an OnlyFans, who used to be a Destiny Orbiter, who's been on whatever podcast a few times. I think that's everybody.
So there's no real people there to like promote marriage.
Alex Stein and Tim Pool would.
No.
Tim Pool was married. He had a kid recently.
Tim Pool just got married like in the last year and a half.
Yeah, but that's promoting marriage. Like I promote. I'm not married. I promote marriage.
I mean, look, if I start selling, I don't know, soda in the last year, I'm not an expert on selling soda.
Well, you said promote. You didn't say any of them an expert on marriage.
No, well, I would presume that, since Myron Gaines has had like 13 years of degeneracy to promote, then I would assume they would choose someone similar to that.
Yeah, I don't think Myron Gaines is like the best, marriage promoter or anything, but I think Tim Pool argues for family values. I think Alex Stein does too, although I don't think Alex Stein is married or anything, but I think he promotes that.
Alex Stein he promotes degeneracy.
Alex Stein? How?
Yeah. I like big. I don't want to deport people because of big booty Latinas.
I mean, you have to have a certain level, I think, of like of troll awareness, right, to evaluate Stein, right? Like he's like.
I don't know if a married man would go around promoting that.
Yeah, but he's
someone
he's
promoting.
Joking. That's obviously a joke when he's saying you can keep the big booty Latinas. That's obviously him joking. That's not like serious.
Yeah, but it's like that's the figurehead we have for preaching about marriage relationships.
I mean, to be honest, to be clear and honest, this panel is an absolute shit show. Okay, I will say that. But Tim Pool still wants marriage and is living on it and has just had a kid. Alex Stein promotes it, but yeah, Alex Stein is definitionally a troll, right? Like that's what he tries to do. So yeah, I agree. But they're talking about modern day dating, and yeah, this is a lot of like shit, for sure. But the chaos is where the fun comes in, And as long as we have a couple people promoting what's good and holy, then we can have a couple of crazy Jewish OnlyFans creators, etc., etc.
It sounds like Alex has been kind of on Myron's side.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's strange, right? It's like obviously because they're more like, if we look at like a patriarchy point of view, obviously Myron is like on that side of things, right? Anti-feminist, and so is Alex. So they're unified in that way, but they would disagree on like the 50 body count thing and waiting till you're 35. And so like, right? Like, because Alex Stein's not like super red pilled in the way Myron is. So there's like, I feel like there's different like allegiances on this panel right now, right? That you could like suss out if you made a complex enough Venn diagram,
Because it seems like Alex Stein just promoted that you should have sexual experience and have multiple partners before find the best mate.
He said that you should probably like date and gather experience. I don't think that's the same as saying you need to like fuck a bunch of women.
I think that's essentially the same thing.
I don't think that's the same thing. I've had a lot of girlfriends.
I think to him that's the same thing.
Why? Why do you think that?
Well, okay. Dating in today's realm, is that going to lead to more sexual experience or less sexual experience?
On average, more, but it depends on the person, of course. You could be like super religious and then be dating to try to find the one and then not have sex with that person and then be like, oh yeah, we don't like vibe, we don't share values, this wouldn't be a good fit. It doesn't mean you're like fucking them on the first date.
I would totally disagree with him. I would say the least dating partners that you have, the more likelihood your marriage would succeed.
Yeah, I don't know if I disagree with you, but I think there's it depends what you mean by like dating, right? Like you can imagine if by dating, let's say you just mean like you go on dates in the old school sense, right? You ask a woman out at work to go out for you to dinner and you buy her dinner. That's a date. And maybe on that dinner you're talking and you're like, no, I don't think we'd be a good match. I don't think we'd raise kids good together. I don't think we actually share as much in common as I thought. And then you don't continue dating, or maybe you find that out after the fourth time you've brought her out. That's still dating, and that is.
I mean, that's fair, but in today's dating realm, I view dating as kind of a relational aspect where you invite someone to be your boyfriend/girlfriend. I don't see that as just going on a single date with someone.
Right, but even that, I don't think that even if let's say you're at that point and you are dating and you are boyfriend/girlfriend, it doesn't mean that doesn't mean you have to be like copulating and stuff, right? You could just be trying to like, see and I understand it's like obviously very different than it was back in the day, but
yeah,
it's hard to go from, I mean, even in your example, did you never call your wife your girlfriend? Did you just go from a couple dates to like marriage?
I think we had a total of maybe 3 dates in a span of like maybe 4 months of like boyfriend girlfriend, and then we've been married 7 years after.
Okay, but you were still boyfriend girlfriend, right? So imagine you realize, let's say 3 months in, you're like, oh, this is just not the person I want raising my kids. Well, then that could be valuable information to have. Like, it sounds like it worked out for you, but imagine if she wasn't. You realized, oh, there is some red flags, there's some stuff that I don't think is good. right? And then
That's-
is that
that's
bad
true.
to gain that? As long as like I agree the aspect of like fucking the person, now you're accumulating, all this stuff. But K2 is in the backstage. K2, how's it going?
Jesus. Didn't even get a notification you went live. Thanks for not notifying me.
Damn.
Or that's probably because you unsubbed to me, K2, because you're always unsubbing and resubbing. That's probably why you didn't
Well,
get
I unsubbed during the stream and then I resubbed.
Yeah, it was just a protest for what you were watching last time.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's respectable.
Nah, it's just the meme that we do. It's funny.
I think it's respectable.
Okay, we're gonna keep watching this. We're gonna see what else we can, disagree on.
Be allowed to marry each other is a liar.
What does that
Not a
mean?
lot. What are you talking about?
Well, okay, rewind that question because that was a wild one.
So, Brian,
Like this guy with the 47 hat.
Yeah.
Then you deleted the other stream from last night.
I didn't delete it. It's because we did karaoke, and the karaoke, it like YouTube auto deletes it. Like YouTube, if there's like too much like copyright music, it's not like, it's strange. If you make a YouTube video, then YouTube will just demonetize it. But if you do a stream with copyrighted music and it's like too much, YouTube will just block it globally, and it will just kill it for the whole world. I don't know why.
You just gotta take out the karaoke part.
Yeah, but you can't. What I learned too, this is what I learned when I tried to take out your face that time, K2. If you try to take out a thing, you can't actually just save the live stream again. It deletes the live stream and it publishes it as a new video, which I think is like stupid, because then it gets like sent to everyone and it destroys my analytics, because then the people that watch it are not going to click it, and it's obviously not well edited video because it's like 8 hours of stream. There's no way to use the YouTube editor to just like trim it and keep it in the live section, which is like so dumb. You should just be able to like cut it out, but you can't. So okay, so we went back.
I understand what you're
Who's
saying
next?
about
David, thank you, David. All right, next, Brian Whitaker. Come on down, Brian. This is about kids. He's asking about the future of America. What is your opinion on the future of America? Where are you? I can't tell. Give him the mic. What is your opinion about
America
kids and the future
first.
of America?
America only.
all right, I just want to say
America first and
not
only.
ask that question.
That's right.
What? Everybody up there who says that they don't have an opinion on who should be allowed to marry each other is a liar.
What does that mean?
What are you talking about?
Wait, be more clear in your point.
Be more specific.
All right.
Not a good question.
So
That's
Brian,
a
you were
good-
just
that's a
saying
good
you don't care
question.
who gets married?
It's a
to who?
statement.
That's their decision as long as they're not breaking the law. Why the fuck would I care?
Right.
Yeah.
We
Wait,
agree
who's that guy?
they
Is
can't
that the
break
Jewish
law,
guy?
So
That's the
there should be a
Jewish
law
guy.
about who marries who, right?
No.
Oy
What are you
vey.
talking about? Why?
Oh, wait, hold on. No animals, though, right?
Yeah, and only one.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
no
there are age restraints, right? Yeah, and other than that, what are you talking about?
Yeah, cousin.
Hold on. I got a question for Brian. Should people be allowed to gay marry their cousins?
No, that's called incest.
That is legal in this country.
I don't believe in that.
Bigot!
Yeah, I don't believe that you should be able to marry another member of your family. I
Gay
think
marry
that's
your
wrong.
cousin.
Yeah.
It's legal in the United
well,
States.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
I think
that's wrong.
Since Obergefell, they've basically been like gay cousin marriage is allowed everywhere.
Well, going back to what this guy
I'm trying
said,
to understand.
why
What's
are you saying I'm a liar?
Yeah.
You're the
Yeah,
one
I
who
don't
said
think-
you
I
don't.
don't think what Tim Pool. This might be nitpicky. I don't think what Tim Pool is saying. I think who you can marry and if they're a cousin, I think that's on the state level. From what I
It is. There's no federal law for it, but it depends.
So a Birchfeld does not mean you can like gay marry your cousin in every state. It depends how related they are to you, right?
But I will say that they would probably protect gay cousin marriage over just regular cousin marriage.
Maybe, I don't know. Unless like
I mean,
Birchfeld
that's
somehow like
gay.
supersedes it, and you could like marry your like brother, and now Birchfeld just like goes ahead of every state law, and then gay marriage has more like sway than normal marriage. Maybe that's true, but I've never heard of that.
The G word, it's got a lot of power in America.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Do you think a Birchfeld should be overruled?
I don't know the direct decision that was,
It's like
I guess,
it's
argued in
big-
that case.
But you know what it is, right? That it makes like gay
Nah.
marriage federally legal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it should probably be overturned.
Why? Give your best steel man. And cam
Okay,
up so I
well,
can like put you full screen so we can hear the big
n-
soda.
I'm not gonna cam up, but I would probably argue that marriage being a religious institution, I don't think that the government should be defining laws around around religious institutions.
Okay, so would you be down for a system where marriage is not a legal thing at all, and you can enter into marriage in like a civil way, but that's separate from like all churches?
Yeah, like you could have, I guess, a civil union under the government, but I would separate that from like a religious marriage or marriage in general.
That's kind of my point of view, but I feel like that's very kind of anti in some ways, like Christian nationalism, right? Because Christian nationalism would be like, well, the state and the religion is kind of the same thing, and so once you're married in a church, then you are married at a governmental and legal level.
I agree. The only thing right now is we kind of have to separate the fact that the government has tried to, I guess, take a monopoly on marriage. And so I think some of the first steps that we could use to take back to give like the religious authority back to marriage is to separate marriage from civil union.
Yeah, I actually agree. I think that would be the
Because
easiest
we're already
thing to
losing.
actually do. Because yeah, that's already how it is. It's like marriage at a governmental level is not, for most people, is not like a religious thing. So I think everyone can kind of have their cake and eat it too. I think if you just say civil union's one thing, it's not religious. The government's not saying anyone's getting gay married or straight married. It's just the government's like, they have a civil union category, and then in your church, in your life, whatever you think marriage is from your religious point of view, then you can like get married in that way.
Yep. And then so that way we could start separating laws away from marriage. And I mean, they can do whatever they want with civil unions, but that way we can get the government outside of marriage.
Crazy moment of agreement between Confluence and Big Soda. Crazy. Oh, good to see you, Ag. 07's to Ag. And oh, what Ag? I think he said a super important message. Let me read it. He says, hit the like button, damn it. Oh, I didn't even, yeah.
I unliked the video.
He's probably talking about like my stream. So
yeah, I downvoted it.
No, don't do. Why does everyone do the opposite?
I unliked it, Confluence.
That's insulting Ag, because I didn't ask you to do this. Agrilla Polis asked you this. I mean, so like, if you want to defend
I did it
brother,
before.
That's crazy.
I did it before.
Well, now you then should re-like it, because Ag asked you to kindly, you know? So, that's all I'm saying.
Well, I don't like being told what to do. I'm going to unsub again.
What's your point?
What's the point? You can change the law to make things
illegal. Okay, so how do you think we should change the law? Give me an example.
Do you want to fuck a capybara or something?
Yeah.
What's going on, dude?
That's the whole point, is that liberalism is a lie because you do
Capybara,
certain kinds
So
of
you think I'm okay with you marrying a horse? Like, I don't understand what you're talking about.
No, I mean, just stop saying lies.
Well,
like you
this
do
guy
care.
looks like he might want to marry a horse, so I'd be okay with you, sir, marrying a
do
horse.
care.
This is a little-known internet trivia, but Cenk Uygur is
I
okay
think
to
I'm
marry.
making
he
a
does
very
like
sir,
animals.
to clear things up, I think I'm making a very general term, which is if you're not breaking the laws that are in place right now, for the most part that I'm pretty comfortable with, I want people to be able to marry other people regardless of sexual orientation, race, religion. I think that's I'm
but
pretty
no
clear
cousins.
on that.
But no cousins.
No cousins.
But that's legal.
Wait.
Which I don't agree with. I don't agree with that.
Is he
I'm
Jewish
sure we
though?
change the law to make it illegal.
Like religiously Jewish?
Well, I keep saying, you know, I want to see what's under
I think
his
they're
big
the
hat,
same.
because I think he might have a smaller hat under his big hat. But he sounds, if he's religiously Jewish, he's like very liberal. Like
He sounds like pretty secular when it comes to his like Jewish identity.
Well,
like
in the
it's more of a.
Talmud, we won't go there.
Yeah, let's not. Yeah, whatever K2 was going to say, let's not.
Yeah, whoa. Yeah, whoa. You can't say the T word.
I don't know. I don't know what that is, but
I study stuff
Wait,
so I can get
you
my
don't know what the
racism
Talmud
right.
is?
Oh, I thought you meant some like slur. I know the Talmud.
No. Yeah.
But let's not. Start quoting from the
I
Talmud.
get my history right so I can be more accurately racist.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
If you're gonna be racist, you want to be like perspicacious in your racism. We can agree on that.
The parameters, like this.
I
is
was
Yeah, what
unaware
do
of
you-
that law.
Yeah, what's your parameter here?
It's not
You
a
want
law,
up
it's a
here?
lack thereof.
Okay.
So should we ban gay cousin marriage?
I think any cousin marriage should be banned.
All cousin.
Relax.
Yes. That's how I feel about that.
I'm still trying to understand this guy's.
Yeah,
limitation,
Myron, I
though.
don't understand
what
it
is
either.
your,
Yeah.
what is your like? I'm trying to understand.
Well, I think
as a
that
cousin,
you know,
right?
if you are up there saying you're okay with everybody anybody marrying
Within the
anybody
confines
else,
of the law, yes.
well then, all right. So that's not what you said before.
So you thought it would be okay?
What about
it'd be okay to marry your dog?
What about like second
See, Brian,
cousins?
you see what he did? When you said all Jews or whatever.
See, I have to pause. See, that's the thing about this Jewish guy. I'm just, I forget his name, but we know what I'm talking about. It's that he says he's just dumb. He says he's fine with any marriage as long as it's legal. But as I don't know if it was Tim Pool or who pointed it out. Yeah, the cousin thing is legal in some parts. He's not okay with that. Okay. There's also child marriage is legal in some states with like set boundaries and stuff. But he just said that there's like an age constraint that he holds to. So he doesn't follow what the law says. He obviously has his unique morality. And if the law was to change tomorrow to allow you to marry a horse, he wouldn't be okay with that either. So obviously he's not following the law at all. So like, why say that? He like can't
I don't know.
It's a bad parameter because the problem is the law is already adjusted in the last 40, 50 years. And it's like the law is going to continue to kind of alter and change as the population change. And so if that's his minimal standard, then he pretty much supports marriage for whatever.
Right. It's like I remember, I can't remember. It's been so long. I remember learning about this in psychology. There's like stages of like moral development. And it's like, this is one of the lowest stages of like moral development is just tying morality in with the law and thinking that like the law equals like that's such like a 10-year-old's view of like morality, right? That whatever the law says, if I break the law, I'm doing something immoral. And it's like this guy has not moved past that stage. Oh, Oxycat in the chat. 07's Oxycat. You love to see her.
Oxycat. Jump up here and call Confluence Confluence.
Yes, jump. Well, do the first half of that part. As with anything K2 says, you just pick the best half and you ignore everything else. And then K2 is based. If you do that, if you just listen to half of what he says, he's shockingly based.
He gets even baser if you listen to everything.
Now you see what it is.
Okay, Myron, I apologize. I apologize, Myron.
You've agreed with Myron a lot today. Okay,
me and Myron are going to grab a
I
beer.
apologize.
Myron, can I take you?
Thank you. Go sit down, Brian.
Myron, can I take you to a kosher restaurant after the show?
All right, Juan Solano, come on down, Juan. I'm going to say your name one more time. Is Juan Solano here? Juan.
Oh, that means
you
she
go.
can
Come
jump
on,
up
Juan.
here.
Come on down.
Go on.
He does not look Latino. He's black.
Hey, just for the rest of the audience, guys.
I think the
That's
first
a
thing
wild
fell
take.
asleep on.
Okay, let me give that disclaimer.
Yes.
Come up and give your question, guys. Please understand. A lot of the stuff we're saying is a generality. See, how does it feel? Annoying, isn't it, huh? So,
Juan, what do you got for us, Juan? And you give us like what your opinion is on this question. Like, what do you think?
If you can.
So my question originally was for Myron, and it was, if you was to marry a woman, what would her race and ethnicity be, and why? But if you want to make it to the debate question or like a
what's your opinion on
conversation?
it? Like, what did you think? Do you think if you had to answer that question yourself?
Yeah, should Myron date a white girl or a
you
black
answer
girl?
it, and then we'll debate you on that. What do you think? So black stays with black, or you can have big booty Latinas too?
I think you should marry a Jewish girl.
Yeah, I think so too.
So I think at the bottom of the list would be African American women.
What?
And if I say
Wait, for him or
Wait, make the statement. White man talking down to these black
I
men.
proudly say that.
Wait.
Yeah, that's a pretty base case.
This will do very well.
Always operate in generality.
One. So kind of just give us a clear statement. So this will be actually all coherent. So if you had to judge on, who is the most valuable woman to date, what would you give us your whole statement. What is your whole opinion on who you think is the most valuable and least valuable?
Women would be Asian women.
All right.
Oh,
And then who?
Depends. Okay, not to get into like some.
Well, hold on. Which like Asian? There's
That's-
like difference.
that's
This
what
is where your historically Asian racism comes in.
Exactly.
You got
They're
your
not the
Chinese, your Koreans, North and South. You got your
You got your Southeast, you got your
Vietnamese,
Thais,
then you got your
Vietnamese.
Nepal.
Yeah, you got
Then
your
you got your
Cambodians.
Laotians.
Yeah, Laotians.
Laotians,
Your Filipinos.
yeah.
There's a lot,
Yeah.
right? Your Malaysians,
I think
if they count.
I think all of them are still toward the top of the list, though.
Yeah, but okay.
I think it's
actually,
fair to
my question
rank.
to you, if you had to pick, let's say you're both unmarried. K2, you're not married, right?
Correct.
Okay, so Big Soda, pretend you're unmarried. Okay, top tier
Okay.
Asian to marry.
All right,
don't give me a
Asians
whole
for
tier list.
looks.
Don't tell me,
Asians
like, the
for
lowest.
looks. Like
No,
if you're
just
going
in
for
general.
looks.
No, just in general, like
No.
like everything.
I had a whole list for you,
I
but
don't
all
want
right.
the whole list.
I would probably say Filipino,
Okay, Des gave me a
Laos.
bunch. Laos. That's kind of a deep cut, but okay.
We'll see. You probably want to go for I guess, Asians that don't do well on a GDP outcome.
That sounds
So,
a little predatory. I'm not gonna lie to you.
well,
Big Soda.
the reason is
You
they're
want
probably
somebody
more.
that's struggling, so the white man can come in and save them. Is that what you're saying?
It's called conquering.
It's the
We've
story
done
of
that.
Pocahontas. What's wrong with that?
Okay, I see. See, that's yeah. So you,
But
so you're picking.
they will be more.
Philippines- So that's why you're picking Laos because it's like a poor ass country.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, to be fair, I would pick none because I don't want my kids to be non-lactose intolerant, to be not
You want them
allergic
to be.
milk.
You want them to be allergic to milk.
No, not be allergic.
He doesn't want them.
My bad.
I mean, you probably shouldn't be drinking milk in high doses, anyways. But
Yeah, but you don't want them to be lactose intolerant, brother.
yeah, but that's. I mean, that's out of all their defects, it's that. Would you rather want them to be autistic?
Is that the other
I mean,
option?
some Asians are pretty
I mean,
if we're gonna
the white population or the European population seems to have high numbers of autism compared to Asian races, and
No, I just think you can't tell because they all look alike.
Well,
I don't think autism's not Down syndrome, brother. It doesn't have like.
Well, we
physical
figure out
traits.
they're not taking
Look
Tylenol
at
over
someone
there.
and just be like, oh, that physiognomy of that guy. That guy's like.
They're not taking
autistic.
Tylenol over there and causing autism.
You don't think
that
they
is
have
true.
You don't think they have Tylenol in Asia? I think they do.
No, that's the poorer countries. That'll be bad
Yeah.
advertising.
Even in the Philippines, they have Tylenol, brother. Okay.
They probably don't have that much Tylenol. It's probably hard to ship out there. They probably ain't got enough money to buy it.
They
Probably like $80.
They call them
$80
in those places.
Well, the Amish doesn't have a high autism rate either.
Yeah, the Amish doesn't. That's because they're like separated from.
Because they're not taking Tylenol.
Yeah, but you have to kidnap the women off like Amish reservations and
No,
stuff
when
like
they send
that.
them
And I
out
don't
into the
wanna do
real
all that.
world, that's when you get them.
No, they sneak out.
No, I think they actually do that, and then they decide which they want to live. So you gotta like.
We're overpopulated, so 3 of y'all have to go to the real world.
No. I think they do it as a test to see what they want. I
Oxycat
believe.
really summarizes
It
kind
was
of
like
the tension we're talking about, okay? Oxycat says, I'm white, smart, adorable, but kind of a bitch. So I get preferring Asians. So, that's...
Well,
that's
the
kind of
Asians
crux
fucking
of
hit
the
you with the
issue.
frying pan if you piss them off.
Yeah, but according to Big Soda, that's why you have to get them from a low GDP per capita
Yeah,
country. So
Yeah, but
they're more
it's in all the
submissive.
Asian bloods. If you piss off your wife, she hits you with the frying pan.
I mean, yeah, that does...
I
might
mean,
happen.
yeah, but I would take that over like
I believe the Mexicans
dyeing,
do the
dyeing their hair and like arguing about feminism.
Okay, we've reached our race realism quota. I will just give my answer. It would be Japanese or Korean, South Korean specifically. So I'm not like trying.
I was gonna say.
find an
I was
impressive
gonna
wife like Big Soda. I'm not looking.
You're
I
a
was
North
gonna
Korean
say
type of guy.
Japan or Vietnamese. I was gonna say Japan or Vietnamese if I had to pick between.
I mean, Vietnamese is the same argument.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
UGI, the fact now, your government betrays you.
Okay,
Well, and see,
people says I throw frozen meat at my husband. That's better than a frying pan, I guess.
I mean, to be honest, that's a win. That's a win-win. I mean,
because then you get some.
If I had to choose, go to an Asian country and pick a bride. If I had to choose.
No, the real question is who's at the bottom of our list. That's the real question.
Indians.
Indians.
Talk like in the middle.
Yeah, like give us your ranking real quick.
That's a lot of
and blacks.
That's a lot.
All right, well, can I just say one thing?
Like 5. Wait, let's just say like Asian, Latino, white, and black.
Persian.
Rank 'em.
Big booty Latinos.
Yeah, Middle Eastern.
Middle Eastern. What?
So I would say
Middle Eastern's on bottom.
Asian on top. I'll say like from Africa,
Like
Africa.
a Christian from like Iran.
Second, and
bottom.
Wait, so you don't
Well,
like black
to be
women?
fair,
but
Middle
your
East is like
second
mixed of
favorite is
everything.
Africa.
I understand.
That's like saying I hate Jews, but I want to date Israeli.
No Jews.
At the very bottom, below the scale.
Disingenuous to say that. I don't want to date black women. They're the lowest.
say
But your second
FBAs.
favorite are black women from
Alex,
Africa.
that would be like Myron saying I hate Jews, but I love Israeli women. They're at the top of my list.
That's true. That is kind of like that.
Well, there are Palestinian Israelis. So.
Sir, can I just say something? With respect, you said black women are at the bottom. Do you know that black women in this country are some of the highest educated women in society?
Nobody wants an educated
Yeah, sure.
woman.
I don't care
Nobody
about
gives a
that.
shit about that.
That's gay.
African American women.
Also, I would like to say black women, African American women, voted 93% against Donald Trump. So thank you,
No.
black women.
Hey, black women are L. They're fat as fuck. The average black woman weighs 187 pounds. Unacceptable. Nobody wants them. They're loud. Their hair isn't real. They're obnoxious. Like, nah, man, we're good, man. They're
No, when we talking about
Sir, you are correct. That black
attraction,
women are
I would say that proudly.
1,000% correct.
For the record, my hair is real.
I was trying to, but you would cut me
the
off.
black woman is the lowest, and I mean FBA, like African American women.
That's what you mean. Yeah. I
Even
agree, sir.
African women or people don't even look at FBAs as themselves. So
Yeah.
there's levels to
That's
it.
true.
If you didn't know that.
Yeah. To answer your question, bro, for me, I'm not against interracial marriage, but I do understand that people want to preserve their lineage and their race. So if someone wants to marry within their race, I think they should be able to do that without being shamed. But when it comes to like me, I'd probably want a woman that's like at least an Arab.
What about Aryan women?
Like, so I'd prefer.
So you would date Ilhan Omar?
No,
Aryan,
she's
you're
not Arab
talking
at all.
like
She's a
German.
dirty Somalian. Yeah, so that's I would like to start there. Does that mean it's required?
Oh, I thought
Are you
said
sure?
Aryan.
Ideological similarities, yes. You know.
No, like Aryan is from.
I'm not defending Ilhan Omar. I think she's
No,
disgusting.
I thought they were German sex.
Basically a Trump supporter. All right, Oluwaz Arungundale or Arundale Cully. Who is this? Oluwaz. Are you?
Oh, so they were promoting Indians?
The windmills,
It's like super
the
African.
German
I know,
windmills,
dude,
they
I love
had
Not even trying.
Show me the way.
You can't read. What are you? I went to
It's right there.
LSU.
Wakanda.
I lost a lot of
Middle
respect for
First round
Germans.
draft pick, man. This guy-
The Germans thought that they came from
Well, that
India,
was
and
when
then
they
they
were-
became like white. So like they
that-
had a confused
Hold on.
idea of kind of like
That was
ethnology.
when India was still under like colonialism, and they had more respect for themselves until they got decolonized. Yeah. They were still like respectable because they were
Okay,
like,
German women
we
are
had-
now on the bottom.
That's why, fun fact, sometimes on chess.com, like this has happened a lot of times when I play chess.
I don't
see
believe
someone
you.
with the username that says like Aryan something, and then I always think, oh, this guy's
We're
like,
saying
it's like a-
Aryan, not Aryan.
It's the same thing. It's just different pronunciation.
I don't
same
think it is.
spelling. It is the exact same thing, brother. Trust me, it's the same thing.
I think you should fact check that, 'cause I don't believe you.
I have. This is something I know like the back of my hand. I don't need to double
Oh, yeah.
check it.
Yeah, right.
You're an Aryan.
Somebody
You're
in
an
chat
Aryan
fact
expert.
check that.
Yeah, anyone can fact check
Somebody
it.
fact check that.
ARYAN.
Put it in
And
chat.
When people put it on chess.com, they are from India, and so they don't mean it in like the same type of way that I.
Well,
take
hold
it.
on. To be fair, the Indians want to be wish they
That
were
is true.
Indian.
That's true.
They wish they were Korean.
They wish they were Aryan.
Well, to be fair, they wish
Some
they
of
were
them
anything
are.
but that.
I mean, I don't. Can I like
I
screen
do
share
see-
this or?
Except for
I do see a lot of Indians
except black.
worshiping the mustache man.
They do because they freed them from the British rule, and then it led to the decline and trash everywhere
And poop.
and throwing cow poop.
Yeah. See, I'm looking it up now. It's a Sanskrit word. It's a term originating from the ethnocultural self-designation of the Indo-Iranians. It stood in contrast to nearby outsiders whom they designated non-Aryan or Aryan. In ancient India, the
I don't
term was
believe
used
that.
by the people in the Vedic period. It is. You can look it up. I just
They're
fact-checked
changing
myself.
all the terms.
Wait,
They're trying to
That's what
say
term
that
has
Welsh,
always meant.
Irish, English
Where did you get that from?
a thing.
That is,
Where'd you get?
You can look
Where'd
that
you
up
read
on-
that from?
You can look it up on anything, brother.
No. Where did you read that from?
I read that on a Google dictionary, a Google definition, and I read it on Wikipedia.
That's
Hold
two
on,
great
Wikipedia.
sources.
I won't
You're the
recognize
best
that as an official
sources.
source.
It's
I will not take that as an official source, sir.
okay. Then you're
No.
retarded.
No.
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia, I could change it tomorrow.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
No, you
Yeah,
sound
Yes, I
holy
can.
shit. You sound like my 8th grade English teacher. You got to get with the times, brother. Try to change Wikipedia. Change the definition of Aryan tomorrow, and it won't last more than 2
big
minutes
soda.
before someone changes.
I was gonna say I've got pictures of me editing Wikipedia and changing it.
Yeah, you can change it. It will be immediately changed back.
But that doesn't. How do you know we're not in a period of it being changed when you read it?
This tells me you know nothing about Wikipedia. You can go to the edit history and you can see when the last time someone edited it was. You can see the
You're
top
right.
page. So,
do
you want me to check when the last time this has been edited?
I'm a guy that purposely goes to Wikipedia and changes things to confuse people.
Yeah, it lasts.
I am also one of those
probably
people.
Doesn't even go through. That's what I'm saying. I've tried to edit Wikipedia to be more factual. It goes away instantly, even if I'm saying factual stuff.
You just said even if you try to make it more factual, they change it. So
I know, because they have such
So I don't think that's reliable.
I don't think that's reliable.
If you have to edit it to make it more factual, that don't seem reliable.
What I'm saying is that
you just defeated your own argument.
No, I didn't.
Sir.
You're both retarded. What I'm saying.
You're retarded.
That is mean, sir.
Look, I'm full screening myself for this one. Okay, what I'm saying is on Wikipedia. If you
I don't know, let the chat vote.
If you are new to Wikipedia, even if you're trying to say something true, they will still shut it down because they have a high standard of who they edit. Wikipedia is still Biden latest or Biden.
Can we poll the chat to get the answer?
Bias laden.
Yeah, let's pull the chat.
I'm not polling any chat. Okay.
Poll the chat.
One's in chat if you're on Team Coonfluence.
I'm just speaking
Two's in chat if you're on Team Big Soda.
I think that Wikipedia is ideologically scrambled. How do I get to this right thing? I do think Wikipedia is ideologically scrambled. I'm just saying the fact that if you edit Wikipedia and you're trying to say something true, if your account is new, because there's been so much vandalism by people like you, Big Soda, that they have to make a lot of, and you, K2, both of you actually probably.
No, and you.
Well, no, I did not vandalize. I tried to change a correct thing. It was actually an article. It was about the amount of cocaine that was in the original.
All I'm hearing is
and
excuses,
I happened to know
Big
about
Soda.
it, and so I changed it and took it off. Anyway, the last time the Aryan Wikipedia page has been changed has been 12 days ago. So no, it is not a case of we just happened to go in at the right time.
It was changed 12 days ago by some guy in India.
If it was no, it was. You can look at the edits. You can do that if you want. It's not changed. You're distracting me. We're going back to the video. You can check the wiki page, okay?
Well, I guess you lost that argument.
You're the first round draft pick.
What's
a first round draft? You not watch sports?
No, does the chat actually do that?
That's a compliment.
There's no one in chat. I'll check.
Oh.
Damn. All right.
Hold on. I can fix that.
Alawaz.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a
Or what's your opinion? Give us your opinion.
So, I mean, I do plan to become the president of the United States in the future.
Guys.
So I'm thinking about, okay, how can I solve all these different kinds of problems? So I was looking at women right now. Obviously, women are, as you can see by the Mia Khalifa knockoff up there right now.
Stay on YouTube, compliments.
Right? And we kind of
Why'd you kick me?
Society in many different ways. I'm thinking of okay, how can we incentivize women to be mothers again? I was thinking okay, we could
Let's
maybe
poll the
use
chat. We'll
government.
figure it
I
out.
don't know if that could work. So I was maybe wondering what do you guys think that would look like? Okay, we know women, if they're single mothers,
there was a 2 in chat.
helping them stay
Can
that way.
we
They don't
skip
have any
over
kind
his
of
question? I don't
incentive
like
to be
his
mothers.
question.
So I'm okay, do we pay them to not be? Pay them to not want to be single mothers?
This question's gay.
Come on,
Say, I got the answer. No, come up. I got the answer actually.
Yeah, making a dono goal. Okay,
So I heard.
for me to get
I heard this
premium.
from.
Hey guys, shut up in the back. No disrespect, but we're trying to, have
So
a
I
show.
heard this from Lisa. Who
I don't know,
works,
dude.
Lisa
I'm not
Marks is
giving you
great.
money, you
She was telling me
homeless
that in Brazil,
fake.
they went to the sitcom, the soap operas, and they said write all
He's
these
just a
plot points
Pidgey.
about the famous women characters.
No, it's a
They have
white
babies.
dude
And then all of a
with
sudden,
shorts
all of the
and a
drama
winter
shows
coat,
were about
and they
how
all
great it
look
was to have a
new.
baby, and then the birth rate.
He wants me to pay for his privilege.
So what's your opinion? I like you, Alawaz.
Guys, you can't let my
I got a suggestion on this. Yeah, so to get women back in the kitchen, we got to treat it like an airport. And what I mean by this, like Group 1 boards now, Group 2. So Group 1 is going to be the hot girls that, need to have kids anyway, right?
Yeah.
Then it's going to be the mids. And then the last ones are going to be the fat bitches.
Yeah.
They're going to be the last ones to board, and they can't go back to the kitchen and open up the fridge. They can only cook. So that's how we got to do it. We got to do it.
We gotta put them in the camp, though. We gotta put them in the camp.
Nothing.
You know, like in the camp, they're getting them back in shape and shit.
They'll go to fat camp. So
bro.
that's how we're gonna slowly get them back into the kitchen. We do it through waves. Hot girls first, mids next.
No,
then
but
the
how
fat
do you
women
make them
last.
go in the
but
kitchen?
then
Well,
because my whole thing. Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
Let
she
me
knows
go.
how to get him in the kitchen.
Yeah, because my whole thing. Oh yeah, of course. Now what the fuck? Anyway, no, but my thing is that okay. So we need to like find a way to incentivize them because right now, that's what I would say. When you look at media, entertainment, the biggest reason why I think a lot of women became, because the Jews run and everything. So a big way that they
Another
did
anti-Semite up here. Great.
Not really, man.
No, not really.
Yeah,
Not
but
really.
look, I have this
it's a
position where I'm
true
like, okay,
statement.
so entertainment, media, education system, it allowed them to see all these kind of different things. You're away from your
I'm
family.
glad
You
someone's
mentioned
saying
earlier
it so
that,
I don't have
You were
to.
saying that somebody grew up in an alt-right family, and then all of a sudden, like when they left that family, they changed. So what I'm saying is, there's a lot of
It's
girls that are
probably
actually
best.
conservative.
No, when she left the family, she did not change. She wanted to change for a very long time. She made a decision.
But
It's very
how
different.
did she make that decision? Like
because her
where did she go?
because her alt-right family would not allow her to date anybody.
Yeah,
they
I
would
think
not
they
allow her
made
to even
capitalism
speak
so
to the
everybody could
opposite
get
sex.
rich
She
and
wanted
something.
to be herself. That was
And then
not
they made
no,
communism
but
after so
protecting
they
her
could take
from
it all away.
herself.
Absolutely not.
Yes,
if they were
No.
still protecting her,
Hold on,
first of all,
they were. No, hold on. No, wait.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know what I'm talking
No
about.
idea.
Shut that Jew down.
The thing is, the reason why do you
She's
think
a great mother.
why do you think so many parents don't want their kids to go to school anymore? Because
Yeah,
if
you
you
can't
let your
talk
kids,
over a
I'll
black
tell you why.
person?
No, listen. If
Well,
you let
is
your
that a
kids,
rhetorical
if you
question?
If you let your kids go to fucking school, they see all this gay bullshit. They see all
Right,
the
exactly.
trans flag. They see all this
Let me
bullshit.
respond to that.
And no, listen. Now the families can't protect these kids from the bullshit. And so they're like, hey, I've seen the worst of the world.
So-
I want to protect my daughter from a lot of this bullshit. I don't want them to see this shit, so I can protect them. You see, she went out there
I would like to
and she
respond to
started
that.
enacting a lot of the bullshit.
Let's go.
So we have to put them in a position where
Are you
we protect them
saying
from
because of his
themselves.
skin color he
There are
can't sit down?
300,000 teachers in this country.
Are you
out of
saying he
those
has to go to the back of the
300,000
bus?
teachers, how many of them you think are forcing kids to be gay?
No. You see, no. Wait. That's not how it works. Nobody's forcing anybody to do anything.
Do you have kids in the school
listen,
system?
I don't have children. I'm 24 years
but
old.
you know what you're talking about,
No,
though.
I do.
Yeah.
I know a lot. I'm gonna tell
No
you right
kids
now.
in
I'm
the
not
school
you right now.
system.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Okay, listen.
Yeah.
What I'm saying. No, listen. We gotta understand how environments work. You are gonna assimilate to your environment when you are seeing things, when you're around things. It's not about
What
force.
environment?
No, listen. No,
Nature
any
versus
environment,
nurture.
bro.
Give me evidence. Give me proof.
No. Okay, nobody. No, all of a sudden everybody's gay now. Kids are questioning their sexuality. Why wasn't this happening
answer that.
before?
I'll
Why?
answer that.
No, I'll tell you.
Another rhetorical
this
question.
shit-
Everybody- I mean,
let me talk. I'll let you go. I
they
don't mind
get
letting you
getting
go.
close.
I know
I'll let you
why
fucking go.
I
Shut
can't
the
say
fuck
it
up, bro.
Okay.
to influence
Make
the
your
channel.
point. Make your point.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Now,
Make your
really
point.
came over
It
here
has
and talked
something to
shit.
do with the
What I'm
guy
saying is,
wearing the hat.
and when we allow people to see things, you assimilate to your environment. If all your friends are trans, if all your friends are gay and you're hanging around them, you're just gonna start adopting these ideas. If you don't like those ideas, you end up like having to fight your friends. You get ostracized from the group. Women especially, they're not like men, bro. We can fight off shit. We're not gonna listen to bullshit. If we don't fuck with some shit, we're like, get the fuck out of here. But women, they're like, they're communitarian. I want to be around my friends. You know what? I do think I'm bi now. I do think I like girls. They get into that kind of nonsense. But when you're protected by your family, your dad's gonna
Well,
be able
girls
to tell
can
you,
be
fuck
tend
no,
to
you're
be
not trans.
bi
You're a
and
woman. You can't
lesbian, so
become
they
a
get
man.
free
And
drinks
all
at
this
the
other
bar.
Let me just respond to what you just said.
Agreed.
I feel like I'm speaking to the male version of Candace Owens, but that's okay. So you asked a question,
Shout out
which
to Candace,
was,
though.
why are so many people are gay now? Well,
Yeah.
I'll tell you why. Now, I'm not gay. I don't think there's anything wrong with
You
that.
might be.
But I will, but I will
I
say
think he's
this.
pretty
This
close.
is the point. This is the point that I would like to make. The reason why it appears as though there's more people that are coming out now is because there are less bigots in the world that are telling it's bad to be gay.
Brainwashing.
They were protecting them from this shit.
That's
See, this is what you don't understand. You're saying
Bullshit.
when you just allow people to do whatever they want, everybody just do whatever you want. You can be gay, you can be trans.
Yeah, it
you
is
can
okay
this.
to be gay. It is.
Every single position of society has gotten worse year after year after
So you
year
think gay
after year.
people are
The
responsible for that?
feminism doesn't work. The Jewish feminism doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's a failed shit. We need to stop doing the bullshit.
Let me stop
when we
being
look
gay.
back to the 1950s, before
brilliant.
all this bullshit, where family was the main thing, you weren't going out, you weren't seeing all this other kind of bullshit. What happened is now you're protecting people from themselves. Not everything is a good fucking idea.
So you don't think people
we
should be
realize
gay?
shit is a bad.
I want to answer this. I'm gonna
Sure,
respond.
go ahead.
Identification.
We got to go back to Weimar,
LGBTQI
Germany.
plus identification among Gen
And what
Z
they
has gone
did.
dramatically down.
That that helped
It's
it
gone
from
down.
spreading.
So when you're saying like more people are coming, that's not true. It's not happening.
Okay, so he made that case, not me, that there's more people today that are getting gay.
No, I'm talking about
Just like
between
it's not
that.
coming out, it looks that way. That's not the case.
Well, I've
What
talked to
happened
plenty of
during
people
that
feel
time
way. They
that
feel more
caused
comfortable.
people
And
to
past couple of
to
weeks
have
is that
bonfires,
trans identification
let's say.
particularly collapsed recently. And Bill Maher made a
Yep.
great point. He said, why is it happening in California and not Ohio?
So you don't think you should be gay? You think gay is bad for society?
No. See, this is my thing. We should not be promoting the expression of gay. We can put
Saying
these
it's
people.
okay to
no,
be gay?
listen, shut the fuck up, bro. Like every single time you
it's a
interrupt.
debate.
Damn.
And then get rid of
But listen. Look, what I'm saying is, okay, look. My thing with the gay thing. Okay, sure, you're gay. Nobody has to know you're gay. Nobody has to know it. There doesn't have to be flags. Nobody has to know. There was a time where it's like, okay, you were gay, you kept this shit in the fucking closet, and it was good. And this was a very good thing because it's like, hey, in society, we can't just do whatever we want. If we want good things to happen in society, we have to have discipline. Hey, expressing this gay thing is going to confuse children. This is not good for children
So
to
if
see.
somebody says they're gay,
yeah,
a
go ahead.
5-year-old is going to say, hey, I'm going to be gay.
It happens. What the fuck, bro?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
So ridiculous.
That's a good question. No, I actually want to entertain that.
Okay, that is stupid. Obviously, social contagions can happen. I feel like both people on both sides can acknowledge that, right? Like more, even the most left-leaning person must see that, like, the more people that are like trans celebrities and stuff, the more people are gonna be like, oh, maybe I'm trans as well, right? Like, the more socially acceptable you make something, the more people are gonna be like, hey, maybe, right? That's just like, and I feel like both of you will agree with me on that.
Na 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 na.
Yeah, okay, yeah. If I play that song, I will get banned. I've heard that lesson before, so I will not. But you can probably sing it, and it probably won't get picked up. But yeah, I wish we had a leftist
I'm sorry,
on the
I didn't know.
panel, because I think that
I won't do that no more.
No, I think no. As long as it doesn't get picked up, which I don't think you'd have to be really on key for it to get identified, unless you're me, in which case I identified immediately. But
Well, I don't want to take that risk. I wish you would have told me that earlier.
yeah, no, that apparently is like at least. Well, I know on Twitch it's fully banned. I know that on YouTube I'm actually not 100% sure, but I feel like YouTube is like even stricter than Twitch in a lot of cases. But okay, the social contagion thing, that just is true. That the more that like, even no matter how anyone feels about LGBTQ stuff, the more it is like spread as like a cool and a valid option. Obviously, the more people might be like, hey, maybe I'm this way, or maybe they were like on the fence, or maybe they never thought about it before. Like, I have a hard time believing that there was like so few trans people, like, I don't know, like 200 years ago or 50 years ago, right? And then all of a sudden it's like, now we have like a large amount of people being like trans or non-binary and stuff. It's hard to, I don't even think, at least the sensible leftists I've talked to agree that at least some of it is a bit of social contagion, right? Like even the most left-leaning people will agree that some of it is. And so for this Brian Shapiro to be saying none of it is, to me that's crazy. But I feel like K2 and Big Soda, I feel like you would both agree with me on that. But yeah, I wish there was like we need more leftists. See, you guys call me a leftist, but we need like an actual leftist, you know what I mean? Like a for real leftist.
That's a very, no, I know exactly. That's exactly that.
So
like,
ignorant.
We don't.
You're so
no,
ignorant.
It's not ignorant. No, look, you gotta understand. Children are squishy. Their brains are squishy. They're gonna see what their
So when they
parents are
put
doing.
before puberty and after puberty, people wake up one day and say, "Hey, you know what? A couple of my classmates said they're gay, so I think I'm gonna like penis now."
You assimilate to your friend group. Your environment.
I want to make
So
one
dumb.
point. I just want to make one point.
Yes.
This is our problem. Is when you see what is the difference, Brian? Just answer really quick between a gay person and a straight person. What is the main difference?
Well, obviously, one is
Who they're
attracted to the
sexually
same
attracted.
sex.
Okay,
Yeah, of
so
course.
when you put a pride flag in a classroom, what does that pride flag
Sure, I'll
symbolize?
give you my answer to
And
that.
I'm just saying it symbolizes who you're sexually attracted to. So this is my
I
problem,
think you
and
should
I'm
be
sure
proud to be happy for who you are. Nobody should tell you otherwise.
Regardless if you're gay or not, why are we celebrating
It's not in
somebody's
schools.
sexuality or their sexual preference in an elementary
Saying
school?
it's okay to be gay is not pushing
But
people to
why
be
are
gay.
we talking about sex in an elementary
It's
school?
not happening.
Stop,
That's not-
guys.
no,
Okay.
listen.
The big picture y'all are missing. Okay? You are wrong. The point is they put books in grade schools across the country that show people each
Which
other.
I don't agree with.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that.
And neither does he, and that's the fucking
See,
point.
No, exactly. And that's my,
that I don't agree with.
Look, listen. That's my whole point. Look, What I'm saying is, when we allow people to see certain things, not everything is good to see. Look, as a society, we have responsibility. Even if you're a gay man, like let's say you're gay, I don't know if you're gay or not, but let's say you're gay, right? If you understand that, hey, this might be detrimental to children, it's important for children to see a man and a woman together. That's important. It's very dangerous for a child to see a dad and a dad.
Why is that dangerous?
Because they're not going to understand they're not going to understand the difference between the masculine and the feminine. These
you
are
think people are born gay, or do you think they choose?
No. I mean, we can talk about that kind of stuff all day. But my whole point is,
I'm asking you.
No. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I don't know.
For you.
Even if
what a stupid question. What a stupid. Oh, I hate this guy. I said I hate this guy because he wants him to say that people aren't born gay, and he's going to call him a bigot. But from the psychological research I've read, looking at twin studies, if it was purely genetic, right? If you have a monozygotic twin who's gay, then the other one would be gay as well. And the concordance rate is high, but it's not like 100%. It's not even close to 100%. So obviously there's environmental factors, I think, that happen in early childhood.
Hey, I'll be right back.
Even whatever. There obviously is factors that happen. And so it's so insane that like you have to say you're either like born this way or you're not born this way, and like everything else makes you a bigot. And I don't know, Big Soda, do you agree with me on that?
No, I agree with you. And they've kind of stuck themselves in a weird dilemma, because like some of them argue that you're born gay, and then some of them argue the reality of choice, and that's why they have to promote it. And so you're stuck with this kind of dilemma of you either have to argue you're born that way or this is a choice and we have to embrace it.
Right, and I would say that's like in some ways it's a false dichotomy, because like in my opinion, I don't think many people, like I don't think there's like random people are just like, I'm gonna choose to be gay. I think like that's what the hat guy, like just his normal hat, not like the secondary hat he has. That's what he wants to present, right? Is that like, oh, the two sides are like, oh, you're either like choosing it or you're not. But like, I think the third option is that you could be born in a way that you could be either, and then you go through environmental factors that then makes you more likely to have same-sex attraction. And I don't think there's any bigotry in saying that. That's just like, that's bared out in all the studies I've seen, because again, the concordance rate would be way higher, and it's not. And so if people have identical genetics, then it's either an epigenetical factor, or it's like some type of environmental factor, or it's something that happens in utero. And it might not be a choice, right? I'm not saying that when you're 12, you're like, hey, I'm going to start like lusting after guys. But it's like, it doesn't, to say that, yeah, it's either are you born this way or are you not, is like definitionally a false dichotomy. And that's why I hate that guy with the hat, because he just wants to like paint anyone who doesn't think that as a bigot. And I've like met so many people like that, where it's like, you have to say you're born this way or you're a bigot. And it's like, there's a third option of environmental factors, which is what the science bears out from what we know.
No, that's true, because I mean, especially when you start to look at, do they have role models that may fall under like the homosexuality tag? And you can see that kind of increases the likelihood that the person will be under the homosexual tag, just because of the fact that the role models play that intricate part.
Right, and then we'd have to look at like with trans, the concordance rate is even worse with like monozygotic twins.
Yep.
So they have the same DNA, but one twin will decide to be trans and one twin will decide to not be trans. And so what's happening there? Obviously, there's environmental factors, and we could debate all day if it's like happening early on or in infancy or in like an elementary school classroom. But we know that it's not just like you're born trans. I mean, we can say that pretty confidently based on concordance rate, right? Like, because if you have like some things, right, are like so hereditary, like there's certain things that you're just like born with this. If you're a twin, your twin will have this thing, right? If you have like some genetic condition, like you have cystic fibrosis, and you have a monozygotic twin, well, they're gonna have cystic fibrosis too. Trans is obviously not like that. Homosexuality is not like that, but trans is even less than that. So then definitionally, it's either environmental or it's a social contagion, right? It's just like logically it has to be. Frankie says Confluence quit simping for Myron. I don't know in what sense I'm simping for Myron. So I know you're just trolling me, Frankie. I know.
Think Richard Simmons was born straight?
All right, wait, guys.
There's DIY.
Oh, guys, it's a good
and there's
time.
doing it
Everyone,
yourself.
There's a goal right now. A goal for
It's the difference between being creative and being a creator. Between a homemade recipe and a household name.
For all the ones that give it up for him.
Let me answer this. Let me answer this for Brian. Now, first, let me start by saying I am of the traditional liberal. Like, I don't care if people are getting married. It's privacy for home, all that shit. Here's what ended up happening in schools. So the first argument made by conservatives back during like Prop 8 was that if we allow public gay marriage, the next thing they're going to do is start teaching children about sodomy. And the argument from the liberals was that will never fucking happen. There's a funny meme that's just a pie chart that everybody's seen because it went viral. And it's from 15 years ago, where it said things that will happen if gay marriage is legalized. And one of them was like, kids will be taught about sodomy, the terrorists will take over the Middle East, and like a bunch of scenarios that ended up fucking happening. And that's what the joke was. But to answer the question legitimately, I asked, why the fuck won't you shut up?
Wait, what's going on back there, guys? Seriously, we're trying to record a podcast. I know. Just go outside if y'all want to talk. We're not trying to be rude, but if
You're
y'all
on OnlyFans.
Yeah, I'm just saying, guys, if you guys want to have a conversation, go in the back.
Get the fuck out.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay, so here's what happens. I asked liberals on my show, why should we have a book explaining scat to fucking 10-year-olds. And they said, because that is a part of sexual experience for gay people. And if you remove that from a school, you are in violation of the Civil Rights Act for discriminating against gay people.
I don't agree with that.
Agreed. So the point is, when you defend the idea that we're going to have in schools this kind of shit, people say you are wrong. And then you come, well, I actually agree that it is wrong. So then there's no argument. It shouldn't be in schools. Get it the fuck out.
Okay, if there are specific books out there that are sexually explicit in nature, I certainly do not agree with that. But the idea that, because I hear a lot of attacks on teachers. I think there's the 300,000 teachers. I think there's a lot of teachers out there that do a really good job. And the attacks as a whole in general on all the teachers are indoctrinating our kids.
Let me ask you this question.
I don't agree with that.
So the point that was brought up was, if there is a gay teacher with a picture of his husband on the table and a child asks about his husband, should he say nothing?
So I think in Florida, in Ron DeSantis, they have what is it? I know people don't like me to refer to it as the "Don't Say Gay" bill, but in a way, that's kind of what it is and what you're referring to.
You mean the "Don't Say Straight" bill?
So here's my opinion.
You mean the "Don't Say Straight" bill?
Well, here's my opinion on what you said. I'll answer it. I think it's okay for a teacher to say, not to push somebody, but to say, hey, it's okay to be gay. It's okay to be trans. Be who you are. That's not pushing anybody to do anything. It's just saying be happy and be okay for who you are.
Why would a teacher have to say? I don't want a teacher saying it's okay to be straight. I don't want a teacher to talk about who your sexual predilections are toward at all. Is that crazy? Is that crazy?
It's not crazy, but to them it's pretty crazy.
Because it's nuts. Because I feel like I go both ways. Like in the same sense, like all the books that Tim Pool is talking about. Yeah, I think they're degenerate. But I don't want like hetero sex explicitly taught either. Like you talk about the basic biology, talk about reproduction, but like I don't want like hetero sex positions to be shown at all either. Like it's
here's a radical thought. Why not just remove sexual education from schools to begin with? I don't think there's any evidence that it's done anything productive.
K2 is panting, so either he was like absolutely having the gayest sex of his fucking life, or he was squatting 400 pounds below parallel. Which one was it, K2?
No, I had to run to the fucking bathroom. I was going to piss myself.
How far away is your bathroom, brother?
He's not at home. Can't you hear the turn signal?
Oh, I can. Okay. Still, if you're outside, the world is your bathroom, K2. You're a man.
Yeah, no, because he's probably picking up a trailer, and which means he can't just pee anywhere he wants because it's not his land.
K2, keep on pissing. That's what I always say. You know.
That's right.
Gay.
Question.
I have a question. I have a question.
Next question. Yeah. We have sex ed in schools.
Yes, correct.
And are you okay with it?
Well,
it depends.
Yes or no. What age are we talking about? I had it when I was like maybe 13, 14, something like that.
So with some restrictions that you would find, are there circumstances where sex ed is acceptable?
Depends on the age and the content.
Agreed. So the answer is yes. So the question then is, LGBTQ activist groups have argued that if you have sex ed, you must include sodomy.
No, I think that's wrong.
Okay, now you're anti-gay and you're in violation of precedent.
Definitely not anti-gay.
The argument under the courts is you cannot discriminate.
If there are
against people
extreme
being gay.
examples of that at children before puberty, I have a serious problem with that. My only point is very, very simple. It's okay to be gay. It's okay.
How are you going to go on a panel and then say if? I fucking hate this guy's ifs. If. Like, I am not on this panel. If I was on Tim Pool, I'd be way more booked up than I am. And I know it's not if. I've personally read the curricula in like so many states and so many of my own provinces that explicitly talk about like very sexual stuff in like a grade 5, grade 6 context. So how is this guy going to say like, if those exist, then I'm against them? Bitch, you know they exist. And if you don't know they exist, then you shouldn't be on any type of political talking about this stuff. Like, absolutely not. I feel like he does know, and he just doesn't want to admit he knows. Because otherwise, he's a retard who shouldn't be on like some political panel talking about all this stuff. Like, just stay out of the conversation.
Okay to be trans at any age. I think anybody should be able to say that, and that's it. It shouldn't be any more.
But then I have a question about that. Well, how far does this go? How far does it keep? For example, when it comes to identification with the he, him, they, them, all this other shit.
Yeah.
How far does that go? We could keep going forever.
Depends on the age.
When you say depend on, but
if you're a 10-year-old kid
Yes.
and a teacher says it's okay to be gay and it's okay to be trans, which by the way I'm okay with, you should not be able to talk any further.
No, but it's gonna start going further. So it's gonna be, I want to be a lizard. I want to be this. So
yeah, it's gonna go farther.
No, listen.
It never
listen.
stopped.
It
There
doesn't get that far. The point is, what I'm saying is, we need to have limits. What I'd ask you, where do you think
there are limits?
Yeah, but I'm saying
we have limits.
No, it's gonna keep going. First it was just okay, people getting gay marriage, right? It was just gay marriage. That was the first thing, and then it started more and more stuff. Okay, well, we need to show up for the lesbians. We need to show up for people are trans. I don't think I was born actually. I'm a woman, but I think I'm a man, or I'm a man and I think I'm a woman.
And that's something that you need to speak to your parents.
I will say this is probably a tired conservative thing to say, but it is so true that back in the day when like with the whole like with Obergefell looming on the horizon, right, and gay marriage being accepted and everything, the conservatives said it's going to go further than this, and the whole left wing said that's a slippery slope fallacy. All we want to just be able to visit our loved one at the hospital, right? And so we need to be married for that. And the conservatives said, no, it's going to go more than that. It's going to become all these other things. And then the left said, you guys are crazy. You're seeing ghosts. And now we're in 2025.
And so who was right, Confluent?
So well, this is why the conservatives
Who
were
was right? Yep.
Absolutely. Like, we have gone so beyond Obergefell, it's not even funny. We have Obergefell is like a fucking, you can't even see it. K2, if you're driving truck, you couldn't even see it in your rear view mirror. It's like, it's fucking gone. Even if you're on a flat plane, if you're going through the prairies of Canada, right? There's not a bump in the road, man. You're just going straight. You still couldn't see that shit in your rear view mirror.
And do you remember the other big argument conservatives made about allowing gay marriage? Is that they would then teach it to your children.
Yeah.
And it's kind of, and it sucks for gay people, but this is a reality of something this cultural, or this, like, I guess, ingrained in culture, is once the gays got it, then the trans people get it. Then the people who identify as something totally other than trans. And then it's just this big blob that just keeps growing and growing and growing.
Yeah, it's hard to know because it's like, I understand the point of like that people would say, well, yes, like, yeah, like going back to like 2008 or whatever. It's like, yeah, it's a fair argument to say, yes, okay, we want the civil unions as we talked about, right? They should be the same. It's a handle on the governmental level, and there's legitimate arguments there. But it's just crazy to me that all the conservatives got called insane for correctly predicting what actually ended up happening now. Right? Like,
yep.
But I don't know what the answer is because, like, yes, I think Obergefell in and of itself, I don't think is horrible in the context of a civil union, right? Like, I don't like that the marriage is blended with the religious and the secular and all that stuff, which we agree on. But then it's like, yeah, it's I don't know what to do with that. Whereas the slippery slope that all the people predicted ended up coming true. So it's like going back in time. It's like, I don't know what I would tell everyone at that table because it's like, well, the conservatives that are like fear mongering were like correct in that way. Like, they were correct,
I mean,
but it didn't have to go in that direction. But it did go in that direction. It didn't have to.
To be fair, it's probably something that kind of needed to go in that direction just because it was a big political moment where people had to realize that there's certain people that are driving this that aren't just okay with just gay marriage, and it's kind of this weird identity crisis that they're throwing at a lot of people where they're kind of turning people into just cogs that get to pick and choose what they want in life instead of, the realities of the world.
Okay, let me actually, Big Soda, can I push you on something? Okay, this is a bit tangential, but honest.
I got a problem with everything.
Okay, K2, I'm open to extending this to you, but I think you're just gonna troll me. But I want to hear both your thoughts. But if K2, but like, be real with me, okay? So, are you both like repeal the 19th Amendment type people? Like, should women be able to vote right now?
Yes. Right now, like as of our political structure right now, yes.
Okay. K2,
I think we should make it where nobody votes and we have a monarchy.
Okay.
No, I'm just joking. I don't know. Like, I think there's way too many stupid people voting who doesn't know.
Right, but that applies to men and women, right? Let's be real.
Yeah, that's both.
Right. Okay, so I guess my question is, so like, you could say all of feminism kind of, or, well, it depends on where you put that, but modern feminism started like at the suffragette movement, right, with women voting, which I would think, yes, in my opinion, as a cuck liberal, apparently, I think women should be able to vote. Although, it sounds like maybe we all agree on that. But then, so I'm trying to draw an analogy here because we want women to vote. We want women to have like certain rights, obviously. But then now we like punt forward, and because the people at the time probably said, hey, if you allow this, we're gonna get into like more and more feminism where it will destroy us. And now with like third, fourth wave feminism, we're kind of reaping what we sowed. But then that doesn't mean that like women shouldn't have had the vote. Like that was still women should still be able to vote. But it's like that opening up that can of worms, you could argue, as like Andrew Wilson would, or like people of his ilk would argue, well, that led to like all the catastrophic things we see from feminism now.
All right, how about this? Anyone who's on any social stuff who don't contribute, I don't believe should vote. You want a more serious answer.
Right, but that's not the question. Is about feminism, though. That's what I want to know.
Well, I think
feminism that's okay and good that I think most sensible people.
You told me to give you my true answer, what I would believe, and that's what I believe.
The problem, the problem with women voting is it opened the doors to then allow illegals to vote, and then it opened the door to lower the voting age. So I think it could be a similar situation to the gay marriage thing, to where that certain political institutions are then using this to push it to go even further.
Right. Okay. But then I guess my question is, I agree that once you open that gate, a bunch of bad things happen, but I still think that gate should have been opened. I think that women still should have been given the right to vote, even if I don't like third and fourth wave feminism, right? So then
I guess.
So what's the solution?
True.
I think I would be fine with like Obergefell, especially from a civil union point of view. But the conservatives were right that it did lead to a slippery slope where everything now is cucked. But then it's like, what do we do in both of those examples? Like, because there's a kernel of truth. You want to allow, you want like gay people to have like civil unions. So yeah, you want them to be able to see their partner in a hospital room, and you also want women to vote. But you don't want third wave feminism, and you don't want like trans being taught in the classroom. So how do you like have what you want without it like slippery sloping into stuff you don't want? I guess.
I guess the best answer to that is, since you didn't stick up the first time, then you need to draw your line at where you're ready to die on that hill. And then when you get to there, you just got to be ready to die on that hill, even if you're now the new conservative saying what the old conservatives were saying back then, the crazy outlandish thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So you're saying that like we should be, but I guess it's.
You find your line where you're like, no, this is going too far, and you stick to that line, and you don't give ground.
But it's so, I guess, okay, so my I guess my counter, I agree with you, but I guess my counter is like, so many people will draw their line at a different point. Like some people hate second wave feminism, and to them that's their hill they want to die
I hate
on.
it all.
But not, and yes, some people hate it all. Some people, like myself, I'm like second wave feminism. Yeah, that's
Learning
like, fine.
history.
It's like it's whatever. And then I think third wave is where feminism went really like off the rails. So then that's where I would personally draw my line. But the problem is then we're not unified because we're all people like
That's
K2
true.
draw it at the beginning. I draw it at third wave. Big Soda.
That's true,
here's
but you
how you
kinda-
need to look at it. Here's how you need to look at it. If it wasn't for the first, the third would never happen.
I know, but that's my point. But like the first was still a good thing. Like that's
No.
my whole question. Is
No,
the
it
first
just
is
led to
giving
the
women
third
the right
thing.
to vote. But I think
No,
women
it
should
just
have
led
the
to the
right-
third
right
thing.
to vote.
But it's just one of those things to where, I mean, yeah, but you kind of have to do the same thing that the first people did, is you just have to stand your ground, and then even when it goes past your line of comfort, you still have to, treat it as though this is an unacceptable line that should have never been crossed.
Right.
And that's the only thing you can do, because everyone disagrees at where that line is.
Right, that's fair.
And so now you should team up with, I guess, the people who didn't want women to vote to begin with, to see if you can try and push that line back to where your comfort level is.
Right, I guess you get more and more people joining the movement the further you get. So like even if my line is different than yours or K2's, now I'm on the same side as being like, okay, now we're crossing a line where like for both examples where I think feminism has gotten toxic and I think the LGBTQ movement has gotten toxic. And I guess, yeah. Okay, I'm going to read this chat. I don't know if I agree with this. Alpha, the first one, good to see you in chat. You cannot fix the dating problem and let women have agency. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I agree with that. Regulation is a solution and women don't like that. Say more, Alpha, the first one, because I don't want to take away women's agency. I don't think that shouldn't be necessary to fix the dating problem, I hope. Can you guys talk in a non-TOS way? I have to pee really badly, and I'm trusting. Actually, Big Soda, you have to be the adult in the house, okay? Because K2's the crazy one, okay?
I'll try and regulate them.
Oh wait, K2's not even in here. Okay, I don't know where K2 went. Okay, Big Soda,
I think he just stepped down for a second.
Can you entertain my chat for like 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Without breaking TOS?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go straight to Star Wars slurs.
Oh, sure. Hey, better than like normal slurs, you know? Okay,
all right, so we're ranking Star Wars slurs. So this is where I'm at. I'm thinking Jawas definitely in my top 5. So I'm thinking Jawas are probably, if I had to put them 3, just because they go around stealing stuff, they're bad for the environment. They're always committing crimes. I would probably go whatever alien stole Anakin or enslaved Anakin Skywalker. He's probably 2, because he owns people. He's greedy. The Jedi mind tricks don't work on them. Then if I want to go 1, I'm probably going Tusken Raiders, just because they're the closest you get to those sand people as you can get. Like, they're always blowing stuff up. They're taking down, infrastructure. They can't speak properly. Just very degenerate type people. 4, I'm probably going to go Clankers, the droids, just because they have no mind of their own. They just follow whatever orders they get. And then that leaves 5. 5 has got to be... Ooh, that's a tough one. 5 is probably the Jar Jar Binks race, because they're just dumb. They don't really look like they evolve much. They're throwing sticks and rocks at people. They look like they're pretty far on the slur pole. It's just like a group of just low-educated, dumb water people. So that's my top 5. We got at number 1 Tusken Raiders. Number 2 we've got the space little hat people. The people that own Anakin. At number 3 we've got the Jawas. They're just always stealing. At 4, we've got clankers. And then at 5, we have the Jar Jar Binks race. And so these can translate pretty.
You legit are still talking about Star Wars. Sometimes I just wonder if I just like, let's say I just didn't come back for like 2 hours. Could you like still be
If
talking
you don't
about Star
come,
Wars?
no, if you don't come back, I'm gonna start somehow transitioning that to actual slurs.
Oh no. Okay, yeah. There probably is the slippery slope. Very, very related to what we're talking about.
Yeah, if you start at Star Wars, you always end at real life.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, thank you for holding down the fort.
No, especially with. I don't think it's a bad thing that women vote. I think it's kind of one of those necessary evils that I'm okay with in society. Just because, I mean, women overwhelmingly vote Democrat, women overwhelmingly vote with their feelings. But I think since we've taken the aspect of the draft away and there's no more duty or responsibility with your vote, then I think it's just kind of one of those necessary evils we have to.
Wait, not to pull Andrew Wilson on you, but there still is, you still have to register, right, for the draft. We just haven't had a draft since Nam, but like you still do have to register, and if there was a war, they might call your ass.
But I mean, the same duty isn't there though. It's kind of one of those to where, I mean, earlier on in our country, it kind of justified men's right to vote. And then since we've gone more to an egalitarian style method, I don't think that requirement's still there. I don't think the duty's still there to justify taking rights away from people.
Right. I agree. I think that's a fair answer, because I think even though we technically have, you have to like sign up and stuff, the fact is we haven't had a draft in like 50 years or something.
And to be fair,
do it unless it was an existential threat. Is the truth?
Yeah, it's kind of like the American society has kind of gone away from the idea of the draft just because just the negative reputation that it's kind of garnered.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. That's actually a well-reasoned take.
And I don't know how successful this would be, but I'm starting to be convinced that maybe it should be kind of a household type thing to where one household gets a vote, and it should be kind of some aspect of that, just because I don't think that. I mean, I understand voting is a right, but to be honest, at a certain point, it kind of seems like not everyone should vote.
The problem with that is, do you mean like, okay, so one household, but then if you're like a single man or woman, are you saying no?
It's just one household. Yeah, it would just still be one household, so it would just be you.
Wait, so I would have to. Would I have
You
to
would
be
have
married
to. What do you
to
mean?
vote? Would I have to be married to vote? Or okay, but then we still get a bunch of single women voting then.
I mean, that's true, but I didn't say it'd be successful. I just said I'm being convinced of that kind of thought process. The only thing is
L for the first. Does anyone know L for the first?
No, I don't think so.
L for the first. You have to cam up.
He's probably not the second alpha. I can tell you that.
And then you got to give me one of these. Give me one of these. Okay. All right, Alpha. Good to see you. Okay, what were you saying in chat? How do you want to? How do you think we can take away women's agency, or why do we think that's justified? Or just explain your message.
All right, let me codify this argument, because you guys are almost there, and I'm gonna use the analogy of a man with a knife in his head. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, let me know, because I live in Southern California. I live about 5,000 feet up, and we don't have the greatest internet. So let me know if you can't hear me. All right.
So far.
Essentially, you have a man called society, and you have a knife called feminism, which is basically women's agency. And women agency, in a nutshell, is who they want to fuck, when they want to fuck. All right, that's all it is. They want to have sex who they want to have sex with, when they want to have sex with. So they call that feminism. So the knife is feminism, and the man is society. The knife of feminism is stuck in the man's head. And this man is walking around talking to everybody saying, my head is hurting. My head is hurting. And then you look at him and you say, Well, the reason why your head is hurting because you got a knife stuck in your head. Let me take that knife out. That's not what people are doing, though. What they're doing is he's going around and he's saying, my head is hurting, my head is hurting. And they're saying, well, guess what? Just stay where you are. We're going to get some Tylenol and we're going to put some bandages around your head. And then you come back next week and we'll give you some more. Essentially, what you guys are arguing, and everybody's arguing this, nothing is going to change until you pull the knife out of the man's head. What am I saying? You are almost there when you said appeal the 19th Amendment. This is the brutal, brutal, brutal truth, and I'm going to say it. Nothing is going to change until you regulate women's sexual behavior, i.e., you have to take away their agency. They don't have any morals or ethics about dating and mating. They just do not. They don't give a shit. All right? All the 70 years that we have given them agency since the sexual revolution has proven that women don't give a damn. They don't care, period, about dating and mating. They don't have it. That's the simple, brutal truth that nobody wants to say.
Okay, first question. You're not Marte, are you? Because you really sound like Marte.
No. I'm Alpha, man. I'm from Southern California. I don't know Marte.
Your cadence is just like so simple.
Well, let me use your analogy. So we use the analogy of the knife stuck in the head. So right now, if we were to try and repeal the 19th Amendment, it would probably fall flat on its face. So we kind of have to play a strategic political game to where we either have to roll back rights in general, or we have to get overwhelming support to have the men population outvote the woman population. So if we remove the knife from the head, what will happen generally now is you'll just bleed out and die, and it will not be successful. So, I mean, I agree with you that women voting is a problem. It's just I don't know how to tackle that problem without it becoming polarized and causing kind of a damage to our political system, because we will have men and women voting against each other, and women being more emotional will garner more support in voting us.
Okay, I'm going to say the truth, the brutal truth. I'm going to make it more specific. Everything you said is absolutely wrong. Good try, though. When I say take away women's agency, let me be very specific. The number one thing women fear from men is when men accept the truth, and transgender is proving that truth right now in real time, that men and women are not equal. That's right, I said it. Women fear when men understand that concept. In other countries around the world, they are not debating this. They are not debating women's agency. They're not debating women's voting. They're not dealing with single mothers. They're not dealing with divorces, stepdaddies.
Are those better countries, though?
Let me finish. The reality is women are afraid of men who say men and women are not equal. Period. Every time you study a society, you can look throughout history. As soon as that society starts saying men and women are equal, that's the beginning of the end. Period. You can look at all of them. Egypt, Greece, Rome, Babylonians, all of them. Period. It's just that simple.
Okay, I'll let you tell me when you're.
So what you're asking is essentially what you just said. When I say repeal everything, I'm not just talking about the 19th. You want to change this situation? You have to take them out of everything. They can't vote. They can't own property. They can't even exist without a man. It is what it is. Period. And it has to be in law. It has to be from the top to the bottom, because the truth is women need other men to protect them from other men. Period. Man can impose anything on woman at any time. Not that I agree with it, but that's the biological truth, and y'all know it.
And can you name me a nation that does that is better than
Iraq,
America?
Afghanistan, Pakistan. We can go to Saudi Arabia.
None of those countries are better than America.
I'm gonna say their dating system is better than us.
Yeah, but would you rather live in the Taliban-run Afghanistan or the United States of fucking America?
I'm telling you, their dating system. You asked about country. Country is everything. Economics, that's all that stuff. Their dating system, which is dating and mating, is better than us.
I know, but
period. They have
correlation between the dating system and the way they treat women, and then like how good their quality of life is, how good their GDP is, how good their ethics and morals are. You don't
see that you're mixing in two different conversations. We're talking about dating and mating, and you're talking about economics and geopolitical.
I'm asking. No, I am mixing, but I'm asking if you think there's a connection between those two things.
I'm telling you from a dating and mating standpoint, their dating and mating system is superior to ours. They don't have these issues.
I'm asking,
what are you asking?
I'm asking, do you think that dating and mating system of treating women as like, as you said, unequal and like kind of like second class people, do you think that's related to their overall morals, ethics, quality of life, GDP, or do you think that's totally unrelated?
Okay, if you remove that last part as far as GDP, I would say yes, but don't throw in the GDP part. So you're trying to throw in a whole nother subject. Keep it strictly to dating and mating.
Yeah, but
keep it strictly to that.
Yeah, but the reason I don't want to is because I think they're linked. If they weren't linked, we should be able to see a country that has like a super good quality of life, a super good ethical framework, and then also has your dating structure and how they treat women. But it's weird.
You ready for this one?
A big correlation between countries that treat women like shit and shithole countries. Like there seems to be a very direct correlation between those two things, which makes me.
You ready for this one? You ready for this?
I'm fucking ready, Alpha. Hit me.
Okay, those men in those countries, and it's not just them; it's all over. There's many cultures all over the world that don't even tolerate women's agency. Y'all just hear about those that I named, but there are several of them.
I know, yeah.
Those men have less money, they have less guns, less geopolitical power, they're shorter than us, all physical metrics were bigger than them, and their dicks are smaller than us. And they're guaranteed to get virgin brides. And they have lower divorces. They don't have any single mothers. They barely have that at all, unless his man died in war or some bubonic plague.
Okay, can I ask you a quick question?
Let me finish.
No, I want to ask you a question. Let me ask you a quick question. Would you rather, though, like live in Somalia and you get your virgin bride and like, yeah, there's no feminism and no single moms, or would you rather live in like the United States of America where we have like problems, but we're the US of A, or would you rather live in Somalia?
Let me finish my statement, then I'll answer your question.
Okay, fair.
Essentially, when you say the way you're looking at things and you have your position, you're saying, I don't like those countries with how they treat women. They treat women like shit. That's your perception because you growed up in this country. If you go to that country, they look at us like we're simps, how we treat women. You see the difference? They look at us and say, you guys are insane for all those single mothers. You guys are insane for all those divorces. You guys are insane for all these bastard children. You see the concept? Do you get it?
I get it, but I think we're comparing the decadence of the West, which I agree is bad, but we're comparing that with like fucking Somalia or Sudan or like what country are you punting toward? Because like again,
if you look at India,
question: would you rather live in Somalia or would you rather live in the USA? One of them has
for me
less.
I rather
going on, but
for me, I found my solution to date and mate in this country. And the solution is real simple. It's called co-parenting. You don't have to marry a woman to reproduce in this country. That's the number one threat to every man in America right now, that institution of marriage that y'all was just talking about. And you guys are correct. The track cons have lost that argument. They gonna let anybody, anything get married from here on out. It's done. It's done.
But okay, wait. Help me understand this, because you're like talking about like Afghanistan, which obviously you like have to marry, otherwise you're like it's like haram to like have a kid outside of wedlock in fucking Afghanistan. So like, how is that your example? If you live there, you live in the US means you can do co-parenting. If you lived in fucking Afghanistan or any of the other countries you named, you couldn't do that.
You asked me about would I want to live in those countries? And I told you no, but I use those countries to explain how they have a different dating and mating system than us.
I understand. I guess what I want to know, though, is do you think there's a correlation? Why is it that all the terrible countries that none of us want to live in treat women so poorly? You don't think there's like any relation with
You
that?
still ain't got it. What you just said, that last statement. You think they treat women poorly.
I think you agree.
They don't think that.
I know, but
they don't think that. That's the problem. You think they look at us and they're saying, why would anybody want to go to America? How they treat women? Do you get it? Difference of ethics and morals here. It's a difference of ethics and morals. You think it's ethically right to let a woman go out and get 5 husbands and have 5 baby daddies, or 3, like Rachel Wilson. Andrew Wilson's wife has 3 baby daddies. You think that's okay? I'm not saying you do, but that's what happens. They look at us and say, what is the hell is wrong with you people? Do you understand that? That's the point.
I understand, but like, okay, we're comparing, like, yes, in the West, we let women go out and like, yeah, do a bunch of degenerate stuff, like start an OnlyFans and stuff. But in like certain countries, right, they do female circumcision. And I would say like that one is like probably like worse. Like just like on a moral point of view, probably a worse thing to do, right? So like I get what you're saying, that like, yeah, we don't treat women the best either. But there's different types, right? If you can be like have acid thrown in your face, or be like stoned, or be circumcised when you're an infant as a female, that is like worse female treatment, right? Like, do you disagree?
Based on what you think.
I know.
I don't think you fully get that.
I'm asking what you think.
What I think, here's what I think. I think if this conversation about dating and mating and trying to solve the problems is null and void if you're not going to pull the knife out of the head. Agency has to go. You don't want to regulate women's sexual behavior. You want to let them keep doing what they're doing, all the stuff they're doing that they have all freedom to do. Then my opinion is not you specifically, but I'm telling people in so many words, shut the fuck up. It's going to happen. You are going to get more Rachel Wilsons. You're going to have more single mothers. You're going to have more bastard children, divorce. You're going to have all this shit.
I appreciate
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you didn't answer my question, if that's fair to say. You didn't answer my question.
What is, make it specific, because I don't want to confuse it.
Okay, my question specifically was, you say that, or they would say that in the West, right, we treat women badly because we let them do promiscuous things and stuff. And I said,
yes.
But in if you look at like certain, Muslim-run countries and certain African countries, they do female circumcision. They throw acid in women's faces. And I would say, which one of those is worse treatment toward women, in your opinion?
Oh, we are 100%. America is 100%. We treat women the worst.
So you think letting a woman be Rachel Wilson and having multiple baby daddies is you think that's worse than like circumcising a female infant?
Well, you're comparing 2 extremes here. You're comparing.
Well, yeah, but that's what happens.
Okay, so let's stop. I see what's going on here. You're picking body disfiguration, which is genital mutilation, right?
That's what happens.
But you're also, but hold on. You're also forgetting that they have lower divorces, less children out of wedlock.
I'm not forgetting that. I'm picking
so compare that. Compare those 2 things, because we have male. You do know we have male genital mutilation happening in this America. You know that, right? We do have that here. You know that.
Same as female circumcision.
It's called circumcision. That is genital mutilation. That is genital mutilation.
It is qualifiably and quantitatively different than female circumcision, right?
Well, what makes it different?
One's not. One's forced.
What makes it different? So
they're both forced.
Well, no, you can not get. You can choose to not get circumcised.
When you're
can you as a baby?
Yeah, how do you, I'm on Elvis side.
How do you do
that? Well, see, no. What I'm saying is, one's up to the choice of the parents, and the other one is not up to the choice of the parents. Like one you have to do, and the other one is through the choice of the parents, because the parents have agency.
For the baby has no choice either way.
Thank you.
But see, the problem with that is we've already established in law that all your choices are given to the aspect of your parents. Like your parent has agency over you. And see, in those countries, that isn't the rule. The rule is no, you do this, and that's what happens. It's not through the agency of the family.
Same outcome. So let's not even bring that argument up. So if you ask me now, we didn't null and void.
It's not the same. It's not the
Male
same.
circumcision is not the same as female circumcision.
Well, we have null and void. See, here we go again. We're back to comparing what's ethical to you and what's ethical to me. You see what I'm saying?
I know, but
that's exactly what's going on here.
Hang on, Confluence. My ethics have brought me America, and their ethics have brought them Iran, Somalia, Afghanistan, Pakistan. Neither of these are comparable.
Well, I mean, ethics and morality is subjective, so that's it is what it is.
Yes,
If you think something's wrong,
yes, mine are better objectively, and theirs is not better objectively.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion. You're entitled to.
Morals are subjective, then.
Absolutely, they're subjective. Absolutely, until they become law. Until they become law.
Wait, so law is objective?
So your moralities are based off your laws?
Subjective until it becomes law. Period.
No.
What? How?
Yeah, that's insane.
How does codifying
I can prove it. I can prove it.
You can't prove it.
It's legal
I can
in
prove it.
Nigeria to marry like a 12-year-old. I wouldn't say that's like a.
You ready for this one? You ready for this one? In America, right? A lot of people to this day, right now, there's not none of you guys. It's not none of you guys. Maybe or maybe not. I don't think it is, y'all. There's a lot of people right now in this day. They ethically and morally disagree with interracial marriages, period. They still do. But guess what? That's not the law. The law says you can marry anybody you want. Do you get it?
But that don't change the subjectiveness of morality.
They have a subjective position. They have a morality position. But guess what? It doesn't take hold because it's not in law.
Okay, so I guess Alpha, to be like really clear, I guess, let's say like next year there was like Trump made an executive order banning interracial marriage. Does that make it objectively wrong to do interracial marriage? Because now
it makes it legally wrong. It makes it legally wrong.
Yeah, but we're not talking legally. I'm asking objectively.
To me personally, my objectively wrong, I would say it's subjective to me wrong, but there'll be other people that'll say it'll be right. You get it? It's a subjective thing.
I know.
Well, that would mean the law doesn't make it objective morality.
Right. That means the law doesn't.
It would still be subjective.
Exactly. It's
a matter of
what
that's against what you argue, though. That's against what you argue.
Yeah, I thought you said it's subjective until it gets codified into law, and then it becomes objective.
Well, essentially, everything is subjective, right? Until everybody comes together and agree that everybody's supposed to do it. And then technically that makes it.
Okay, so I'm saying, let's say everyone comes together in a year and says interracial marriage is wrong. You would then say objectively it's wrong?
No, I would say for myself, it is wrong. But if the majority of people voted it in, then technically that would make it objectively right. You understand what I'm saying?
But it wouldn't, because there would still be minds that disagree, making it subjective.
Exactly. So the bottom line is what you guys are talking about in terms of women's agency and how they treat women, right? What you guys are doing, that's your subjective position. They have the same opposite of what you're saying. They look at us and say, we are insane. They look at us and say, you guys are nuts. How y'all treat y'all women. They look and I mean not just men, women say this. Their own women say.
Alpha, let's to run something by you. Let's say I'm talking to a schizophrenic. I think he's nuts. He thinks I'm nuts. One of us has schizophrenia though. So like even though we both think each other is crazy, I'm probably more right than he is because he literally has schizophrenia, right? So it doesn't matter that like we both disagree. One of us is right, one of us is wrong. So like
Goonfluence is always wrong.
In that analogy, like two cultures can disagree, but one of them could be actually right, and one of them could be actually wrong.
In some matters of life, it's not 2 + 2. That's the only argument I have to that. Some matters in life is not 2 + 2, basically. Meaning it comes down to just subjective, like religion. Just like religion. Everybody says their religion is right or wrong. My religion right, your religion wrong. At the end of the day, it's a subjective thing. Period.
But that's
So, and how we
but
treat,
how would you respond to my schizophrenia argument? Like again, if I'm talking to a schizophrenic, he says I am wrong. I say he's wrong.
if the
one of us is
schizophrenic,
right.
if the schizophrenic make a claim about something that's clearly not true, meaning if the schizophrenic say Kamala Harris won last year, that is objectively not true. You see, that's a false statement.
How do you
get
know
it?
that though?
Well, that's every liberal says.
Right.
If enough people said Kamala won,
because
does that make it true?
because that's a fact that can be proven.
What if everyone on the planet? What if everyone on the planet said Kamala Harris won the election? Does that make it objectively true?
Your mom.
That doesn't make any sense because that didn't happen.
I know, but I'm saying, let's say everyone on the planet, we all.
No, stop with the hypotheticals. Let's deal with reality. That's what got Andrew Wilson in trouble on Coach Greg Allen. We're not doing all these hypotheticals. Yeah, let's stick to the argument. Here's the argument. We're talking about.
Wait, you can't test the argument against reality. You have to test the argument against hypotheticals. You have to see how.
Yeah, that's the problem. So I'll say this right now. I will say this right now because I don't have too much pride to not say this. I don't do hypotheticals. I stick with reality. So if you wanna argue about what they're doing, dating and mating in those countries from a realistic standpoint, we can do that. But these hypotheticals can go on all night, and I'm not gonna do it.
True. Okay, so let me try to explain. The reason I'm using a hypothetical, what I'm trying to punt toward is that just because a culture like Afghanistan and the Taliban, or let's look at ISIS for an extreme example. ISIS thinks the West is decadent.
That's a group. Okay? That's not a country. Stop right there. That's a group. We're talking about country and dating and mating. We're talking about dating and mating. Dating and mating. Keep it to dating and mating. Okay. Marriage, children, divorce. That's dating and mating. You're trying to throw in all these topics. Dating and mating. Stick to it.
And then I go to reality, and you don't want to talk about reality.
So what is the reality of dating and mating you want to discuss? We're talking about divorce rates. We're talking about hookup culture.
Yeah, ISIS has very little hookups. ISIS run territory. ISIS controls.
That's a group. That's not a country. That's not a country.
I'm not saying it's a country. It doesn't have to be a country. It's a group that controls a region of
region. Geography. We're talking about countries. Countries.
Yeah. A country is just a government body of a region.
Right.
In the same way, ISIS would be the government body of a country.
Is the government that's regulating the dating and mating of that country. There's all kinds of
when
separate
ISIS
sets.
controlled the Levant in Syria, they were the de facto
Brother,
people
we
in
have
charge.
the Amish. We have the Amish here. We have the Mennonites here. We have the Mormons here. They don't run the country. So
they have different aspects of dating.
But I'm saying when ISIS controlled the Levant and Syria,
that's a group, sir. That's just a that's a
that's
group.
not an argument. You can keep saying that, but that's not an argument.
That's a group. It's a group.
ISIS is not a group as in like Al Qaeda's a group. ISIS controlled a large swath of land and they put Sharia law into place in Syria and the rest of the Levant. Okay, they did that. That's what
Osama bin Laden.
It doesn't fucking matter if it's a
karaoke Lady Gaga.
I understand, but the conversation is about dating and mating.
Yeah,
and
not countries. Yeah, not countries.
Dating and mating cannot be narrowed to specific. We're not narrowing this conversation to specific groups. There are several groups in America.
I disagree with you, but if you don't like ISIS, that's fine. Let's just talk then about Taliban-run Afghanistan, okay?
How about we talk about the country, the countries? How about we stick to the countries?
I feel like I just said Taliban-run Afghanistan. That is a country.
How about we talk about India? That's a good one.
Wait, why can't they talk about
That's a terrible one.
Well, India throws cow shit. I don't really care what they do.
Yeah, I seen that. I seen that today. I did see that. I seen that today.
I think
India has the lowest divorce rate in the world right now. They participate in prearranged marriages. That is their dating and mating system. Period. They don't give women agency. Period. There you go. That's a good example.
And their country is below average when it comes to superpowers.
Exactly. They don't have a lot of money. They don't have a lot of guns. They don't have all that shit. But they got prearranged marriages, and they have the lowest divorce rates. That's a dating and mating system of a whole country.
So their dating and mating doesn't result to success.
How can you say that when they have the lowest divorce rate?
Because we can judge the culture of the country, and we can see that their culture is below other cultures.
when you're measuring cultures, as far as you're talking about guns, military, economics.
No.
I'm talking about
I'm judging their standards and seeing what their standards produce when it comes to the outcomes of their countries and the standards that they have, whether it's forced marriage, whether it's parents deciding where their children go. It doesn't lead to success of the country.
I just told you they have the lowest divorce rate. That's not true.
Alpha, that
is true.
India also will burn the widow in some places if the husband dies first. They'll put her on a fucking
Or ride her like a donkey in the streets. I've seen that. Yes, they will ride women in the streets.
So yes, the divorce thing, I agree. It's good to have a low divorce rate. I'll give you that. But that's one metric out of like several metrics on what you're talking about, dating and mating. There's a lot that India does very wrong when it comes to dating and mating, right?
In the Philippines, they don't allow divorce.
That's fine, but again, that's one metric. You can't look at one metric to judge a whole culture and how they interact and how they date and mate, right? Like that. Right? You can't just
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, and maybe this is my fault. Maybe I'm not doing a good job. I speak a lot of Ebonics, if y'all don't know, okay? Maybe I'm not doing a good job. The point that I'm making is this. They have regulation of women's sexual behavior. You may not agree with it based on your ethics or your religion or your just personal choice. But I'm simply pointing out that they look at us and our unregulated dating system, and they look at us like we're crazy. They say we're insane, and we have the outcomes to support our insanity.
I think I hear what you're saying, but I think we have better outcomes than every single country you've named.
In dating and mating?
Yes, in a cultural aspect, because what we've been talking about.
I don't know about that one.
We can look at because you're looking at like one thing. Like you could imagine a country, or sorry, you don't like hypotheticals, but like okay, Afghanistan, okay, right? Let's say divorce is illegal because it's under Taliban rule. I wouldn't say, oh, Afghanistan, oh, the pillar of male and female, the pillar of dating and mating, because they just if you try to divorce, they'll kill you. Like that's to me, that's not necessarily a good thing, right? Like you can't just look at divorce and be like, oh, the divorce is low, therefore everything else is good. You admitted that that in India they will burn women and they'll ride them like donkeys. You admitted all that stuff. Is that a culture that is good to live in? Like, yes, they have a divorce rate, but if they have a bunch of other insane fucking barbarism,
I'm gonna answer that question. You're not gonna like my answer.
Probably not.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. When I look at what we doing compared to what they're doing, so be it.
So you think? Look, I think I agree. I agree that like.
So be it. Oh well. It ain't fun.
The promiscuity of the West is bad, but I would rather that than be burning women alive if their husband dies and riding them on the streets like donkeys.
Then enjoy the sexual revolution. Enjoy everything going on. Nothing gonna change. Nothing's gonna change. You're gonna get what you want.
Shit, nothing's gonna change.
Would you rather have us burn women?
Men and women are not equal. Men and women are not the same, brother.
This guy is on fire.
You haven't said that though.
Period. It ain't gonna change with me. I'm a Leo. You already know I'm a fixed sign, king of the zodiac. I'm not gonna change.
Me too.
Period. So you already know how I see these things. The lion is not debating on the Serengeti about what he needs to do with his woman.
But
period.
What happens when we both Leos, brother? What happens then?
Then goddamn it, Mufasa and Simba gonna have to come on out, and somebody gonna be Scar.
Yeah.
I'm 6'6", 240 pounds, size 18 shoes, 2 XL hands.
Holy shit, 18 shoes. Bro.
Absolutely. I shop in the same store with Shaq in Southern California.
Damn.
Period.
Damn.
Shout out to Shaq. He's my buddy. I'm just telling you the truth, man. I'm telling you the truth. Look, everything you saying, brother, I understand exactly what you're saying. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm simply saying you're going to have to accept the reality of life. The reality of life is what? Men and women are not equal. Period. And we not going to get the fair shake that everybody want everybody to get. That's the main problem. Sometimes men going to win. Sometimes women going to lose. Sometimes you got to do harsh things in order to make things happen. It is what it is. I don't apologize for that. Period. If you don't like that reality, then enjoy the sexual revolution. Enjoy all the single mothers. Enjoy all the bastard children. Enjoy all the divorces. Because ain't nothing going to change until you pull that knife out. Period. And you know it. That's why I don't like the
I don't enjoy it, but I would prefer it over women being burnt alive in India.
Well, then you're not going to change, brother, because guess what? Those men are not debating what we're debating. They're not.
No,
that's the problem. They're looking at us,
burning women and
they're looking at us saying, look at those men over there. Look at those American men. They got all that money, all that gold, all them guns, and they got men marrying single mothers with 2 baby daddies. Shout out to Andrew Wilson. We are a mess. That's the problem. We are the mess. You get it? We are the one on the block looking like fools.
I think they're all looking like fools. I think you have to name a nation that doesn't look like a fucking fool. I agree America looks like fools as well. I can concede that. But all the nations you mentioned, they also look like fucking fools.
In dating and mating, I'm saying. I'm not talking about...
Yes, if you take your bride and she gets burned after you die, that is a failure of dating and mating. Absolutely.
That's your ethics and morals.
I know
that's your perception.
If it's all subjective, if it's all subjective, one can't be superior to the other.
I don't know. Indians like to run into people and then laugh about it with semi.
And you know what? And I'm gonna say this. I'm glad you said you're a liberal because I'm an independent. The TradCons hate me.
If you're talking, I'm not a liberal. I didn't say that.
I thought you said you was a liberal. I'm sorry. Maybe I heard you wrong. I'm an independent.
I'm conservative.
Okay, well, I'm an independent. The TradCon, I don't know if you're a TradCon, but y'all hate me. Y'all hate me. TradCons hate me because I tell y'all religion is too weak. Christianity is too fucking weak. Women ain't gonna listen to it. Period.
Wait, so what religion are you, Alpha?
I'm no religion. I believe in God. That's it. I don't believe in religion. Just for this subject right here. I love God. I talk to God every day, but I don't have no religion. I'm very closely associated with Freemason thinking, but I'm not a Freemason because they got segregation in that shit. And that's why I'm not in it.
Brother,
I believe in God, but I don't believe in religion.
Are you Jewish?
No, I'm not Jewish. No, I don't have any religion. I don't believe in any religion. I believe in God. I don't believe in religion. I'm a theist. I'm not an atheist. I'm a theist.
Well, the Freemasons just
is your God named Jesus
magic.
Christ?
No, my God is named God. Period.
Okay,
there you go.
Sorry, this is a sidetrack, Alpha, but I'm just honestly curious. Like, what kind of spiritual practices do you do, or like what text do you read? I guess none. Like
good question.
What is your religion?
That's an excellent question. Everything you said is what's called religion. Religion is how you practice and how you serve your God. That's what religion is. Whatever you do, reading the Bible or going to church, doing, that's what religion is. Believing in God is just a theist position. You just believe in a higher power.
So you don't do anything then. You just believe.
No, I talk to God. I talk to God every day. I say, God, every morning, give me the strength and patience to talk to these 3 men on this panel about dating and mating and how they gonna fail if they don't get rid of women's agency.
Okay. Fair point. But okay, so who is God?
To be fair, I don't think I failed. I think I'm succeeding.
And I'm not trying to drag you into like I'm just honestly
curious. I don't think I was part of that.
Who is your God? Like, what do you think God is then? Like to you?
God is God. That's it. God, God. A man upstairs laughing at us.
I'm just on here
talking about how women are going to keep doing what they're doing until you start doing what's called having a strong backbone and dealing with these women. That's what I talk to that God. Because that God is laughing saying,
where do you get those opinions? Like, you're obviously like very strong-willed.
I get those opinions with... Let me tell y'all something. I'm going to say this right now. Y'all need to hear this. I'm presuming. So if I'm wrong, I'm just presuming. I presume every man on this panel is white, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. That's fine. Let me say this right now.
To be fair, some black woman on the internet said I got red hair, so I'm black now. So
okay, so you're the red hair stepchild. Let me tell y'all the truth right here. Let me say this to y'all face, and I know y'all not racist. I'm gonna say it right now, and I'm not a racist because a racist is anybody of any color who believe their skin color is supposed to be on top. Let me say this right here. What y'all going through, white people, We already went through this in the 80s and 90s. I'm a millennial baby. I'm an 80s baby too. And when y'all was growing up playing Nintendos and having fun and watching Captain Nintendo on Saturday morning with Transformers, I was getting shot at.
Wait, Alpha,
I was dealing with the crack epidemic.
Are you not white?
I'm a black man, brother.
Oh, I'm
black
sorry.
as I can get.
I'm sorry. I thought you were white.
No, I'm a black man, brother. I know I'm a black man. I speak Ebonics and all, but I'm educated. And what y'all going through right now, we already went through this. And guess what? If you want to see your future, look at African American people right now. We have the lowest marriage rate, highest single mother rate, almost everybody born out of wedlock. And guess what? We doing just fine. Okay? That's y'all problem. Because the government stopped us.
In what sense doing just fine?
We still reproducing, period.
So is that the end all be all?
You goddamn right, because all sexual actions at the end of the day is for what? Human reproduction. You having some ooh la la fun is a bonus. That's not required.
So Sudan is doing better than Japan because Sudan is.
They got higher birth rates than us.
Right, so
they got higher birth rates.
So
period.
Sudan is a better country than Japan, to be clear.
I'm talking about dating and mating in terms of reproduction right now.
Too. So I'm saying
across the European world, y'all having what's called extinct level birth rate. Y'all not having any babies. Period. You're not fucking. Agree. And that's the problem. And sorry, I'm gonna sound real nasty. I'm gonna sound real nasty, but I'm gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it because y'all need to hear it. These white women are telling y'all, fuck you. I'm not gonna have these kids unless I have equal power at the table. Period. That's what feminism is about. Always has and always will be. It's white women telling white men, fuck you. I want equal power at the table. Period. That's it. Y'all ain't heard that before, have you? I'm telling it to you tonight. That's your problem.
Yeah, we've heard it.
I mean, I guess none of this applies to me on an individual level because I've got a wife and I've got 3 kids. So I'm doing my part. What are you doing, Confluence?
Congratulations to you, brother. Congratulations to you. Good luck.
Well,
I'm trying. I'm trying to keep it going.
Nag me because I don't have any kids, but I will, inshallah. Okay.
Yeah,
and I'm just saying the truth. It is what y'all going through right now. We already went through it. We went through this in the 80s and 90s with the crack epidemic. We went through all the drug shit, the single mother shit. They call black men deadbeat dad. They say we all criminals. Shout out to Hillary Clinton. They say we super predators. And we turned out to I'm the child that grew up in. I got shot when I was 10 years old. I'm the man now. You're listening to the guy that you used to watch on TV. That's me. I'm the man now. We made it. We all survived. And what y'all going through right now is what we went through. That's why y'all got the fentanyl crisis, the meth crisis. That's why y'all single mother rate is going up. And what's going on is the white hyena female right now, the white hyena, she's trying to take over the conversation. That would be your Rachel Wilson. That's her. He's trying to come in and say, ladies, just do what I do. Just grease yourself up, talk a little smooth, talk a little religious. I'm a God-fearing woman, but at the end of the day, still sell the same bad deal. I got 3 baby daddies and 5 kids from all of them. That's what y'all going through. And guess what? You have no power to stop it because the government is not backing your play, period. Religion is not going to stop these white women. You're wasting your time. It has to be in law. And essentially, if you want to stop it, you have to take everything away from them, all of it. Or you're going to end up like us, period. And Uncle Sam don't give a shit.
Okay, say more about that. Let's go back to what you said, that women and men are equal. What do you?
We're not equal.
What do you like? Say
That's
more. Like, what do you mean about that? Like, not.
We're not equal, brother.
I know.
Men and women are not equal. Period.
Describe that. Not in a one-word fucking thought-terminating cliche. Like, give me some. Like, what do you mean not equal in what dimension? Spiritually, intellectually,
all dimensions.
Physically?
All dimensions. Everything. I can start with the words. M-E-N is 3 letters. Women is 5 letters. That ain't equal. You got a dick, she got a vagina. That ain't equal. She has a period, you don't. That ain't equal.
Okay, but by equal,
if you
fuck
500 women, right? If you fuck, I'm just gonna say this. if you fuck 500 women, that's a damn hard thing to do as a man. A woman can fuck 500 men in one day. Shout out to Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue. We're not equal, brother. We're not equal.
No, okay, but
we are not equal.
okay,
you
wait.
got to accept it.
I know. But I have to. I have
Did you
to,
even
I have to
finish
jump
that
in.
video?
I did finish it. Yeah. Did you fucking miss it, Big Soda? It was a good ending.
That was me
that
that asked
wasn't
that,
me.
jackass.
Oh, K2. Sorry, K2. But okay, no. So I think there's like some we're using terms in a different way because like when you say equal, then if you're saying women have a vagina, guys have a dick, then I would say that's different. But I would still say that's equal. Like by equal, do you mean the same in the same way? Because then we're just using that word differently. And then I agree with you. Yeah, women and men aren't obviously equal. In the same way, a white guy is not equal to a black guy because a black guy has more melanin, so that's not equal to a white guy. But that's do you see the confusion there? Equal kind of connotes some type of like moral equality, but you're kind of just saying men and women are different, which I agree. In the same way that white people and black people are different. But I would
Well,
still say
under
white people
one
and black people are
religion,
equal.
we are all goyams.
That is true.
That is true. But Alpha, like, do you get what I'm saying?
I understand exactly what you're saying. You are exactly what quote unquote feminism want. They want you saying that.
No, fuck you. That's a fair question.
That's exactly what they want you thinking. They want you thinking like that as a conservative man.
That's not.
They want you thinking
not,
just that way.
Alpha, with all due respect, that is not an answer to what I asked. Okay, you're saying equal, and I'm saying okay. Let me just ask you: are black people equal to white people?
In some things, no. In some things, yes.
No, they're not at all because you have more melanin than I do, so we're not equal. In the same way that a woman has a vagina, I have a penis. Not equal. As in, not,
if you want to measure us with melanin, yeah, you're right. You're correct.
Exactly. But that's kind of like that's not what most people mean with equal. When you came in and said women are not equal to men, that could be a hierarchy. But when I'm saying,
let me say this:
women, you need to call in the Jesse Lee Peterson.
I don't mean
women
hierarchy.
Let me say this: women in some things in life, and it is what it is. Some things in life, women can do better than men, and some things in life, men can do better than women. We are not meant to be equal. We're never going to be equal. And guess what? Every woman walking on this planet knows that statement is true. But if you got men,
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree. I'm just like,
if you got men who don't know and who've been told to think otherwise, they gonna run with it. They are the weaker sex. They gonna do whatever they can to get an advantage.
I think you shouldn't use the word equal. Like when you say, what you mean is women and men are not the same. I think.
I'm gonna say. Well, let me say it this way.
That's not
men
equal.
And women are different. Men and women are not the same, and men and women are not equal. All three of those statements are true, and that's not bad.
I know. So if I said white people and black people are not the same and they're not equal, do you agree with that or do you disagree with that?
I would say 50-50.
I'm just trying to figure out what you mean. By equal, do you mean like a hierarchy? Like men are
I mean everything, brother. We are not equal. Men and women are not equal, period.
So in the same way that white men and black men are not equal, period.
That's it.
Wait, yes?
Yes, that's it. Okay, we're not equal.
Okay, so
equality is the problem. Equality is the problem. We want equal treatment, but people don't perform equally. We all don't look equal. We all don't act equal.
You have to understand that word is just a confusing word to use then, because like
equality is the problem. That's the problem. The word equality is the problem.
I know, but if I made a YouTube video and I said, guys, I just decided black men and white men are not equal, people would take that in a different way than the way we're talking right now. They would take
they're
it
stupid.
in like a hierarchical way. Well, no, that's
and they're stupid.
That's kind of what equal kind of means. Like equal, you have to understand.
They're
like,
stupid,
how words are
and they would be stupid. See, the problem is the word equality. That's the major problem. We have been bombarded with that word in all areas of society, and the reality is that word don't apply in every sector of life and society. That's the problem. And that goes to what's called demoralization. I'm sure you heard of that word. Demoralization is what? Pushing the idea that everything is flat black, flat white, equal. It's not. You get it? Period. Michael Jordan can jump from the free throw line and dunk a basketball. I can't do that. That's not equal. You get it? That's the problem. But we say equals because it sounds good. It makes everybody feel good. But then it ends up in a bad spot. You get
But
it?
can we all agree that Michael Jordan's better than LeBron? Can we all agree on
Absolutely. And Kobe Bryant's better than him too. Period. Kobe Bryant's better than LeBron
I
too.
hear you, but your example then confuses me because
that? I don't know much
Michael
about basketball.
Jordan
I'm a hockey guy.
He's not just different.
I just
than
hate
you.
LeBron.
He is better than you at dunking from the halfway point, right? He is better
Yes.
than you. And so
Well,
I mean, I'm not
can
equal
we say as an athlete, Alex Ovechkin is better than LeBron?
Shut up, Casey. Shut up with your nonsense.
I mean, he's only missed like
what's
a handful
going on
of
here?
games.
I want to know, Alpha.
Unlike
do you think
LeBron,
men are better than women in every category?
and he can physically change.
What's
the
going
game.
on is this. Here's what's going on. You're trying, I'm not saying you are, but this is what I'm interpreting. It seems like you're trying to apply a flat whole equality argument to men and women. Now, if you ask me certain nuances, certain situations, right, it might appear in certain situations that men and women are equal in certain situations.
I'm trying to figure out, honestly. I'm just trying to figure out
overall, overall, we're not equal. I'm saying at the end of the day, overall, generally speaking, meaning most true, men and women are not equal. Period. We're just not.
Okay, I have to explain something. Okay, real quick. Just give me like 20 seconds and then I'll hear
Go
you.
ahead, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I guess when you say equal, one of your examples was men have a dick, women have a vagina, and that's not equal. To me, one's not better than the other. Those are just different. But then you use the example of Michael Jordan and that he could like dunk a basketball from further, and that one of you is better at that. But like a vagina is not better or worse than a penis. They're just different. So that's my confusion. When you say they're not equal, I don't know if you think men are always better than women in the same way that you mean Michael Jordan, or do you just mean they're all different?
No, he said men and women have different things. There's things women are better at than men, and then there's a lot that men are better than women at, or something like that. He just
bingo. That's it.
Said.
So okay, so Alpha, so what? So you don't think men are inherently better than women?
I think men and women are not equal, and in certain situations, it's going to be dependent on what the situation is. I'll give you an example. Women can have a baby, men cannot. That's not equal.
Right. Like, let's stop using the word equal then, because I feel like there's different usages of that.
I feel like you're not picking this up.
I feel like I'm picking this up more than you realize. Okay.
What's going on is that I'm trying to get you to see. Let me ask you a question. What do you think the word conservative means? That's a good question. What do you think that means?
It depends on what dimension you're.
Well, I'm
about.
told by liberals that I'm a windmill. I'm a windmill fan.
All right, let's keep it. That's a good. Let's keep it strictly to dating and mating. Dating and mating. Okay. What do you think conservative means in dating and mating?
I think it means you prioritize a nuclear family. You prioritize dating for the purpose of marriage and procreation, I would say.
Okay, that's not bad. Anybody else got a reply on that?
No, I'm gonna be a smart ass.
Okay, well, the reality is this. The word conservative, you do an etymology on it. The word conservative in terms of dating and mating, it derives from what? A standard. The standard started with what? A tradition. Okay? A tradition in dating and mating. So the first thing you get is what you're doing, which is culture. So culture is what you do. And when you start doing it over and over, it becomes a tradition. When you establish that tradition, that becomes the base. That becomes the standard, the base. And then what you do is put that in law. You try to conserve that culture that become a tradition that is the base. All right?
Right.
That's what conservative means. So a true, traditional, conservative person in terms of dating and mating has to always meet that standard. Pop quiz. What was the standard for dating and mating for women in America before the sexual revolution for them to get married?
It was to remain virgin. It was to
Outstanding, outstanding. Shout out to you. Shout out to you for having the backbone and guts to say that, because that word
I'm
virgin
sorry. I didn't
is
hear that
equal.
because FedEx can't keep it in the lane.
Oh, but shout out to you for having the backbone and nuts to say that. That word virgin is toxic in the tradcon's mouth. They
Dude,
can't say
FedEx,
it. You
keep it in
just
the
said
lane.
it. Period. That's exactly what the standard tradition base was. Pop quiz. Is any of these women are traditional
Dude, you're
base
gonna lose
conservative women?
control.
When I call out their name, now that we know they had to be virgin brides to get married. Candace Owens, Brett Cooper, Rachel Wilson, Megan Kelly, are those women traditional women?
Nope.
Are they conservative women?
Brett Cooper, I think could have been a virgin until marriage.
That's the problem right there, and that's the major issue right there. That's that coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Wait, do you know
Coulda, shoulda,
that
woulda.
Brett Cooper was promiscuous? I feel like we're defending.
She was
Brett
fucking her
Cooper.
husband before she got married.
How do you know that? Did she say that?
Absolutely.
Well, I haven't seen that. Okay, if you know
She
that,
was not a virgin bride.
I
That's
don't
the
know
problem.
that. I'm not saying
That's
I'm just saying
do you get
I
it?
didn't hear that. I don't. If that's true, then
And this is the problem, gentlemen. This is the problem. I am the theist. I don't have a religion. And yet I know that in almost every religion across the world, all of them, almost all of them, if you do a historical research, they had a requirement for dating and mating that said women had to be virgin brides. And guess what? It was not equal to men. Boom. It was not equally applied to men. They never required men to be virgin grooms. Period.
I get like the whole like caring about virginity from like a religious point of view, but I guess you're saying you're a part of no
Don't you
religion.
fucking hit me.
Why do you care so much about virginity as like just a theist who has no ties?
Outstanding. Because it's based on pragmatic truth. The reality is this: for the last 70 years, we have tried to let men and women be equal. We told women do what? Go out and have sex like a man. That was the statement from Sex in the City. Go look it up. And that's impossible to do because men and women are equal. Women cannot have sex like men, and men cannot have sex like women. That's the problem. That we tried this equal argument in dating and mating, and it has failed. The sexual revolution has failed. Look up a feminist called Louise Perry. She wrote a book called The Case Against the Sexual Revolution. It has failed. And the reality is, no matter how we try to get away from this, men and women are not equal in dating and mating, period. A body count of 500 for a man is not the same thing as a body count of 500 for a woman. It's no moral, ethical equality between men and women in dating and mating.
Louise Perry, guys, K2 Big Soda. That's the journalist that we just watched that like 6-part series on, who is interviewing Bonnie Blue. That's Louise Perry. So
yes, indeed, I seen that too.
Yeah,
and
so
Louise Perry,
we're big fans of Louise Perry over here.
you better watch out. You better stop saying that. Louise Perry is your biggest enemy in the room. Yes, she is.
No, she's not. We're homies. What are you talking about?
No, that's it. And there it is, right there. That's exactly what the feminists want you to do.
Bro.
She's not your friend.
She's not
She's
a
not
homie.
your friend.
I thought you liked Louise Perry.
I did not say I like Louise Perry. I said she wrote a book about how the sexual revolution failed. And it did fail. She's honest enough to say that. That's what I mean. Louise Perry is your enemy because Louise Perry wants to keep the knife of feminism in your head and put a bandage on it and keep it going. Period. That's what's going on. She wants women to still keep their agency, to get blown out and come in at 27 and find a conservative man like you to save the day. Shout out to Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson.
Okay, wait. Actually, a different question. Okay, so Brett Cooper. Let's say Brett Cooper did fuck her fiance before they got married. You said you're not religious. Why is that bad? She's not like fucking a bunch of guys. You're just saying she fucked one guy, which from my point of view as a Christian, well, that's bad. But again, I have that religious backing. You're saying you don't. Under your kind of worldview, why is it bad for Brett Cooper? She's fucking the same guy, and she fucked him before, and now they got married, and now they're having kids and stuff. So like, why is that
Excellent
wrong
question.
From your
Excellent question. Because number one, when you have a dating and mating system, you need to have standards. And yes, it might be the case that Brett Cooper, and let me say this too, I don't want to be wrong. I hope I'm an old man one day and Brett Cooper is still married to that man. I hope that happens. I never wish for divorce to be right. Always make Alpha wrong. That's how I feel. Make me wrong. But all the statistics and outcomes says what? Most likely she ain't gonna make it. And she's a public figure. She's addicted to attention. She ain't gonna make it. Shout out to Laura Southern.
Look, Lauren Southern's a different fucking animal, okay? You
Same situation, same age, around the same age.
But Brad Cooper, Lauren Southern's a fucking degenerate.
See, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem, sir. The problem is this, and this is the truth. And I respect you. You're a very strong backbone man, but I got to toughen you up a little bit. The problem
Are
is
you
that.
not talking about Coonfluence, I hope?
Well, the problem is this, man. The reality is this. When you set a standard in dating and mating, you got to have a strong backbone to enforce it. So if you're going to start picking and choosing who is considered traditional women without maintaining the standard, you're going to get women like Rachel Wilson saying she's a traditional woman, and you're going to have women like Brett Cooper saying she's a traditional woman. You understand what I'm saying? You set the standard, have a strong backbone, look women in the eye and say, we're not equal, and that's that. You get it?
I don't know, like, because you're comparing like Lauren Southern, who's like a fake tradcon who fucked Destiny.
And you're comparing Brett Cooper to Rachel Wilson.
Well, yeah, I'm saying Brett Cooper has been arguably.
They both had sex outside of marriage.
I know, but one of them apparently.
They both call themselves conservative women.
I know one of them has only had sex with their.
You get it?
Husband.
Do you get it, sir? Do you get it? You're gonna be tripping up on this all night. No, let's make a standard.
I think that.
Let's make a standard called the Virgin Bride Standard, and let's stick to it.
Okay, I get that.
A traditional-based conservative woman is a virgin bride, period. And any woman that's had sex outside the institution of marriage is not a traditional-based conservative woman.
That's fine, but I want to ask you a question. You personally, would you rather marry a Brett Cooper or a fucking Bonnie Blue? Choose well, modern man. Who would you rather fuck and be married to? Are they equal? Because they're both, from what you said, they both are not virgins until they're married. So are they equal in your eyes, or is one like better than the other?
Which one is better in terms of marriage? Neither one of them are.
Well, so you would they'd be equal. I could coin flip if I was like doing.
Neither one of them are. Neither one of them are fit for the institution.
Equally, if you had to,
I would not marry neither one of them. Neither one of them are equal.
Who would you?
If I have to, well, if I had to, obviously that's a simple question. Yeah, I would probably marry Brett Cooper because she's not a prostitute.
Exactly.
That's obvious.
So I'm saying, so I agree. You have the standard virginity, but then beyond that, there's
here's the problem.
Standards.
See, here's the problem, sir. Here's the problem, and this is the problem. The problem is this: we have tried marrying non-virgin brides for the last 7 years, have we not? We've been doing that, and you see the results. And now we're sitting up here arguing between a non-virgin bride and an open, honest prostitute. That's what Bonnie Blue is. Yeah. That's how low we've sunk. That's how low we've sunk as men. In the old days, they didn't do this.
I'm just making sure
they didn't do this.
Brett Cooper is like a better prize than fucking Bonnie Blue. Okay,
Brett Cooper is not fit for the institution of marriage that had standards that your religion enforced. Period. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, you won't even enforce your own rules.
I enforce my rules equally, okay? Because you seem to think that there's.
There go that word again.
I mean,
there go that word again.
I'm fucking quoting you, brother.
Equally.
Am I crazy?
No, I'm saying both of them should not get married. Brett Cooper's as worse as her because she had sex outside the institution of marriage. That's the standard. Do you get it? The virgin bride standard. You either have that standard or you don't. If you don't have that standard, you're going to have all what we got going on right now, period.
What about guys? If a guy is not a virgin,
Here we go. What about guys? Whenever time you say that, it's because you think men and women are equal. Every time somebody say, what about men? What about women?
Look, I know you don't know me from Adam. I'm asking you to respect what I'm asking. I'm not trying to do.
Go ahead.
I honestly want to know. I'm not saying this in like equality. I'm just asking. I honestly want to know your thoughts. Like, why are guys different in this way? If a guy is not a virgin, why do you see him as different than the woman? Like, what's your, because again, from a religious point of view, I get it, but you're not religious. So what is your theistic standard for thinking that?
Well, actually, religious, both should be a virgin until marriage.
Well, I know that's what you think, K2, but I'm asking about Alpha.
Excellent question. You're a very smart man. And I apologize, man. Sorry about that. These YouTube debates, people try to, be disingenuous and stuff. So shout out to you.
I'm loving this conversation. I got no beef with you at all. I'm loving it.
Right. Sorry about that. My apologies. Okay. It's real simple. And I'm glad you asked it the way you asked it. Because what I do is I base this on pragmatic truth, not religion. The man who spoke earlier is correct. Because some religions do say, and it used to be called what's called the Puritan era. Look that up. In the Puritan era in America, they were strict about premarital sex. They didn't want men having premarital sex, and they did not want women having premarital sex. And in my opinion, that's what started the sexual revolution. It wasn't the women that had a problem with it, it was the men. And that's where I start my argument from. Because from an evolutionary standpoint, number one, you evolved or adapted or was created by God, however way you look at it, to spread your seed in the shortest amount of time with the most amount of women in the least amount of effort, period. That's number one. Number two, they have several studies and researches that show women prefer men who are non-virgins versus men who are virgins. That's why we have what's called an incel problem right now. Do you see any women other than Bonnie Blue saying, I'll take the incels out of this status? No, they don't give a shit because they have no ethics and morals in terms of dating and mating. If a man's an incel, women don't give a fuck. Number three, and this is the big one right here. So we got the evolutionary, you were meant to spread your seed. Number two, women don't prefer men to be virgins. And number three, if everybody paired up 1-to-1, meaning monogamous, no man was able to go be with any but one woman, we would have a lot of angry virgin brides because there's more women on this planet than men. The oldest relationship in history right now to this day, the oldest, most successful relationship outside of religion and even in religion is polygamy, period. And women have no problem in polygamy as long as they're sharing the man that they all prefer to be with. We already have polygamy in this country. It's unofficial. That's why we have the 80-20 rule going on right now. You get it? We're not equal. Period. The virgin bride standard meant something, and that's the problem.
Schooling you, Confluence.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to figure this out. Okay, so, but ultimately, you think that a marriage should be between one man and one woman, right?
No, I think some men should have marriage between women if that's what they want, but we should allow polygamy.
But only like one directional polygamy, right?
Yes, I don't support that. What you're talking about is called polyandry. I don't support polyandry.
Right.
What Rachel Wilson did. Rachel Wilson had procreated with 3 different men. She is a polyandrous woman.
I would disagree because it's not concurrent, right? She wasn't like married to all of them at the same time.
Polyandry means she procreate with multiple men. She has 3 baby daddies. She is a polyandrous woman, period.
Right, but then those terms are asymmetrical because polygamous, etymologically speaking, means multiple marriages. But
fair enough. Let's just call her a hyena. How about that? She's a hyena female. How about that?
Yeah,
we'll call her a hyena
if you want. Okay, I have to pee. Big Soda, can you talk? K2, you as well? I have to pee real quick. Do you guys have a second?
In the South, we call that we scared the piss out of you. But go ahead, man. Do your thing.
No TOS,
Any
by the way.
questions?
All of you, no TOS.
Oh.
Hey, what's your name, man? The guy who's left. What's your name?
You got
Hello?
Big Soda, and then you got me, K2.
Okay, K2. What religion are you?
Well, I'm thinking about going back to being a Catholic, so I'm gonna go Catholic.
Okay, so you have because I'm from Louisiana, and the new pope, his family's from Louisiana. My zodiac sign is Leo. His name is Leo, so
I don't think he should have been Pope. I think Cardinal Rob Serra would have been Pope. Would have been a better Pope than Leo. My personal.
All right, so let me ask you this question: Do you see?
Yeah.
Do you agree that it looks like that I, as the theist, is defending religious doctrine more than the people who believe in it? Can you see that?
Yeah. That's why I was saying confluence. He's saying it right there. Yeah, I can kind of agree.
And that's the problem right there. And I don't. Let me tell you, I'm from the South. I was raised Baptist, but I'm not a Christian. I gave it up because of the South. All right, I got sick of seeing people go to church on Sunday, then Saturday night they at the liquor store getting blown out and screwed in the parking lot. I got sick of that shit. And Creflo Dollar and TD Jakes and all them frauds and fools. But essentially, when I grew up in a Baptist church, I seen a woman get spanked. As a little boy, a pastor spanked her ass in church. I'm dead serious. And I don't advocate for violence, but I seen that. And so essentially, the one thing that I didn't like about Christianity, as I moved away from the South, because I was in the military, I didn't like how everybody took off the rules and regulations in terms of dating and mating. That's the problem I have with most of these religions. I'm not a Muslim, but in terms of dating and mating, their fucking religion is superb. They don't play around with women. They make it very clear that you're a woman, and if you want to be treated like a woman, you want to be respected like a woman as a Muslim woman, you got to do X, Y, Z, period. You don't do that, we punish you. That's the problem with
Christianity. Have those standards.
I know.
Yep.
I know. That's the problem. That is the problem. And the problem is that whenever and it's so funny because either I'm talking to a bunch of atheists and they think I'm a tradcon, and then I'm talking to a bunch of tradcons and they think I'm an atheist. You understand? And I'm just a philosopher.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
No, I get that. I could tell.
That's the problem. And that's the issue. If you're going to have dating and mating, right? You cannot have a dating and mating system without regulation and expect things to get better. It's not going to happen. Women naturally have no ethics and morals in terms of dating and mating. All they care about is finding the hottest guy that make their pussy wet so they can get knocked up and push the bill on society or some sucker. They will do it. They're going to do it every time because you allowed them to do it. That's my argument. So the argument is regulation. Notice when I start telling people that they got to start regulating women's sexual behavior, they go into all these long, drawn-out, moral, ethical arguments. But yet, the knife is still in society, and we're going to still keep getting these outcomes. Welcome back, sir.
I think, is my mic good?
I hear you.
Okay, sorry, my mic, it told me it disconnected. Okay, what are you guys talking about? What do you guys... Actually, wait, no, hold up. Actually, meta question, Alpha. I'm curious.
Go ahead.
How did you find my channel? Like, have you seen a YouTube video? Are you a part of like the debate sphere? Like, or did YouTube just like recommend it? Like, how'd you end up here anyway?
No, okay, good question. What I do is I type in the YouTube search. I type in either dating or I will type in open panel. Okay. And then I click live. Okay. And then YouTube, and then it shows me everybody who's live that's talking about the subject that I'm looking for. And I only look for dating, because I talk about dating and mating on my channel. I wrote a book about dating and mating as a system. That's what I did. I wrote a book about that. So I'm sorry for not telling you that, but you're literally arguing against a guy who wrote an entire book about dating and mating as a system outside of religion. But I do advocate for religion being a part of the system. But I use objective, pragmatic truth and scientific research to support my argument. Because before the sexual revolution, we did not have anything that was outside of religion. Meaning religion was getting a lot of stuff right. Unfortunately, the whole ideal of religion makes people blind, because then people start arguing about who's God and all this stuff. So I wrote a book about that.
Okay, okay, that's super cool. And
Is Big Soda still here yet?
Yeah.
Oh no, he left.
I don't know what Big Soda is, but I just want to acknowledge the chat. Marilyn is in the chat. I have to shout out Marilyn. Marilyn, you should join, because you should talk to my brother Alpha. Okay, Marilyn is a biological female. Okay, so Marilyn,
I'll talk to her.
Yeah, you should
I'll talk to her.
Join. And Kieran, yeah, I guess Kieran said he's just dropping in. But Kieran, if you want to join, you can too. But thank you, Kieran, for smashing that like button. Always good to see you, brother.
I unlike.
Yeah, okay, you can only unlike so many times, K2. So at a certain point, it doesn't really change anything. You know?
Would you like to know the premise of my book?
Yeah. Tell me about it.
All right. So the title of my book is called "The GPS versus SPG Dating and Mating System Concept." That's the name of the book.
Okay,
and it's based on
unpack that.
It's based on one simple concept. Two competing systems in the world right now. They're already here. I'm just pulling the light on it. I've discovered it. I studied dating and mating for the last 3 years in Southern California. Most of it was done when I was in COVID, because they had us on lockdown out here. Y'all don't know about that. We were prisoners in our houses out here.
Brother, I live in Canada. I know very much about that.
Yeah, they don't tell y'all that part. We literally was prisoners in our home. I thought it was a test run for communism, but that's another subject for another day. So essentially, I studied multiple cultures across the country, multiple cultures, all kinds of cultures, and how they date and mate with one another. And the one common thing that I found when comparing it to us, meaning the West, which is what? The UK, Aussie is the West, Australia, Canada is the West, and America is the West. And some parts of South Korea and Japan is the West, meaning they're Western influence. And the one thing that I found out that was common was regulation. Regulation of women's sexual behavior. That was the key. That's when my mind exploded. Because I said, what is it? Is it this religion? Is it the money? Is it the guns? What is it? And I found out that it's regulation. When you don't regulate women's sexual behavior, when you tell women go free and do whoever you want, go hither, we don't care. If you do that, they are going to choose men based on 3 traits every time, every single time in this order. They're going to choose genetics first. That's G. They're going to choose personality second. And they're going to choose security of resources last. That's GPS, unregulated system.
Okay, wait.
So
I'm sorry. Can you? What are those acronyms in your book title?
Genetics, personality, security of resources.
Genetics, personality, security of resources. Okay.
That's GPS. Write that down. GPS. And under that, put no regulation. That's what it is. Okay. When you don't regulate their sexual behavior, when you don't tell them, you're going to choose this guy because we see him best for you. When you tell them, just do whatever you want, like we've been telling them for the last 70 years, they are going to choose their mates based on those 3 traits in that order. Genetics will be first every time. And it can be any genetics. It can be skin color. It can be dick size. It can be bald. It can be fat. But they're going to go with genetics first every time. Number 2, they're going to choose personality. And that personality is based on 3 basic personalities. And I borrowed this from the BDSM community, right? Which is what? Dominant, submissive, and switch. They're going to choose a man based on what they like in terms of personality. Those only 3, dominant, submissive, and switch. And the last thing they're going to choose is security of resources. That's not always money. Money is a security resource, but religion can be a security resource. If you don't have the religion she don't like, if you're a Muslim and she's a Christian, some women going to say, I'm not choosing you because you're not the same religion as me. But that will be last. That will be last. She's going to consider that last. That's what I wrote my book on. That's the first system. That's what we're under right now in America. We're under an unregulated GPS, unregulation, no rules, no regulation. Overseas in those countries I listed, they're under what's called SPG. It's the opposite. The S is first and the G is last because they regulate women's sexual behavior. They tell women, you are not going to sleep with him because he's not a Muslim. We don't care. You are not going to be with him because he's not a part of the royal family. Then when you tell women that, that's not nice, that's not cool, but it has to happen. That's the security of resources being placed first. You are stopping her natural selection. That is not God or nature's dating system plan. That's man's intervention. SPG is man's intervention. You are stopping her what she would naturally want to do.
Okay.
Confidence, thanks for having me up, man. It's good to see you again.
I want to
Man,
introduce
who let
Kieran.
this guy up?
Kieran, you should cam up, brother. You should cam up.
No, I'm on my phone in the kitchen, so I'm doing a lazy. I'm just hanging out today. As I said yesterday, I'm a bit under the weather, so I'm just kind of chilling out and
Oh yeah, you got that Rona.
Got the kung flu road.
Okay, Kieran, meet Alpha. Alpha is, our resident kind of, Alpha, I guess. He has a lot of strong opinions about, about women and dating. And Kieran, I want to place you against him. I want to see what you guys think. And
Well, I was gonna ask. Alpha said we should call you what, mate?
Just call me an author. That's what I am. I'm an author. I'm a philosopher and an author. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Author. I was going to ask you about when you said that women choose based on genetics. If in your research you come across the concept that they'll choose different mates depending on where they are in their cycle,
Yes, that's true. That is true. Yes, meaning at different points in their cycle, a woman will choose a man for certain traits. Also, if they're on birth control, there's been countless studies. Yeah, countless studies that have shown that women, when they were on birth control, this is awful. This is sad. This is really truly sad. But they would marry men when they're on birth control. Then they would come off birth control, and they didn't like the husband they married.
Yeah, I've heard that because when they're on birth control, they're not looking for their hormones are such that they aren't looking to reproduce, so they aren't looking for the genetics. They're looking for the security.
For destiny.
And then when they come off the birth control and they're ready to mate, all of a sudden the hormones change and they don't find themselves attracted. They don't want to reproduce with this guy.
Yeah, they're looking for alpha.
Yeah, I know.
So essentially, what it is the concept that I wrote about is similar to communism versus capitalism. In communism, you have what? A regulated economy. You see what I'm saying? In capitalism, you have what? A free market. So in GPS, right, when you let them choose whatever they want, they're going to do GPS every time. That's a free market dating system. And when you regulate them, they're going to do SPG. Regulation is man's dating system.
Okay, can we
unregulated is nature? Go ahead.
Can we define what's your prescriptions to regulate, I guess, female agency and sexuality? Like boots on the ground, what are you suggesting? Like from a policy
Good question. Good question. Listen to this analogy very closely. Listen to this analogy. All right. So let's say Katie's in a house with her father and her husband. She got a 2-parent household. And let's say Katie see old Chad. We'll use the word Chad. They love to say Chad. Katie meets Chad. Chad makes her pussy wet. Katie wants to have sex with Chad. But she knows if she has sex with Chad, right, she might get in trouble. Now, in a regulated society, that's not going to happen because Chad is going to have to go talk to that father period, like we used to do. That's called courting. We used to court back in the day. You had to go to that father and you had to have a sit down with him and you had to ask for permission to court Katie. That was true. That was literally in law in America. You can look it up.
You know,
But now,
Alpha, just interesting side note. I asked my father-in-law's permission to marry my first wife.
Outstanding.
And my son-in-law asked my permission to marry my daughter.
Outstanding. It's still practiced, but it's not in law. No, now let me finish the story. It's actually, I'm glad you said that.
One last point, mate. One last point. My wife's name happens to be Katie, and she's listening. And she goes, "What the fuck? This guy talking about me?"
Well, let's choose Becky. Let's say Becky then. I hope our middle name is Becky.
My actual name is Chad, so this is like trippy for multiple parties. So.
All right, let's say
when he was saying that Katie that Katie was fucking Chad, me and Katie were going, yeah, sounds about right. Anyway, brother, go on.
Let's say, and I like your accent. You sound like you're from down under. You an Aussie?
Yeah, I wasn't.
Shout out to you, man.
Moved here when I was 4 years old. Yeah, but I'm Australian.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to visit Australia. That's one of the places I want to see before I die. So shout out to you. All right, so let's say Becky and David. So Becky and David, they got the house for one another. In a regulated society, David got to go to it's not going to happen. David has to go see Becky's father and mother. And yes, the mother's right there too. They all know what's going on. Even the community know what's going on. That's how it used to be, right? But now we don't have regulation. So Becky says, Dad, I want to fuck David. Not in those words, but I want to date him. Because you know that's what's going to happen if she go out with him. They're going to get it on. And Becky's father says, what? You are not going to see David. I forbid it. You are forbidden from seeing him. She goes to her mother. Mother said the same thing. I forbid you from seeing him. She goes to her pastor, right? Or counselor, or rabbi, or priest. And the priest says, you're not gonna do it. You're not gonna be with David. David is a playboy and we do not approve of him. She goes to her school counselor or her auntie or somebody that's kind of like a close friend, you know, that good friend. All women got that one friend that they know all the dirt and secret and bones. You know what I'm saying? And even the friend tell her, the friend say, you are not going to be with David. We don't approve of him. But she got one more play, one more spot she can go. She goes to the government. Yeah, she goes to the government. And she tells the government, I want to be with David. She even tries to do something called elope. That's an old word, elope. Elope is when women used to literally run off with the boyfriends they wanted to be with. Look that word up, eloping. And she goes to the government and she said, I want to be with David. I don't care about all these other people, what they said. I like him. And by the way, that turns women on. When everybody disapproves of you, gentlemen, that means you're very attracted to that woman. Look that up. There's a forbidden fruit effect. So now she gets what from the government? The government says what? I don't give a shit about your father, none of them people. You can do what the fuck you want. That is what I'm talking about. If that woman can go all the way up to the government and get a yes, everything down below has no power. That means shame has no power. That means religion has no power. That means your group have no power because the government just told her, go do what you want, and if you get knocked up, we even gonna fund it. We'll give you an EBT card to take care of you. That's what I'm talking about. So when you create a system of regulation, it has to be in law. Because if that woman can go up the chain, if she can go up the chain,
what's the prescription? The government should say no. Like what? Like
the prescription is this.
What you're wanting on a governmental level.
The prescription is this. If you're gonna make a dating system, it has to be in the government in law. Period. Religion won't do it by itself. It's not gonna happen.
I know. So what do you want the government to say?
I would go the other way, Confluence. I would say rather than saying the government has to be involved, something like withdraw payments for single mothers, right? Because what they do is they end up using the government as a husband and a father. So, for example, when I was after I got divorced in my 40s, and I began dating for the first time because I was married when I was 18, so I had never really dated. And I joined the dating market. And of course, being 45, all the women I met were like in their 40s and they all had children, teenage children. And I was happy to join. And a couple of ladies I lived with for like a year or so, and I got on great with the kids. I could have been a great father influence. The kids like me, I like them. I had a feeling the women couldn't quite commit to it because they would lose their payments from the government. They had this sense of independence that the government was funding for being a single mum with kids. And if they were to engage with me fully in a full-time proper relationship or a marriage, they would lose that, and they would therefore be depending on me as a father and husband to fulfill that role. So I think as long as the government is paying them to be single mums, they lose all the incentive to form a proper dependent relationship upon a man.
Right. I can see why that's a negative incentive, but I guess from a positive point of view, it's like there will be some amount of single moms, and if the government doesn't help them, then like what kind of happens to them? We don't want like.
Well, the
homeless women with,
community
like,
used to
babies.
take care of them if their the husband passed away.
Yeah,
the
but
church
passed
and the
away-
community
Yeah, I
would
know,
do
but
that.
like what happens in modern society? Let's say husband leaves. Okay.
Well, that's what we elected.
No,
Well,
but
what happens
I'm
now
asking
is
what you think
what-
should happen. If let's say a guy's like an absolute deadbeat and he just fucking leaves. He goes up for cigarettes.
Well, that's her fault for being with a deadbeat.
This is something Alpha was pointing out. That's why you have these. But no, it's why you have these safeguards. Most separations are initiated by women, man. They're the ones who
I'll be
leave.
even more
I know
specific
most,
about
but not all though, right? Like
when I talk about the concept of a system, I'm talking about rules and regulation and penalties. For example, when you drive on the road, you see a speeding limit. Am I right or wrong?
You're right.
That speeding limit says you are not supposed to go over that speeding limit. If you do, and a cop catches you, you get a ticket. All right? You do it again, you get another ticket. And in the state of Georgia, it depends on wherever you live at. When I was in Georgia, I got 3 speeding tickets in 1 month. Right? I had to pay $300 every time. I was just hard-headed as hell. On that 4th time when I went to court, the judge said, you just don't get it. You don't understand the law and the system. Guess what? I'm taking your license. Your license suspended. That's rules and regulation and penalty. Guess what I don't do now? I don't speed. And that's what I'm talking about when I say a system. So the concept of a dating system has to start with rules, regulation, and penalties.
I know,
period.
but in your own example, you at least had like 3
State
tries,
Patrol
and then
don't
you get to like
fuck
face
around.
something. But like, we're talking like my example is like let's say like someone is married, like because I get what Kieran is saying, I do get that. But let's say we have an example of like someone marries someone and they have kids, and then that guy just leaves. Let's say he is an asshole. Obviously, there is a percentage of guys that are just like assholes, right? And so he leaves. Do we want to take away all that government support? It's not like that woman gets like 3 strikes. It's like she's with that child now. It's not like she gets like a do-over 3 times, right? She either gets support or she doesn't get support.
Right. Well, first and foremost, in this country, you can look this up. In this country, America, there used to be something called shotgun weddings. Look that up.
I know what that is, yeah.
Yep.
And the shotgun wedding was legal in law. And this is what happened with that shotgun wedding. If they found out Becky and David got it on, if they found out, that father of Becky would call David's father. And they would say, your son had my daughter. I know it. And he'll say, okay, I got you. They'll say, you get the Bible and I'll bring the gun. We going out to the barn at 12 o'clock at night, bring him over and bring the pastor too. Will you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife? Stick the gun in his back. I will. I'll do. Will you take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband? I will. I do. And then y'all would jump the broom. Look that word up. Jump the broom. We jump the broom. Look up the song called I'm Stuck in a Shotgun Wedding. They used to sing about it. I'm stuck in a shotgun wedding. Do that on YouTube tonight. There's a black man who made a song where he sang, oh, Lord, I'm caught up in a shotgun wedding. So right there, that's the first penalty and rule in the system. You had sex with her. We know you had sex with her. She's your wife. Boom, done.
When did this exist in American law?
Well, that's your turn. That's what you got to do.
Well, I'm asking you. You said this was a thing.
Yeah. It used to be before the sexual revolution. It was practiced before.
Can you give me a
the
law?
40s, 30s, 20s, 1910s, 1800s. It was practiced in law.
That's just not true.
That is true. Look it up.
You're saying in
the
in the 1940s this happened.
Yes.
Yep.
Look it up.
Someone quote me a law. I mean, you're saying it's a law. I feel like the burden of proof is on you.
Google shotgun weddings were legal in law. You can Google that.
I can do it. Just let me drop my set. It's going to take a little bit.
That's okay. Now, don't hold me to the exact time. I'm speaking in terms of the concepts and what they were doing.
Well, I kind of have to hold you. If you're talking like the fucking 1700s, that's very different than the 1940s. So
No. They were doing this. They were doing this in the 40s and 30s and 20s. Yes, they were. They were doing shotgun weddings.
And you were saying it was codified in law in the 40s.
It was. In many cases, it was in law. Yes, the father and they would do it if that woman had sex and they found out she was pregnant. They would do a shotgun wedding.
Okay, K2.
Yes.
I mean, K2. If you're on the case, because I have not heard about this in American law.
I gotta get to the yard and drop my 2 trailers.
No, I know. I know. You do what you gotta do. I'm just saying.
And guess what?
X to doubt this. I don't think.
And guess what? They still do it in some places in America to this day, but it's not in law. They still practice it though.
Yeah. If we're punting outside of law, I agree. It probably happens in a lot of places, but I don't believe this happened in law in like the 30s. And
40s. It did. You can Google it. It did. Shotgun weddings were legal in law.
I'm Googling it. I'm not finding it. So I don't know.
Yeah, look up the history of shotgun weddings in law. That was true.
I'm literally looking that up right now. I don't see.
Check your Wikipedia.
Look, that's the first place I checked, brother. It's not on there.
I can't share my screen, but I'm telling you, I'm not going to give you something that I haven't looked up. It's true. Shotgun weddings were legal in law. They were legal. Yes, they were.
And by that you mean that the woman was forced by law to marry the
guy.
The man and
actually,
woman
it was more for the man.
Fucking 40s.
Actually, it was more for the man. It was more force on the man.
I don't.
It was more
confluence.
buy that. I don't buy that.
Confluence. Like,
well,
think about
actually,
these
back then
things
too, they used to have like fucking houses where single moms would have their baby and give it up for adoption, and then
they used to do that
too. They would give 2 choices. There were 2 choices: the shotgun wedding or that.
Yeah, confluence. If you think about it, like there were quite a few things that would sound unusual to us today. So.
Outstanding.
As early as the 1960s, so before 1970-71, when no fault divorce came in, there was a requirement in law that you had to have sex with your spouse 52 times a year minimum.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you weren't forced to do it, but that gave the other spouse legal grounds for divorce. So you had a responsibility, codified in law, to be putting out for your spouse once a week, at least. So these things sound strange now, but they were literally there.
I know. I understand a lot of things sound strange in law. I mean, like if we're going pre-1960s, we're like pre-Jim Crow. I understand that. I don't believe there's a law about what Alpha said. I want to see evidence of that. I don't think that's a thing. I don't.
I'm Googling it right now. I'm gonna Google it on my page, and I'm gonna see if I can give you I'm gonna give you the link because I'm Googling it right now.
Okay, good. Because I don't know. Like maybe there is. I want to be honest that it sounds hard to believe, and I can't find the law. I think it's fair that I'm asking for the law.
It is.
And
It's
I
fair
think
that
you would
you.
agree as well, Alpha. You'd agree it's
Yeah.
fair.
I think being incredulous is fair because it's a pretty big claim.
Right.
Alpha seems confident he can find the reference. So if he can find it, it'll be interesting to see.
You can go to a website called harddress.com.
Can you
or have dress? Sorry, have dress. HAVED dress.com.
Can you? I don't know how familiar you are with StreamYards. Do you know how to link it in the back chat?
I absolutely do not.
Copy, paste it, and then go to the back chat, and then put
Or
it
yeah,
there.
could you paste it in the YouTube chat? Or actually, no, I'll probably block it because you're not a mod, right?
Yeah, I don't, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a dinosaur on this YouTube stuff, so I hope I don't mess it up. But I'm telling you it right now. I'm actually on the website, and the website is HAVEDRESS, and it's talking about the wedding from the historical roots to the present day. Present day. That's one website.
So okay, but I guess what I'm looking for, does that website quote? Because like laws obviously are like codified with like numbers and shit, right? Like, do you have the specific law that it's referencing? Because like a website can say anything. Like I'm looking for the actual law.
I'm on a website right now called Medium. Have you heard of that website?
Yeah, it's but that's like anyone can post on Medium. I want to know the actual law. Like, you know, like if I was quoting you a law about immigration, I would say, oh, it's in law 304.52. Like that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for like what is the actual law.
I'm gonna read it to you. I'm reading it right now. The term date backs to the 1700s and 1800s.
That's not
back
brother,
then.
That's not what I'm asking for. I'm looking for the law. Do you get what I'm talking about? Like if you ask me what law does it say in California that you can't kill someone, I could give you the law. I would give you a government site that is like law 304.529, and it would say the law. That's what when I'm asking for the law. That's what I'm asking for. I'm not asking for a website.
All right,
I'm asking for an actual
give me
law.
a second.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
And I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying like that's what I'd want to see to believe it, because you know, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. You know, not to be that guy, but
sure.
Right now I'm using what's called the Google, you know, the AI stuff.
Yeah, Gemini.
And they're giving a historical legal context. And they're saying that in 1872, a man sued because he was forced to marry somebody.
Okay, that's civil
1872.
law. So that's emphatically not what you just said, though, and it's also not the 1940s. We're like literally like 70 years off from that, right? So it's not. You said like 30s and 40s.
Your
so
mom.
There was no law in the 30s and 40s saying that if you had sex with someone as a guy, you had to marry them. Like that's the claim I'm looking for backing up. I don't believe there was a law in the U.S. that said that at any point in the 30s or 40s or hey, the 20s as well. I don't think that law existed. A civil suit in the 1870s that doesn't say anything about that, right? First of all, it's civil. Second of all, it's like 70 years off.
Well, I don't want to hold up your show, but I'm looking for it right now. So
yeah, that's fine. I mean, we don't have to harp on this, you know. I have a hard time believing.
All right, right now I just got on this article that's loading. It's a really heavy one. So just to move the conversation forward, essentially that's the concept that I'm writing about in terms of a dating and mating system, where if you want to put rules and regulations in, it has to be in the government, because if that woman can go up to the government and overrule everybody in that community, she's going to do it. It is what it is. She's going to do it. She's going to do whatever she has the legal right to do, period. For men just like you. Because for men just like you, she's going to say, well, it's in law. And I seen it in law, so I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. That's what she's going to do. You understand? So if you don't want her doing it, you got to put it in law that says she won't do it. Because the reality is she going to find men, and I'm not saying you, but she gonna find men who are going to see her pretty little face and sweet butt, and they gonna try to help her to protect her from men like me and possible men like you. Women need other men to protect them from other men, especially when they doing something like trying to sell a bad deal. You understand? That's exactly what's going on. So you got to put it in law. If you don't put it in law, she's not going. It has to be where she go up. Every man in law and woman in law would tell her, no, you cannot be with that man, David. Next question. It's still loaded, by the way, but next question.
Okay, I'm trying to like figure this out. So like, okay, so I guess okay, the question I have is, do you apply that to like all of morality? Because there's a lot of stuff that we think is bad, like idolatry or like lying, that we don't like codify into our laws, but we still see them as bad. Do you think all of morality should be codified into a law, otherwise no one will follow it?
No, I'm saying that if we as a group of men come together and we have a discussion on the topic and we all agree that it's wrong, and then we get the majority of people to agree that it's wrong, right? Then naturally speaking, it would develop into a law. But at the same time, like you know, some laws, just because the majority of people make it into law, that doesn't mean it's right. I'm just simply saying that morality and ethics, they are just that until you start making it into law. They're basically subjective until you make them objective. You understand what I'm saying? That's just the way how it goes.
I get what you're saying, but we'd all say like lying writ large is wrong, but there's no like it's not codified into law that like you can't lie, right? Like,
that's not true. You cannot lie to a police officer. That's not true.
Well, that's not the same. I can lie to you, Alpha, and like no.
But you can't lie to a police officer. So lying is lying.
Yeah, but there's a reason you have to punt to a specific example of an LEO to get that point across, right? I can lie to you, I can lie to Kieran, I can lie to K2, I can lie to anyone except a police officer, or like if I'm like under fucking subpoena, then sure, I can't lie. But in general, lying is not illegal. But do you think it should be? Do you think we have to? Like you're saying, women will do anything if it's not codified in law. They will push the boundaries to the max, whatever the law will allow. Why does not apply to all of human morality then?
Well, we're kind of right back to this. We're doing circular, and I think me and you both somewhat agree that it is what it is. Ethics and morals is going to be subjective until we bring it to the public sphere. That's it. Until we bring it to the public sphere.
That's true, but the non-circular part is I'm asking you, do you think we should, anything that is immoral, should we codify that as a law? That's my question. I don't think that's circular. I think it's a novel question.
We agree on it. I agree with you if we agree on it. We agree
lying is broadly bad. We do agree
right.
on it, right? So should that be codified into law? If I lie to you, should I be like criminally responsible?
Yes. If it's causing a lot of harm to people, then I would say yes.
Really?
Yes, if any action, this is not just any action, if anything, any behavior that human beings are doing wrong, right? And we all agree that it's wrong, right? Then how are you going to stop it? People are going to do what they want to do, man. Period.
So do you just like throw out, like you're American, right? You just throw out the First Amendment completely?
No, and see, this is the problem I have with this. And I'm not saying you're doing it. This is my fault. I'm mad at myself because I don't think I'm making myself clear. And I apologize for that. All right. Essentially, if you want a dating and mating system, I'm saying you have to put it in law. And you kind of jumped the gun a little bit, but that's okay. That's why I say it's not going to happen in America anymore. That's why our dating system fell apart. Because we couldn't put it into law because of the Constitution.
I know. I guess
it is
what I'm asking is if something. I guess what I'm trying to say is if something applies to dating and mating, I feel like anytime I go outside of that, you don't like that. But I'm saying if the same ethics hold true in that sphere, then wouldn't they hold true in all spheres? Like, why is dating and mating some like category that is inapplicable to every other category? Because if you're saying like there should be laws governing shotgun weddings and virginity, then, and you're saying that women won't listen until it's codified into law, then why wouldn't that apply to something like lying? Like, I don't know if I'm making like a leap there, but like, why would that not apply to all morality? I guess that's what I'm like trying to figure out.
In my opinion, you are making a leap. That's why I'm not taking it. So if you want to make that leap, you can, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to keep my argument specifically to dating and mating as a system in law.
Can you explain why I'm making a leap though? Like, what's the leap?
I don't know. I don't know why you're making a leap. I don't know why you're doing that.
Can you explain why you think it's a leap? That's what I mean.
I think it's a leap because it's literally taking the conversation away from what we're talking about. We're talking about dating and mating.
I know, but you're saying, you know, but to be clear, Alpha, you're saying women will not follow morality unless it's codified in law, and they will push the boundaries to the end. I'm saying, so what do you think in just the human psyche that just applies in like an entirely different way to every other morality that we have as people?
I'll give you an example.
That's an insane hypothesis. That's absolutely insane.
I will give you an example. In terms of if a woman hears about a man robbing another man, right? And that's wrong. I mean, we all can agree to that. A woman would have ethics and morals in that. She would, because it's not nothing dealing with dating and mating. But if a woman hears a man who says he got foodie call last week, he went on 10 dates, and all 10 of those women sat there and listened to him talk for 15 minutes, and they took the food and went home and didn't even give him a kiss. Women don't give a shit about that. They don't give a damn about that. They have no ethics about that. They're not gonna lose no sleep at night about that. They're gonna say, oh well, tough titty, that's on him. Oh well, you go girl. It is what it is. That's what I'm saying. They don't have any ethics and morals in terms of dating and mating. They don't give a shit. They really don't.
They
truly don't.
I agree. In my experience, left to their own devices, women moral retards.
Well, I'm not saying that. Outside of dating and mating, women have ethics and morals. Yes, they can tell what's a murder and what's robbery and stuff like that.
Okay, hold on. Alpha, you have a new challenger. It's Marilyn. Pew, 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 pew. A real
What's going on?
Hey, hello. What's up?
Marilyn, okay,
go ahead. Ask your question.
Yeah, well, how do you feel about what Alpha's been saying?
I don't know. I'm riding the fence on it, really. Because I like a lot of stuff he's saying, but at the same time, I like the First Amendment. So,
bingo! That's usually what I get from women. Bingo! I'm in the right spot. Go ahead.
You sure are.
I'm listening. I'm like, I don't really have any questions. I just jumped back over from JS's stream, but
let me ask her a question. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Do you think women really lose sleep at night for the men who complaining about going on dates and being used for food, i.e. foodie call? Do you really think women give a shit about that?
That women are worried about men talking about what?
No, women are the word foodie call is essentially women using men to get free food through the dating and mating process. They don't really want to be with those men, but they will go on a date with them just to get some free food. Do you think women generally sit up at night thinking about that being wrong in general?
I don't ever think about that. I don't ever think about a man feeding me to get a date or whatever. No.
No, but he's asking, what do you think? He's asking if you think. He's asking he's just asking if you think women in general feel guilty for doing that.
I don't. If that is their plight, if that's what they're after, then no, they don't feel guilty at all.
They also don't feel guilty about. Do you think women feel guilty about breaking a man's heart? Say he's involved with a family, like me, for example. I joined a couple of families and loved the woman, loved the kids. The kids loved me, and for some inane reason, she decided to just kick me out. And do you think she lost sleep over my feelings?
Why'd she kick you out?
Because she was fucking stupid.
Okay.
I'm not even joking. Like
because he was gay.
Like, I'll be really honest with you, right? I'm a genuine guy. Luckily, I found Katie 4 years ago. I joined her family. I married her. I took on her teenage daughter. I've been a great influence.
You're
The previous
wonderful.
ladies
I know you. I know you.
yeah, but
I know you.
the previous ladies I've met, they could have they had that, but for their own selfish reasons. They didn't give a shit, and they kicked me out. And one of them left me homeless, and I had to fucking start again. Did she lose sleep? Fuck no. Fuck no. She didn't lose any sleep.
It doesn't sound like it. Not that type of woman. Not that type of woman that'll do that. She
I'm not
obviously
speaking about.
wasn't that into
I'm not
you.
speaking about you. I'm not speaking about you.
I
That's
know.
what I mean. Yes. Okay. So she wasn't that into me. She wasn't that into me. She wasn't that into having a good father for her children. She wasn't into having a good husband. She was just into her own selfish things. And yes, she used me for a year to bring resources to her home and to help to get her kids on track, which I did. They were going sideways, and I helped to get her kids on track. None of that mattered in the end because she was selfish. That's why she kicked me out, because she wanted to go and party. And I tried to reel her in from her partying to be a proper mother, and that infringed on her freedom. So she said, "See ya."
Well, did
She
you
said,
ever
"See ya."
did you ever plan dates? Did you ever like say, let's go out together? Or did you just not want to go out at all?
Marilyn, that's very superficial. That's a
No,
very
if that's what,
superficial way of
no,
looking at it.
if that's what she liked to do and she enjoyed that type of scene, why did you not
We did all the things. We did all the things. We used to both ride motorbikes together. We used to go for rides in the country. We used to do all the things.
Sorry, I got an update on this article. If you want it, man, I can give it to you. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, so I can hear you. I'm just off cam. But
I'm sorry about that, y'all. Sorry, I'm in the mountains and my internet is ghetto as hell. I live in the mountain about 5,000 feet up in Southern California. My internet is ghetto as fuck, so I'm sorry about that. But what I have for you is essentially it is from the School of Law, University of Georgia, Georgia Law Review. It's peer review. All right. It's volume number, and it does a collection. It does a synopsis of basically shotgun marriage by operational law. That's what it is. And it's a lot. It's a lot of legal jargon and codes and numbers, and that just be it's heavy. So, I mean, I don't want to get hung up on this, and you don't know it. So I'm just going to say, let's just agree to disagree. You don't know it. I know it. I don't. It's no big deal for this, but it was in law, and I would just recommend that you do some research on it. It was in law for you to not believe
If you
it.
can quote me a specific law, I would love to look it up later. Honestly,
I'm going to be honest with you, man. At this moment, me looking at this thing, it's a lot of language. It's a lot of language. And I mean, I'm trying to read the summary of it, and it's very, very intense. So I don't want to mess up the show like that. I really don't. I'll just concede that you don't believe me, and we'll just move on from that. Fair enough.
I want to see what you're saying though, just for later. Can you hit comments on StreamYards on the top right of your screen?
This thing is deep. I mean, it's got citations from 1967.
So like if you go,
What?
you're on StreamYards, right? In the upper right, it should have like a comments thing, and just paste the link, and I'll look at it. It should say like private chat somewhere on the right side of your screen. I won't go through it now, but I just want to go through it later.
Well, I can tell you this. I can tell you this just by me scanning it. It's quoting case law.
I know.
Like Walter.
Put the link in the fucking private chat. That's what I won't look at it now. I'll look at it later.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not that proficient with this. I'm on my cell phone and I'm very ignorant to this. I don't know. I don't want to just cut off.
It's at the bottom of the microphone.
Let's just agree to disagree. If you don't believe it, that's fine.
I know, but legitimately, Alpha, I'm not gonna. I want to just look at it later. We can agree to disagree. I want to look at it off stream. Like, so if you can post it, if you see the private chat in the bottom,
I'll just tell you the author name and the title. How about that?
Okay.
The title of the paper is called Shotgun Marriages by Operational Law. and it's by Walter Waddington. I'm not good with English. It's Wadington. Walter Waddington. It's under the Georgia Law Review, and it's dated December the 1st, 1967, 12/1/67.
Okay, I found it. Okay, thank you.
Confucius, you've never heard of shotgun weddings before?
No, I absolutely have. The question was if shotgun weddings, if they were codified into law in the 30s or 40s, like if you were legally obligated to marry someone, if a guy had sex with a girl, could there be some legal consequence where they legally had to get married?
If she got
pregnant, Confluence. I was looking it up, and the term shotgun. It's kind of interesting. The concept shotgun wedding can also just mean, like, it's a euphemism that just means like a wedding in a hurry. So they could.
That's the way.
No, not forced. No, not forced. It's like, because one of the legal criteria for marriage is you can't have coercion. Coercion nullifies, right? It has to be free will. So, a shotgun wedding could mean, a young couple get pregnant and they want to kind of get the wedding happening as quickly as possible so that no one knows that she was pregnant before they got married.
I've always used the term. Importantly, though, that's not codified in law. That's kind of my argument. It's that is
the coercion part.
That's a term, shotgun wedding, and it's like that's what I would use it as. Like two people, they get pregnant and they do a quick wedding to hide the fact that the bastard is going to be a bastard,
Shit, bro.
What the contention is that codified into law in the 30s and 40s, and so. But I do have the argument or the article he sent. I have it loaded, so I'll look at that later. Because I agree,
essentially,
we can't look at it now.
Essentially, women, the boomer generation women, yes, they're still walking around. They led the sexual revolution. They said, no more. We don't want to do that no more. We want to have sex like a man. And they threw out the dating system that we had in America. We did have one, but they threw it out.
Right. Okay.
So
if I can pivot back, I'm trying to go back in the convo. So Marilyn and Kieran, what you guys were talking about, I want to ask Kieran this. So like women obviously can do bad things, like it sounds like your ex did.
Sure.
But do you not think men are also in some cases like selfish people as well?
Yeah, sure. But I think
so. Like, is it a gender specific thing, or is it just like people can be like assholes at times?
No, I'm not saying that men and women can't both do bad things. I'm saying when there's a moral framework, men's ontology, their nature, is that they are more inclined to work within a moral framework, and women's nature is not. So women need to be more kind of shaped and kind of not controlled, but left to their own devices. More men will find the right way, and more women will find the wrong way, just by nature.
Now, well, I'm glad I'm on this panel because I'm gonna give you the black version of what he said. So he said something that sounds real nice and white. I'm gonna give you the black ghetto version. Let me give you the black ghetto version. Women don't give a shit about what happened in dating until you tell them to stop fucking doing it. Period. They don't give a shit. They don't care if they ghost you. They don't care if they take your money and don't give you a kiss. They don't give a damn if you don't get laid at the end of the night after you took them to this nice, great place. They don't give a fuck. At the end of the day, they care about one or two things. Either get what they gonna get out of you, busting a nut, and that's that. Period. They don't have any ethics and morals.
I agree. My only pushback is I think I've met a lot of guys that are the same way, that they meet a girl, they fuck her, and then they're just gone. Like they don't care about her.
But confluence. That's within the context of the dating market that women created after the sexual revolution.
Outstanding. That man is right.
No, that's been the context.
Confluence. When I was dating in my 40s, right? So I'm not bragging, but in my 40s, I was pretty fit. I was in good shape. I don't have two heads. And so I was in a pretty good position to be dating middle-aged women in my 40s. Now, I was looking for a long-term partner. I didn't mind joining a family. I didn't mind being a father figure to her children, etc., etc. And I just found over time, I reached the mentality where I thought to myself, you know what? I'll just fuck the bitches. That's all they want. And I did that for a bit, and then I felt bad about it. I thought, why am I doing this? Like, I got sick of turning up to a first date, and she's going, "Come on, I've booked a hotel room." And I go, "Come on, I'm trying to do something here." So, yes, there are guys who say, yeah, sure, I'll just, smash and dash, but they get worn down because what we have to offer isn't received from the other side.
I feel like more white guys are like that than black guys, but I don't know.
I don't know about the demographic of black and white. All I'm telling you.
Say that again. Say that again. What she said, say that again. I want to hear that again. What did you say?
I feel like, because I've dated all colors, but my last boyfriend was black and my son's father's black. And I just noticed they're a lot different when it comes to like wanting to keep the relationship rather than the white guys. Like, I don't know.
Meaning black guys want to hit and run or hit and stay. What are you saying?
They want to hit and stay. Like,
okay, well, that's some truth to that, but the reality is, from a historical standpoint, we had things set up for women to where they didn't have to worry about hit and run, but it was the boomer women who threw it out. I'm a Generation Y. I'm a millennial. And I presume everybody on here is either Gen X or millennial. I'm a millennial. I'm a third generation Gen X. So let me break it down to you. Boomer generation women, they are the women that led the sexual revolution. They did it.
Karen.
Generation X are the children. That's the first generation that experienced the dating system afterward. That's why they call them the latchkey generation. The latchkey generation comes from mama saying, here's the TV dinner. Here's the key. I'm going out. Make sure you feed yourself. I'll be back in the morning. That's what she was doing. That's where that term comes from.
Yeah, so Alpha, I have to jump in there. Okay, you're speaking in general terms, which is fair. But in my own experience, my parents were married until they died. They were married like 40-odd years.
Yes, there were some people. Yes, that's true. There were some people who did not want the sexual generation to happen. Unfortunately, my mother was not one of them. My mother has 4 baby daddies. Absolutely. She's a 4 baby daddy hoe. I say that honestly. And I love my mother to death. But she absolutely led the sexual revolution. She did it. And so now you got 4 generations, X, Y, Z, and boomers, who are post-sexual revolution dating and mating, and they have no regulation. And that is why you're getting all these conditions now. There is no rules. There is no regulation. Hookup culture will be the standard moving forward because we have no regulation. Next question.
No regulation.
That's it. And yes, I'm a black man and I love to pump and dump. So there you go.
Oh my God.
And I love white women. Shout out to the white women out there. I love them.
So you went to the milk store, and did you ever get the milk?
I get the milk for free. Yes, I don't buy the cow. That's a good statement. That was an old statement. Why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free? Absolutely, because the women took, it was women. It was the feminist boomers. They created this situation. Do not let them go to the grave and tell you it came up. They took the rules and regulations of dating and mating. Yes, they did. They created hookup culture. That is a fact. Next question.
I just don't necessarily believe it should be put in law, but more or less like everyone should communicate better in society to where everyone knows everyone, where everyone would know each other's business. So they couldn't get away with that as easily because everyone knows in the world that you're dating this person and you're with this person. So they have more, they can't be sneaky. I don't like laws. I'm not.
I love it. I love it. Talk to me. I love it.
more of a everyone knowing.
Of course. I just told y'all that, and there's nothing wrong with her. She's absolutely right because that's what women' natural response is gonna be. They don't like laws. They don't like you regulating their sexual behavior. But
they need
we know.
accountability.
Well, I wouldn't say accountability, but for the most part, you're doing exactly what you're naturally programmed to do, and I'm not hating on you. I get it. Women
I
don't
agree,
like it.
brother. I agree. It's like like every relationship, whether it's a friendship or a work relationship or a romantic relationship, there's always to use the term broadly, there's always a power dynamic because both people want something, and so there's always going to be like a tension between whose way. Now, men have a monopoly on strength. Women, their power is sex. So when you try to restrict that and try to make laws around that, you're putting limits on their ability to influence that relationship, and that kind of freaks them out.
I'll give you the ghetto version again. It's called alpha fucks, beta bucks, alpha seed, beta need. If you let women do it, they will fuck the hot guy that they want and make the guy that they don't want pay for it, period. That's why they made being a stepdaddy honorable. I'm going to let y'all think about that one for a second.
Hey, bro, the saying is, I get you. He's not the stepdad. He's the dad who stepped up, right?
Outstanding. And stepdaddies, from an evolutionary standpoint, being a stepdaddy from an evolutionary standpoint, you are what's called a parental cuckold. She is cuckolding. Period. That's
hang on. Like I gotcha. No,
See,
I gotcha.
you are
I disagree with this. I
You
disagree
are
with
a volunteer cuckold. You are a volunteer cuckold. There's two types of parental cuckold. There's involuntary cuckold, which is called paternity fraud. And then there's volunteer cuckoldry when you volunteer to take care of another man's child. He got the pleasure to make it. You got the pain to raise it. Next question.
All right. So Alpha, is there a context imaginable to you where being a stepfather can be an honourable thing?
No. In terms of evolution and my ethics personally,
evolution.
no.
Fuck evolution. I'm asking you personally.
Yeah, Kieran, I agree with Kieran. Fuck evolution.
Okay, no. My personally, no. You're a loser.
That's
according to
retarded.
evolution. Hey, listen, Alpha. If you,
I'm sorry. I'll let you guys talk.
no, you're cool. You're cool. Alpha, if you're going to rely on evolution, I would highly suggest not relying on evolution for your moral guidance. Okay.
No, I say my personal. You're right. Personally, I say no. No, I'm not talking. I'm talking me personally. I was raised by a single mother. My father tried to take me from my mom when I was about 5 years old, and she didn't want to give him to me. He left and didn't come back. Shout out to my father. I don't hate him for it. And no man in my neighborhood took care of us. Nobody. I literally had to grow up as a man on my own. So that would probably affect my moral judgment. I don't think being a stepfather is good.
One thing at a time. One thing at a time. If one of the men in your neighbourhood had have stepped in and married your mother and been a good father to you, would he be a cuck or would he be an honourable man?
I still think he's a cuck loser. He didn't have the pleasure of making me. He got the pain of raising me.
That's fucking retarded. That's retarded.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Like, are you saying like I like okay? Like let's say like let's try to distill this. Let's say like someone's a widow, okay? So their husband fucking died. It's not their fault, and they have like 2 kids. Are you saying that if someone marries them, they're a cuck loser?
Yes.
That's
what if
insane.
What if they've got a low sperm count and they can't have kids and they really want kids, and so they meet a woman that has kids and he, accepts them and treats them as if they were his own?
Well, according to evolution, he's a genetic dead end anyway.
Are not gonna like, and I'm gonna say this to answer her question. Let me give you a little something about me. I'm in what's called the BDSM community. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, it's gay as fuck.
BDSM.
It is gay as
I
fuck.
am a BDSM bull for a hot wife. in that relationship. I have done it, and I've had very good pleasure doing it. So, in that sense, if a man has low sperm and he lets another man like me, a bull, come in and breed his wife, he is a cuckold loser. Next question.
Alpha, hang on. So Alpha, sorry, bro. So Alpha, in the BDSM relationship with your woman, what are you? Are you a dom or a sub?
I'm a dom. I'm a BBC dominant bull.
You're a dominant bull, right? Okay. This is okay. And
there's three
what does that
types
mean?
of cuckoldry.
Email.
There's three types of cuckoldry. There's parental cuckoldry, which is voluntary or involuntary, and then there's sexual fetish cuckoldry. Sexual fetish cuckoldry is when a man likes another man to bang his wife, and he knows about it and he approves of it.
Right.
I am a BBC bull. I have fucked men's wife in front of their face, and I had all the pleasure and enjoyment of doing it. Next
gay
question.
as shit, brother.
Holy
do you not
shit, bro.
understand how gay that sounds?
You let other men watch you fuck women?
That sounds
that's gay, bro. That's gay.
Alpha, I'm
They
not
want me
saying
to
I'm
do
not
it.
saying you're gay, but Alpha, what you just said sounds really fucking gay. Because like I would not
I
fuck a
understand.
woman with a guy watching. That's like so gay. I would not do that. I wouldn't.
Yeah, you're called vanilla. We call you vanilla. That's called vanilla. You're
I'd
vanilla.
rather be
Go ahead.
vanilla than gay.
I
That's
like
all I'm
this
saying.
guy. I like this guy.
I like Alpha too. I like Alpha as well. He's fiery.
Yeah, I'm a Leo. I'm not bullshitting. I fuck men. I fuck women right in front of their husband faces. Yes, I have.
And that
they
doesn't,
got
hit you as a little like gay coded at all?
No, because it's a sexual fetish for them, and it's a sexual fetish for me.
So your sexual experience is getting another man off, right? Like definition.
No, it's a power dynamic.
I know, but he's jerking it in the fucking corner. So like he's
not
you're gratifying another man.
Most of them are in chastity cuckold. They're in chastity. If you look that up, chastity cuckold.
I don't need to look. I know what that means, but like he's getting off in his mind. He's jerking.
Do you know what your moon or rising is?
I'm a Leo in 7 of those categories. I know what you're talking about. I took that test about last month, and 7.
No. The moon arising. The moon arising.
Sun, Leo, sun. Yes.
The moon arising is when the other guy sitting in the corner is watching your butthole go up and down while you're fucking his woman. He's watching the moon rising, bro.
The moon is your feelings. The rising is how the world sees you.
So good.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Okay, my
I
moon
have
is
no
Gemini.
trouble.
I'm a Gemini moon. Just to answer, what Marilyn didn't.
Yeah,
answer.
I have no trouble talking about the BDSM. I talk about the BDSM, and I use that in my book. There are 3 primary BDSM personalities: dominant, submissive, and switch. So yes, I acknowledge that. Yes.
See, my son's father's a Leo, and he would never do anything like that. He would never do anything like that.
I'm a Leo as well, and I would not have sex in front of another man watching.
I mean, he'll pay all my bills. He'll pay all my bills, even if we're broken up and I'm seeing somebody else. But he won't do anything like that.
There it is.
Well,
so he pays the bill.
Together.
Well, I understand. Y'all have a child together. So are y'all co-parenting?
But yeah, well, yeah, I had to move back in like a year ago because my ex-boyfriend was insane and my dad died and stuff like that, but we're not together.
So y'all co-parenting. You guys are co-parenting.
Yeah, we co-parent.
That's it. No, co-parenting is just that, meaning y'all had a child together and both of you guys are putting into time raising that child. That's what y'all do, correct?
Right, but when we met, it was like my 21st birthday. I was like just turned 21 on that day, and he was like pushing 40.
That's fine. I have never dated a woman under the age of 25. I never have. I never will. I'm 40 as well.
Yeah, so Alpha. If Marilyn's baby daddy wanted you to fuck Marilyn in front of him,
he wouldn't.
No, but no.
Hypothetically speaking, Marilyn.
I'm asking Alpha. Now we're having a nice conversation. It's all good.
I shouldn't even be talking to y'all right now.
No, it's okay. It's not personal. I'm just saying hypothetically. It's more about Alpha. I'm asking Alpha in the context of this nice conversation and his advice for everybody on sexual dynamics, if you were invited to fuck Marilyn's to fuck Marilyn in front of her man, would you do it and feel good about it?
Yes, if I was attracted to her in person. I don't know.
You say, Marilyn, I didn't mean to bring you into it. I'm just trying to get this guy to say what he actually thinks. And I think...
Well, I'm over 25.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. It would have to be... I would have to be attracted to her in person. So that's one of the problems in the BDSM community. In the bull, hot wife, cuckold relationship, most of the women are usually over the age of 30. So... it's not really that good if you think about it. But that doesn't mean she's not highly attractive.
Alpha, I don't know how you're preaching all this moral stuff, and then you're talking about being a bull in a BDSM. Like, you've thrown me in like a fucking loop right now. You're talking about all this like traditional morals, and now you're talking about like you're a bull in the BDSM stuff, and you're fucking guys in front of like their husband. Like, what the fuck is happening? Like,
I can explain that.
This is insane to me.
I can explain that. Essentially, what I'm doing as an author, I wrote an objective theory. Absolutely. As an author, I wrote an objective theory about dating and mating, as a system. And essentially, I choose unregulated dating and mating. I like unregulated dating and mating. But what's pissing me off is everybody's trying to solve this problem, and they're not using the word regulation. That's the problem that I have.
How are you regulating these women if you're consenting to fuck them in front of their husbands? Aren't you doing like a disservice? Like you're talking about society and like regulation, but aren't you like part of the fucking problem?
Right?
Like, you're the apex of degeneracy, brother. Not in an offensive way, but just like in a for real
I just told you I prefer unregulated dating and mating.
But
I prefer
not for
the status
women.
quo.
Just so this is like just a man thing. So you think the woman you're fucking in front of their husband is bad, but you can be the bull, and that's like a moral good.
I prefer unregulated dating and mating for both men and women. Both. I prefer it in this system. I'm simply making an argument that nothing that these people are saying is going to solve this problem until you set up a regulated dating system. Do you get it?
Right. So Alpha, do you want to solve the problem?
I'm telling you what the solution is.
Do you want to solve the problem?
Do I want to go to a regulated system? No, I do not.
Well, then what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Brother, what?
What you're saying, brother? What you're saying,
I
Alpha,
don't want
is
to.
What you're saying
write a
is
book about it.
what you're saying, Alpha, is that you recognise the degeneracy of the modern world, and you're going to capitalise on it for your own personal kink. That's terrible, bro. That's terrible.
Absolutely.
Alpha, that is what you're doubling down as an author. That's what you're like
and this guy calls me a cuck
for admitting it.
And this guy calls me this guy calls me a cuck. This guy calls me a cuck for marrying a woman with a teenage daughter and being a positive influence in both their lives. Bro, you got nothing. You got nothing, bro.
Yeah,
well, objectively,
I want to hear your response to that because you've been talking about morals, but I
can
hear its point. Like,
I can.
You're saying that's cuckoldry.
Objectively, I'm going to give you it. Objectively, what I'm doing is I'm presenting a philosophical theory about dating and mating as a system as I see it.
I know, but I'm saying objectively, you are harming the moral framework of society while preaching some other type of moral framework, right?
I'm not preaching. I'm explaining what's going on right now.
He just sees what's going on, but he knows how to fix it.
No,
but no one's going to do it.
For the first 2 hours, you were
outstanding. He said it. Say that again.
How we can fix this.
Say that again. Say that again. Say that again, sir. Say what you just said.
You identified what the problem is, and you said how to fix it, or whatever. What the fuck did I say? Confluence got.
And you said that last part. You said I identified the problem. I told you how to fix it, but you know that nobody's going to do it. That's exactly what's going on. That's it.
It didn't sound like that for the first like 2 hours of our talk.
How am I a dumb truck driver and fucking picking up on this, and you're an educated college person and not picking up on this?
Outstanding. That man needs a gold medal. Give him a gold medal. That's the big problem right now in our society. We got too much.
I think there's
We got too many educated, non-logical people. A truck driver can understand exactly what I'm saying because he's in the real world making real world decisions.
On the
Boom,
same
baby.
wavelength, but I don't think that means
Well,
much.
to be fair,
okay?
I'm not a foreign truck driver. Those guys are dumb as fuck.
That's why Trump won right there. That's exactly why Trump won. Because they don't know how to talk to real people like him. I have a college degree too, but I have not forgotten how to reach the common man. Shout out to you, truck driver. I have not forgotten about you. I have not.
Alpha, if you're on the
Thank
same
you.
side as K2, I mean, that's a moral failing in and
Well,
of itself.
I didn't
almost
take a stance.
definitionally
I didn't
speaking,
take a
if you think
stance.
about it. So, like, if you want to put yourself on the K2 side, hey, brother, sound off, okay? That's
Hold on, Confluence. Hold on. I never picked a side on this. I'm only responding to what he said, and
That's
then
fair.
how is he saying it? I've
That's
never
fair.
picked a side.
Yeah,
Boom.
that's fair.
Mr.
I
Yeah,
think
Mr.
you're.
Author.
I think you're only giving him a part of what he's saying. I think he was giving a lot
No.
of moral prescriptions.
I just
at the
been
beginning,
quietly
and he was
listening
saying,
to what he
I
said.
know, but he was saying all the problems with Western society, and it's crazy to name all these problems and then say, but I'm actually down with the system that is the problem, and I will participate
Well,
in the
he's just like
degeneracy.
every
Well,
other
decrying
capitalist
the
benefiting from
degeneracy.
it.
To me, that's crazy.
Here it
I'm
is.
saying this, and this is what I'm saying. I'm simply saying, stop attacking these women for what they're doing. Stop
fucking other
complaining
guy-
about the situation.
Stop
Nothing's
fucking other.
going to change.
Stop
It is
stop
a
fucking other.
system,
Stop
and
fucking
that's
other
the way
blokes'
it's going to
wives.
happen.
Stop fucking
Say
other
what?
people's wives. Stop fucking
If
other
they
dudes'
want me
women.
to do it,
That's a good
it's
first step.
consensual.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
getting
I don't give a
paid.
fuck if it's
Mr.
consensual. I don't give a fuck if it's
Mr. Author.
consensual.
Mr. Author, here's a question, right? When you're fucking some dude's woman and he's watching, is he in front of you so you can see him, or is he behind you? Like, are you looking at him?
I have fucked
Probably
men while
underneath
they
both
wait
of
in the fuck the women while they wait in the other room. I have fucked men's wives while they watch me. I have fucked men's wives when they know she's over at my house. It happened 3 types of ways.
So have you made eye contact with the men while you're fucking the
That's what I
woman?
was gonna ask.
Kieran,
That's what I was gonna ask, Kieran. I was,
No,
Yeah.
no,
Pull
no.
the
I'm
question
fucking.
out of
I'm
my
fucking
mouth.
her.
Do you
I'm
ever-
fucking
do you
her, and
ever
he's sitting down
glance
watching.
over at him though? Do you ever like
In
look at
this
him?
system, he's getting
Oh yeah. I
paid.
told him he's a loser, punk bitch, and I'm fucking his wife in front of his face. Absolutely, dirty talk is real.
Has he ever come over, like, has a bloke ever come over while you're fucking his wife and kind of touched your butt or kind of waved his cock in front of your face?
No,
and
no,
you,
no,
you
no,
know,
no, no. What I do is I tell him sit his sorry ass in the corner and watch a real man fuck his wife. That's what I do.
Amazing. Amazing.
It's a fetish. People like it, man.
But
They get off on
just
it.
to be clear, the being a stepdad is like the really bad thing from your point of view. But what you do, that's a fine thing. I just want to be super clear on that.
well, hold on. He's never said that it was a positive thing.
Well, why would you be proud of doing something that's not a positive thing? I do a lot of things that are bad, but I'll admit they're bad. I'm not proud of them. I'm not proud of my sins. But it sounds like Alpha is proud of his sins, right? If he thinks they're
Well,
bad for
he's
society.
into that fetish world, so he's proud of it. So
Look, I
that's
have
looking at
like
his moral
sexual
view.
things that I'm like not proud of. But there's a difference between like being proud of them and being like, yeah, I fucking do this, and this is like a goated thing, So I guess that's
that's because Confluence, because you're still engaged in the spiritual war. You're still engaged in the battle. Alpha here, he's fucking jumped in. He's given up. He's given up on the war.
I can agree with that to a certain point. I'll give him that.
Okay, so we agree. So Alpha, so you've given up. You're just like, the world's fucked, and I'm just gonna get my jollies off, even though I know what I'm doing is detrimental.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
Absolutely.
it's just like every vulture capitalist ever.
I
Like,
feel
let's send
the
all the
same
jobs
way.
overseas, blah, blah, blah.
I feel the
He's
same
just
way about
he's just profiting off a broke system.
right. I feel the same way about prostitution. Like I would never prostitute or you know, be a prostitute or anything like that, but like I don't care if it's legal because this system is so fucked that I mean everything else is, you know, I mean not for women like making money like and to be, you know, more in the house taking care of the kids and they want that sort of deal. They don't want women to, you know, have dreams or goals or ambitions. So like if they already feel that way, what's the big deal if they legalize prostitution? Not saying I would ever do that, but like
Why wouldn't you ever do it, Marilyn?
because I wouldn't want to do anything that I mean, I've escorted before. I've, you know,
Marilyn, it sounds like you're saying you think you personally think prostitution's wrong, but you couldn't dare tell one of your sisters or your friends that they shouldn't do whatever they want to do. Like you couldn't give them advice on
well,
how
if
to
it's
live.
gonna make them money without
There we
having to
go.
go through
There we go.
too much rigmarole.
Too much
I
rigmarole.
mean,
Like they could go and get a
I,
job, right?
I
They
got a
could go and get a
question.
job.
You said you escorted before. What is escorted? I'm confused on that.
escorting is basically like I'll escort you to a dinner, like you take me to a nice dinner or take me
Oh,
somewhere,
you
you
play
know,
girlfriend
to a
experience.
nice
You was a play
Let her
girl.
speak.
Gotcha.
and they
Nah,
will
Let her
give
not
speak. Let
necessarily
her
true.
they'll
If
speak.
you pay them
they'll give
enough,
me like
they'll
$500
get
or
your rocks
more
off.
just for the date, just for the dinner date.
Do you feel good
Gotcha.
about that,
If you
Marilyn?
pay
Marilyn,
them
do you feel
enough,
good
they'll.
about that?
I mean, I made a pretty penny just going out
Do
to
you feel
dinner.
good about it in your heart?
Yeah.
I've got money, but I still feel bad about things. Do
Well,
you
I
feel good
didn't
about
feel
taking $500 to be some guy's arm candy?
First of all, I didn't tell him how much to give me. Money was never brought up. I never
You knew what
said
it
a
was.
price.
You said escorting. You said escorting,
But
so you knew
money
what it
was
was.
but a price was never talked about.
Then why did you say
I
escorting?
never brought up money at all.
But Marilyn,
well then, how's it escorting?
Marilyn, the way you justified it though right now, when Kieran asked if you felt bad, you said, "Well, I made a lot of money." So it sounds like the money is kind of
It
the
was about
reason that
it
you
was
think
about
it's
money
okay.
because once he says when are we gonna fuck, it's like I've got a list of dudes that want to take me out and not like fuck. So why would I fuck you?
Right, but you did it for the money, yes?
Yeah, I did it for the money, but I did it for a short time, so I probably did feel bad because I didn't do it
Well,
for very long.
the other thing, Marilyn, is like for an attractive woman
You know,
to
this is what
make
Elvis
money by
talked
going
about.
for an attractive woman to go on a date for money. It's not really an achievement, is it?
No, but if you need the money, I mean,
It's not really, but it's not really like an achievement.
it's not an achievement, but what do you need an achievement for? Achievement would be an agenda. Why do I need an
No,
agenda? Like the
no.
system makes you feel like you need an agenda when you're just enjoying a nice night out, like having fun and enjoying
And getting
your
paid. And getting paid.
time.
But I don't
Wait,
think
can I,
And
let me
getting
say
paid.
this.
I don't think Marilyn is saying she's like proud of this. She's just saying she doesn't.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this on this subject. Okay, in terms of prostitution, sex workers. All right. If you also look at those countries all across the world, all of them that have regulated dating, they do allow for prostitution. And in my opinion, that's the only way you're going to make the system work. You cannot have a functioning dating system without prostitution. I'm making that very clear right now. You got to have it. Because at the end of the day, some men are not going to want to get married when they're young, and some women are not going to want to be virgin brides. That's just the way life is. So you allow the prostitution, and then they can be volunteer, nobody forced into it. And then all the other women who are not prostitutes, you make it very clear to them, all right, you're not a prostitute, so you got to be a wife.
But okay,
Don't
Yeah,
want women
but
running.
yeah,
Does that make sense?
but Alpha, you're the guy who fucks women in front of their husbands and tells the husband to sit down like a little bitch. So
Right,
come
like
on,
why is
have,
that more? Why is that not more mainstream? Why isn't male prostitution more mainstream? Why is it just women prostitution?
It is. Male prostitution is mainstream in America. We got gigolos, big time.
Not
that's
legally.
bullshit.
Not
Not,
legally.
That's
not. You
bullshit.
don't hear about it as
Even in
much.
Nevada, there's specific laws that codify female prostitutes and not male prostitutes. I think there's maybe
That's true.
one male
That's true.
prostitute
That's
all of
true.
Nevada.
The reason,
that's not right.
the reason,
That
the
is
reason
true.
the reason there are a tiny number of male prostitutes is because women don't need male prostitutes. Any woman can scroll through her phone and get sex every day of the week. So there's no demand for male prostitutes.
That's not
You're
necessarily
right.
true.
Yeah, you're
What?
right to a certain point. He's right to a certain point. Once a woman gets to a status where she becomes unattractive to the most basic common man, they will seek male gigolo. That is true. I was
Right.
in jail with a
That.
guy named Black for a month. I was in jail with a guy named Black for a month, and Black was a legitimate gigolo and pimp. He told me about all the women that paid him to fuck him, and they was about age 35 and older. That is true.
But what if the girl just wants to have a pick of her choosing? Like, oh, all these guys that are into me, I'm not really into them, and she's good looking or whatever. But what if she wants to pick, you know, this, gorgeous man or bodybuilder, muscle, a dude by her choosing? Like, she wants
I don't
that
have
one.
in terms of my personal, now if you're asking me about what I wrote about, I can give you an example. But are you asking me personally? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
But like, it's like male prostitution. I mean, like, it's
Personally,
not
I don't
just
care.
because.
From a personal standpoint, I don't give a shit if a woman sees a male prostitute or a man sees a woman prostitute. I personally don't care. But from my book that I wrote about male prostitutes in a system of regulated dating, they are very far and few. It doesn't happen over in those countries. They don't allow it. It's very, very rare.
And even in the U.S., I just want to like a point of clarity. Even in the U.S., the few male prostitutes that have been legally allowed to practice, they see mostly other guys. Okay, they don't see mostly women. Okay.
Yes, that's true.
It's mostly men paying for male prostitutes.
True, that's true. There are homosexual male prostitutes. Absolutely, that is true.
Alpha,
But in terms of my book, go ahead.
Alpha, I feel like if you didn't have that BBC, you would have a totally different brain processing system about this situation. I feel that really dictates a lot of your thinking because you know what you got, and it's that all
What
the
if
women
I
want.
told you? What if I told you that at age 6, my mother sat me and my brother down. I have a brother. I have an older brother. I'm the younger brother, and I'm taller than. I'm 6'6", 230, size 18 shoe, 2XL hand.
God.
All right, I'm a big man. I'm a very large man. Okay. What if I told you that my brother's like 6 feet tall, but he's kind of skinny? What if I told you that my mother told my older brother, "You need to get married. Don't be dating. You need to get married." And then she looked at me and said, "Don't you ever get married." What would you say to that?
Did that happen?
Yes.
Wow.
My mother told me that. She said you don't ever get married. And guess what? The time I tried to get married to this girl in Atlanta, and the girl said no, and she said, "I'm not gonna marry you because I know you're gonna cheat on me, and every woman gonna want to be with you, and I don't want to deal with that."
Wow, that's crazy. Your mama done put a curse on you.
Well, she's an
saying
old
that.
Southern woman. She's a Creole woman. She looked damn near your color. If you seen her, you'll think she white, but she's not. She's black.
Wow.
But it's
That's
not a curse.
wild.
It's not a curse because the reality is everybody
Fuck
has
that
their
in your
own quote
life.
unquote. Everybody has their quote unquote fetishes and desires and wants. And at the end of the day, I'm simply saying that as an author, these conversations about fixing dating and mating are becoming redundant. They're becoming circular. because nobody's saying regulation. And I'm simply saying that if you want to change this situation, you're going to have to regulate women's sexual behavior. If you don't want to do that, and that's because you truly don't believe in that, then enjoy the sexual revolution.
To be clear, you don't want to regulate it from what you just said like 15 minutes ago.
I'm saying I don't want to be under a regulated system.
Right. So
But
you
I am
don't want it
telling you,
regulated. Because if it was regulated, you couldn't fuck women as their husband watched. Obviously, that would
not
be illegal,
not necessarily not necessarily true. Not if the system was set up where men were allowed to have polygamy and they had prostitution, I would consider it. But I would not go into a dating and mating system that did not allow polygamy and that did not allow prostitution. I would not do it.
But then you're a part of the conglomerate that doesn't actually want to fix things, though. That's what we keep coming back to. Which is
Not
crazy, 'cause
necessarily.
You're writing a book about how to fix things, but you yourself have no desire to fix things because you don't want anything to be regulated. Because then you couldn't do.
Well, he also knows no one's going to do it.
I apologize. Am I coming in clear? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm saying.
You gotta understand this, Confluence.
I'm gonna make it plain for you. I will support a dating and mating system with regulation if it allows for polygamy and prostitution, legal prostitution.
So if it allows for your sexual proclivities, you would allow. Is that what I'm hearing? I'm not trying to straw man you, but if it allows for your sexual proclivities, then you would allow for it, and otherwise you wouldn't. So the only type of regulation you want is just coincidentally the type that happens to fulfill your kinks, basically.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, if I understand your question, no, that's not what I'm saying.
But
I'm simply saying
a system of polygamy, right?
I'm saying I want a system that allows for polygamy as well as encourage monogamy. As long as you don't force monogamy, I'm not for that.
Right, and you want prostitution as well.
Outstanding. Yes, I do want that. Yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. That kind of fulfills your kinks. By some dint of fate, it just happens to be that your moral prescription applies to your personal fetishes, right?
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, we can agree to that. Fair enough. Yeah, I agree to that.
Outstanding. So basically what Alpha is prescribing is a system where he can virtue signal about regulation, but still have the freedom to fulfill his kinks. That's well done. Well done.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm simply saying that you have to, here, I'm going to make it very plain. I'm going to make it very simple. I'm advocating for a system that, number one, allows for people to volunteer to be monogamous and for those who want to be polygamous. That's number one. Number two, it has to allow for open legal prostitution, period. No penalties for men going to see prostitutes. And if y'all want to allow male prostitutes, I don't care. I don't really advocate against that or for that, but so be it. And number three, it has rules and regulations on women on how they are to get married. Meaning you have to put it in law what they have to do to get married. In particular, you have to regulate it that only virgin brides get married, not non-virgin women. That's what I'm advocating for. If you was to make a system.
Okay, so once they're married, so Alpha, once they're married, does your legal system also prescribe that virgins get married to their husbands, and then you can fuck them in front of their husbands? Is that part of your prescription?
That would be between the couple and the consenting people. I would have no problem with it.
How is that not an internal contradiction? You're saying a woman has to be virgin before she gets married, but then once she's married, she can get fucked in front of her husband by like a bull, as you're saying, and like that's fine. So she has to be virgin until she gets married, and then she can get fucked by some random guy. Like, am I understanding this right, or am I like missing something? Because that sounds like an internal contradiction. Just like
he's just saying that's his perfect world. He's not saying that would fix anything.
No. That's emphatically not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. He's saying that's what he wants, a system where prostitution is legalized, but you also have to be a virgin to get married. And I'm saying, how does that fit? How does that fit with the whole cuckoldry angle? Because you have to be virgin to get married, but now you're married, and now you can like be fucked by some random guy. And I'm saying, how does that like square that circle for me, Alpha?
All right, here's my ideal of a dating and mating system. All right, I already told you, number one, you would have monogamy, volunteer, and volunteer polygamy. That's number one. Everything would be volunteer. Nothing is forced. All right. Number two,
volunteer isn't regulated. You keep saying regulated, then you keep saying volunteer. They're opposites.
No. Monogamy. You cannot. I don't want people to be forced to be in polygamous relationship. I don't want to force anybody to do that.
Then where's the regulation? Then what's the regulations, bro?
The regulation is saying that polygamy is legal to do.
What about monogamy?
Monogamy is legal to do. Yes, that is legal to do. But polygamy is legal as well.
But not reinforced.
That's the regulation.
That's not regulation.
Yeah, where's the regulation part come in?
The regulation part is that a monogamous marriage would have all the legal rights, as well as the polygamous marriage would have all the legal rights. That's the regulation, period.
Okay then, bro. So if a couple are in a monogamous relationship and you're fucking the woman in front of the husband, is it still monogamous?
From a legal standpoint, it is.
You fucking idiot. Fair income, you fucking idiot.
That's a fair response. That's okay, but from a legal standpoint, it is still a monogamous relationship.
I like that you are accepting of all this.
Oh no! The man down below, I respect him. I like listening to him because he actually asks some very good questions. He does. He's very intelligent. So if he's called me a fucking idiot, that's what free speech is about. If you're gonna talk it, you got to be willing to take it. So I don't have a problem with him calling me a fucking idiot.
No,
just don't hang me like a fucking idiot.
I respect that. I respect that.
But essentially,
there's one big. There's one big difference between me and you, Alpha. You respect me, and I don't respect you. That's the big difference.
That's even better. That's even better. I love it. That's even better. That's awesome. That's okay.
You sure you're a dom? You sure you're a dom? Because right now you sound like a sub.
I'm an absolute dominant. Absolutely. Period.
You're a fucking sub. You're a sub bitch. Tell you the truth.
That's okay. You're allowed to say that. That's what free speech is. See, I support that. He's fine. He's all right with me. That's okay. But essentially, law is just law, meaning if you want to be legally monogamous and legally polygamous, that's what it will be. Now, what you do in your marriage, that's between you and your significant other. I don't care about what y'all do in the marriage because I'm not trying to regulate your sexual behavior in marriage.
Fuck the philosophy. Any man who will come onto a panel and be berated and called a retard and stupid and a little sub bitch and goes, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Bro, come on.
No,
you ain't Alpha.
No, okay.
You ain't no Dom.
I do.
You ain't no Alpha.
I think Alpha. Like I do like that he is handling the insults in good spirits. Like I think that is a good thing. I understand what you're saying, Kieran, but I also like we're still having a conversation, right? Like
a great conversation.
I don't think you got the thing.
I appreciate that Alpha's
you'll
not
let
just, like,
insults
rage
get to
quitting
you
once insults happen, right? That's what I'm saying.
No, I don't.
He's like taking it and he's like responding to
dating and mating is a serious situation and people gonna express their feelings how they do it. That's absolutely normal. So if he thinks I'm a fucking idiot, a cuck, a weak man, he has every right to think that. It has absolutely no bearing on what I'm gonna do when I fuck this girl on Monday morning. It has nothing to do with it. So go ahead.
It's not a case of what I think, it's a case of what's true. You get off by watching other men, by having other men watch you have sex. That's a fact. It's not what
that's true.
That is not dominant.
I fuck other men's wives in front of their face. Absolutely. I'm a BBC dominatrix bull. Absolutely.
You're a cuck.
I take my 10-inch dick,
get off.
and it's about
You
seven and a
get
half
off.
inch thick as a Coke
You get
can,
off.
and I fuck women and
That's a
make them
lie.
feel like virgins
That's a
whenever
lie.
I put my dick inside of them. Absolutely, sir. You're correct.
You get off. You get off by having other men watch you have sex, bro. It's right there.
Absolutely.
Not what I think.
I
It's
fuck
a
the
fact.
shit out of them. I love fucking them bitches. Absolutely.
You guys are on the same page, okay? He's not denying it's a fact. Alpha.
Okay, so I got a question. So you're both Christians? Are you a Christian, Alpha?
No, I'm not a Christian. I'm a theist. I believe in God, but I don't believe in religion. Absolutely not.
Okay, I'm not a Christian either. But I do believe in God, but I'm not a theist.
Yeah, we're
either.
theists. We are
I'm
theists.
not-
There's
I'm-
atheists
no.
who don't believe in any God, and then there's theists. I
I'm
believe in
not-
the God. I just don't believe in religion. I don't care for religion.
I'm not a theist. I'm God. I'm God. I believe everyone is God.
Oh, well, that's a different subject. I've heard of that, but that's a different subject. No, I don't believe I'm God. I don't believe that. I don't believe I'm God. So
Okay, but so you believe there's a God. So wouldn't you think that God, knowing his character, wouldn't you believe that he handpicked a perfect partner for you and everyone else? Like there's an order to things, and that he has someone tightly woven to your journey that is specifically for you, seeing as how a man has what he's equipped with and women have what they're equipped with. But knowing that there's a God, wouldn't you believe that he would have someone picked out for you and not like polygamous or anything like that, that there's actually it all evens, has an equal like it evens out in the end for everyone?
yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're basically saying, do you think I believe that God has a basic soulmate for me? Is that what you're asking me?
Right, just for you. Mm-hmm.
No, I don't believe God creates soulmates for people. I believe God puts people that you can work with and procreate with, and that's that. And when the relationship goes bad, you move on to the next person. That's what I believe.
Marilyn, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
So you
sure.
you think everyone's God? So from the alpha point of view, you think God is fucking God while God watches. Do I got that right?
Well, if you don't know your God, you might get into positions like that because you've got to rightly divide truth. You've got to know who God is, know him, opposed to what he's not. So we all know God is, all loving, all, for you, all unconditionally loving, and he cares about you tremendously and the desires of your heart and stuff. So like if you go into that tangent, and anything that would not come in that realm would not be of God.
It's strange, Marilyn, because you're speaking about God like he's somebody else, but you just said you're God.
I'm God, yes, but like I said, we're all part of the one body. So if there is a disease in the body, if there's one person in the body that is not well in the head and that don't know their God and want to do things that are not of God's nature, it's going to affect the whole. Like I'm not always going to act like this. I'm not always going to feel the way I feel. I'm only going to get better if everyone else gets better and heals. We're all part of the one body. If you're, around someone who doesn't act in accordance with God's law of who he is, it's going to affect you in some way. You're going to speak to them differently than you normally would. There is an energy transfer. So
I got a question. Is there any more questions about my theory and concept of a dating and mating system? Any questions?
you go off.
No.
You go off, big boy.
Any questions? And it's so funny that you said big boy because I was asked to be a porn star and I turned it down. I turned it down because once you go that route, that's it. There's no going back. You see what I'm saying? There's no going back. So I turned it down.
My grandpa was Larry Flint.
Public
Oh wow! Whoa!
Hustler.
Whoa! Damn!
That was my grandpa. Yep.
That is cool. Wow. Do y'all know who Larry Flint is?
I do, but only because Marilyn told me this, and then I googled.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the Hustler, the Hustler magazine, correct?
Right.
Yeah, that guy was getting it in, no doubt about it. Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, so I actually play basketball with porn stars, and I actually have neighbors who are on TV right now. One of my neighbors, he's a recurring actor on the Walking Dead. Shout out to him. So,
which one?
I will not do that because he deserves his privacy, and that's why he likes me, because I'm his neighbor, and we get along. He said that's why he said I like you, Alpha, because
you cuck so many guys. You're not gonna cuck that guy by saying his name. Come on.
Well, I'm not gonna. I'll just say this. You might, if you've seen movies with Arnold Schwarzenegger and you've seen Latino guys, I'll just say that he's one of the Latino guys. So I'll just say that he's in several movies. Been in Dust Till Dawn. He's been in a lot of movies, and he's a pretty good actor. So, but we get along fine, and that's one reason why they like me, because they say you don't let the Hollywood shit goes to your head, and I don't. I tell them shut their dog up when it's barking. I tell them move their car just like everybody else. That's it.
Nice.
So, is there any more questions about the theory I wrote about? Any other questions?
Yeah, I've got one.
What you got?
Do you think that when a woman has sex with more men?
Or is it just me?
Oh, sorry. Oh my god, yeah. Do you think when a woman has sex with more and more men that it reduces her value?
Yes, absolutely. Because the reality is this, and there's a lot of science behind this, but I'm gonna give you some pragmatic truth.
Yes,
Go
is
ahead.
enough. Yes is enough. So when you fuck someone's wife, are you reducing her value?
Absolutely.
Okay. And is that increasing your value?
Absolutely.
Right. So decreasing the value of women increases your value.
In the context of me being a bull, yes.
Fucking, that was too easy. That was too easy.
That's horrible.
I don't understand the concept. I don't get what you're going at. Where are you going with
Of course
this?
you don't. Everybody else gets it. Everybody else gets
I
it.
don't see how it would be devaluing a woman, because we've had so many generations after generation after generation after generation of other men, creating these people. So like our DNA already has an infinite amount of other people in it. So
Well, can I explain my idea of when he says lore? Can I explain that?
Go for it.
All right. Essentially, when I say yes, I'm lowering her value. All right. There's some truths about life that people don't want to hear. And I'm hearing the echo. Is that me or is that somebody else? I'm hearing the echo. Is that me?
I don't see anyone else lighting up.
Sorry, if that's me, I apologize. I got shitty internet. I apologize. Essentially, there's some truths about things about dating and mating, especially in sex, that a lot of people don't want to accept. And in particular to women, there are three particular things that a lot of men don't want to accept. Number one, once a woman has done a certain sexual action, meaning once she's done something that's very highly erotic and gives her supreme orgasms, she's going to want to do that action or better for life. She's going to want to meet that standard or better, period. If you don't meet that standard, she's not going to want to be with you sexually.
Prove it.
Number two.
I don't believe that.
Prove it.
Number two.
No, hang on.
Number
One thing
two.
at a time. One thing at a time.
All right. Let me say all three. Let me say all three, and then I'll let you respond. Number two. Once a woman has been with a certain size of a dick that gives her an orgasm, she's gonna want that size or better for the rest of her life.
How fucking gay
And
are you,
number
bro?
three.
It's not true.
Once that woman has had so many men All right, once she's been with so many men, no one man is ever going to satisfy her in a long-term relationship. Now you can respond.
Okay, number one. Say number one again.
Number one, once that woman has done a certain sexual action, a certain type of sex act, certain like, I don't know, maybe she jumped off the wall and got an orgasm. She's going to want to do that action or better for life. It's always that action or better. Go ahead.
Yeah, prove it.
I don't think it's true, and I'm a woman.
Hang on. Yep. Thank you, Marilyn. I'll concede my time to Marilyn. Okay, that's fair.
Well, I'm a woman. I've been with really small dudes and got better orgasms than I did with dudes that did not fit. It was too big, and it just didn't fit right. So
I will say it again. Once a woman has been with a certain size that gives her an orgasm, she's gonna want that size or better for life. That size, whatever that size is. So whatever size you got that gave you those orgasms, you're not gonna want nothing less than that. You're gonna want that size.
No, because if she really likes the man, if she really likes who the man is and how he treats her, she will overlook that.
Listen, Marilyn, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm going to build on what you said. Listen, Alpha, I'll tell you something. Women care a lot less about sex than men do. Women have a much broader acceptance of what the sexual experience is. If you're a loving man, if you're a loving husband, if you're a loving father, all these things, if you're a good bloke, that can make up for a lot. What you're going on about is, peak orgasm. Women don't really care about that, right? Every now and then, fair enough. But Marilyn, am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. I mean, a lot of times women don't even get off. Well, when
that's right. Yeah.
I mean, unless they're in a committed relationship and they're comfortable enough, usually, a lot of times women don't get off if they're just playing the field and, fucking a bunch of dudes. Usually
I can tell you, Marilyn, even within a loving marriage, like it's okay if a wife doesn't always get off. Now the guy kind of has to always get off because that's part of the biology. But some wives are quite happy if they don't always get off. They still love their husband. They still enjoy the experience. Sometimes they couldn't be bothered getting off. Right? They just go on. They go on, mate. Put it in. Get it done. Love you. Right? It's so much more beautiful and simple than Alpha's trying to make it out. Alpha's making it out like some kind of transaction. We have to measure the intensity of orgasms every time. It's fucking retarded, bro.
But even if I can ask a question, Alpha, like even if we flip it around, like would you say the same about guys? Like let's say there's like, would you say rule number 2 for guys is like there's a certain tightness of vagina that a guy, and once he experiences
question.
It could be like
question.
if it's slightly less tight, even if it's like the perfect woman, he's like super emotionally and sexually aroused by her, he'll never have the same experience. Like would you say that as a man?
Well, I want to answer your question, but I want to respond to his response if I can.
Okay, but then I want you to answer my question.
All right, so to respond to him, if what he said was true, that women are not that. What I understood to hear, that he said something in the line of sex is not that big to women. Is that what you said, sir? Sex is not that great or important.
Yeah, hang on. Things like foreplay and the sort of pleasure from sex isn't that big to women. What's big to women is the connection through sex.
All right. Okay. Now, if that was true, which I disagree with, but if that was true, then we would not have what's called a sex toy industry. That's $1 billion industry, and the number one people who buy sex toys are women globally.
But a sex toy isn't a man. It'll never be a man. It does not measure up.
And the number one selling size of sex toys in terms of dildos is between 6 inches and up.
So what? Marilyn just made the point that a sex
What
toy
I'm simply saying,
No, hang on,
and this
bro.
is
Hang
something
on.
that you may
I'll
not
finish my
know.
point. I'll finish my
Go
point.
ahead, I'll finish mine. Go ahead.
Marilyn made a really good point. A sex toy isn't a man. They're different things. She may sometimes feel like just getting off. That's fine. That's not a replacement for having a man.
Okay, are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay. One of the things that women do when they talk about sex toys is women have been proven to appear to be more conservative when they talk about sexual relations. They don't want to get the impression that they are quote unquote a slut. But yet the numbers shows that a lot of women like sex. They love it. And that's one of the things that was proven after the sexual revolution. People thought women were not all that into sex before the sexual revolution. We have
I
now
gotta give
proven
this to
over the last
Alpha.
70 years
No,
that
that's
women
bullshit.
love to have sex. They like
Women
it
love
just
to
as
have
much as men.
sex.
That is a fact.
No, they lie. Women were on a mission. Women were on an ideological mission to prove they were just like men. They didn't like it. Women didn't like the sexual revolution. They pretended they did because they
I
were
don't know
trying
how
to be
to
like
feel
men.
about this. I don't know how to feel about
That's
this.
not true, sir.
Why?
Women they have done countless studies and research articles showing that most women, when you take away the possibility of them getting public shame for talking about sex, they show countless studies over and over that they like sex equally just as much as men. In fact, they show higher readings for casual sex than they
Yeah,
do for men.
but you're talking about self-reporting studies, which are always dubious.
Like, I feel like men would be a lot happier with women, or women would be a lot happier with men if they were getting more sex. Like, I don't think women are getting enough sex for
Yes,
sure.
it's called the orgasm gap. There is something called the orgasm gap. That is true.
That's
Yes,
fucking
a lot of
stupid.
women
That's
report
fucking stupid. That is
an
stupid.
orgasm gap. That is true.
It's a
Yes,
mental
a
Bro, you
lot of
sound so
women
gay right
complain
now.
about that.
It's a mental thing too, though, because like I haven't had sex in like a year and a half, and I probably haven't masturbated in a month. Like,
Yes,
just
it's
not
true. Women are more mental in terms of sexual eroticism.
right,
Eroticism.
right. But
Yes,
if
they
there was
like
a
to feel
man,
eroticism. They like to
if
know
there,
and be felt and want it to be feeling sexy.
if they
Okay?
right, if they're with a
Yes, that
man
is
though,
true.
if they're with a man though, and the man always wants them, they're going to feel loved. They're going to feel loved through that. Like they're going to be like, "Oh, you want sex, you want me, you
They're going to
desire
feel
me."
sexy, not love sexy. They're going to feel attractive.
But
Yeah,
Alpha,
yeah.
this sounds like the opposite of what you're saying with women want more casual sex, because now you're saying that women have a more like mental and emotional connection, but that's like definitionally the opposite of casual sex. So like, which
No,
one?
that's not contradictory. That's not. Generally
Yeah,
speaking,
let's just
women
go
like
back for a
sex
second.
as much
Let's
as
just go
men.
back. Let's just go back for a
And
second.
overall,
The
from
guy
casual sex research studies, they've shown that they are a little
gotta
bit
bring it
more
back.
open to casual sex.
You've got to bring it back. The guy who fucks dudes' wives in front of them is talking about intimacy. Bro, you can't offer any insights on this. You fuck dudes' wives in front of them. Don't teach me about intimacy. Get the fuck out of here.
Do the research.
Alpha, I don't know what research you're pointing to that says that women like casual sex more than men. I don't know.
There are several studies. You talked about Louise
You
Perry
can say several
and other
studies, but if you're
feminists.
not quoting a fucking study, brother, it doesn't really mean much.
I can quote a psychologist if you like.
That's emphatically not what I asked for, to be clear. Okay.
Well, he's pretty famous if you know him. His name is Sigmund Freud. You can look him up. He was a crazy guy.
Yeah, Sigmund Freud said a lot of batshit insane shit, and he also said a lot
Yes,
of good
he
stuff.
did.
So like that's
And
not
he
that's not a
theorized about
substitute for a study though. Like you're
Yeah, he
making the claim
theorized
that
about
women
men.
want more casual sex, which is I think that's a wild claim. I think that's disproven by even dating apps like Grindr. Obviously, is like way more popular. Why isn't there like a woman form of Grindr where they just like hook up all the time? Like
It's called Tinder. What are you talking about?
That's called Tinder.
If you look at the average number of like sexual partners a man would prefer to have, it's like obviously very different than a number of sexual partners a woman. And I actually can give you studies on that. So if you have like
Tinder, you heard of Tinder, right?
Yes, I have.
Bumble.
Yeah, sure. You're just naming dating apps at this point, though. But I'm asking, why do you think?
Yeah,
that
but they got
women-
the studies for it too.
So then, what's the study to say that women want more casual sex than men?
I don't know. I'm
Well-
driving right now. That's dangerous for me to do right now.
Well, that's my point. But more importantly, Alpha, it sounds like you're saying the opposite. It sounds like you're agreeing with Marilyn with like you're saying that women want. I mean, even Marilyn. Not to bring up Marilyn's personal, but she said it. She hasn't masturbated in like a month. Not to. But Marilyn, you said that, so I can quote
listen.
that. How many guys have not masturbated or had any sexual contact in a month? I mean, does that not? It's an anecdotal example, but does that not speak to something?
A monk.
A month.
I am not saying Marilyn. I'm not singling her out. I'm quoting basic overall single general knowledge. In terms of general knowledge, most women have what's called an orgasm gap. Most recent studies show that women are very open to casual sex. All right, more than what men think they do. And most women have said that they like to have sex as equally as much as men.
You're like saying three different claims. You're saying more than they want to have casual sex more than men think, and then it's equal to men, and then before you said they want to have casual sex even more than men. So like which?
Yeah,
which
it's
one is it?
some
Those are
studies.
three different things that you just said.
Some studies have shown that women have said in some studies they have showed a slight increase that they wanted to have more casual sex than men. That's what I'm saying. Yes.
But
because a lot of men,
you can't name
a lot of men think on.
Kieran pointed out they're probably self-reported studies, not actually.
A lot of men think on the theory that Sigmund Freud wrote about. It's called the Madonna whore complex. A lot of men think like that.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Yes, and a lot of men think that a lot of women are as prudent or as reserved about sex that they would think that they are, but they're not. Now that we know, after 70 years of the sexual revolution, we know that's not true.
That's not the Madonna horror complex. To be clear, the Madonna horror
I'm
complex
saying
has
that
nothing to do with women's.
yes, I'm saying that type of thinking is what drives men to make those kind of conclusions. You see what I'm saying? Where they think that women are either Madonnas or whores.
Alpha, what you're doing right now is you're throwing out a whole bunch of references to try and chain together some kind of weird view of the world.
What weird view of the world? That's the world we live in now, sir.
No, it's not. That's the world you live in.
Sir, we live in the world where the divorce rate is what, 70%?
You say
Am I right or
all you're doing
we have
all night
94% of women coming out of high school
You're throwing out
non-virgin.
statistics. Like Sigmund Freud, and
Hookup
also
culture is the norm now. I don't know what world you're living in, sir.
Confluence also pointed out when you brought up the Madonna whore complex that you got it wrong. Okay, you're just right now you're just doing appeals to authority. Sigmund Freud,
Sir,
my studies, the fucking
Dating
research.
and mating is complex, sir. And you're asking complex
really.
questions. I'm trying to
It's not complex
simplify
at
them
all.
as much as I
It's
can.
not- no, brother, dating and mating is not complex.
Then why are we having this conversation?
Because you fuck other guys' wives. You make it. That's complex.
We're talking about look at the conversation of the title. It got to be something wrong. It can't be simple. That's an oxymoronic statement, sir. Dating and mating is complex. That's why we're having these conversations. I'm glad we're having them.
No, that's
so
cool.
we're all throwing ideas out there to understand.
Hang on. You said it was oxymoronic. I don't know what that means. What's an oxymoron?
It means it's counterproductive. Look at the title of his page right now. We're talking about dating and mating.
I'm trying to understand what you said. You said what I said was an oxymoronic statement. I don't know what oxymoronic is.
When you make the statement that dating is simple and it's only complex to you, Alpha, because of what you do, that's an oxymoronic statement. Because dating and mating is not simple. It is complex.
What is an oxymoron?
it's counteracted to what you're saying. It's not in line with what you're saying. It's not even lining up. You're saying dating and mating.
Are you sure that's what an oxymoron is?
That's exactly what it is. It's counterproductive. It doesn't make any sense in what you're saying. You're saying something that
So an
negates
oxymoron.
exactly what you're talking about.
Your definition of an oxymoron is it's counterproductive.
I said
didn't know that.
oxymoronic statement.
Yeah, what's an oxymoron?
Oh my gosh, look who it is. Ryan, the Red
So-
Bull am I fucking dreaming?
You might be, yeah.
Oh, I know this guy. What's up, man? What's up? I know him.
I trust you can bring
You have a celebrity in your
chaos
midst.
to what this panel already is, okay?
I know this guy. I know him. Yes, I donated to him.
Have you been listening at all?
Yes, you have. I appreciate that, Alpha.
Do you know what we're talking about, or like?
Hey, dickhead, how you
dating
going?
and Stuff, I guess.
Hey, dickhead, how you going?
I know him. I know this guy. Remember that question I asked you last month? I asked you a question and you still haven't answered it.
What was the
And I asked this question. I said, what duty do women have to a country? Remember that question? I paid for it twice.
I mean, the same.
I'm still trying to
women as a
hang on,
monolith.
Ryan, hang on. I'm still trying to get Alpha. He used the word.
Well, I mean, I tuned in for a bit. With respect, Kieran,
Ryan.
I tuned in for a bit, and you guys didn't sound like you were going anywhere at all. So,
well, hang on, Ryan. Maybe Ryan. Maybe you can help.
Go ahead.
Hang on. I'm on a point, Ryan.
Celebrity streamer, look, Alpha's paid for
He's
this.
not a fucking celebrity. Get the fuck out of here, Ryan.
Ryan has not answered Alpha's question, and Alpha has paid for it. That's crazy.
But he didn't pay here. Ryan, what? Can you please help us out? Define the word oxymoron. What's an
Sir,
oxymoron?
you win the debate. Let's move on. You win, sir.
Why are you asking me?
Let's move on.
I'm not an AI chatbot, dog. Like,
well, just look it up. Someone, please help me out.
This dude have hands? Do you have fingers?
An oxymoron is a self-contradiction, right?
Yeah, essentially, that's what it is.
Ask Siri, bro. Like, what are we talking
Look,
about?
we all know what an oxymoron is. Okay, look, I got so excited by Ryan joining that I fucking, I don't know. What are we talking about?
You nutted yourself.
We're talking about semantics. That's all we're doing. We're arguing over semantics. Time to move on.
Okay, I wanna briefly fill Ryan in on. I want to hear his point of view. He just joined. Okay, we gotta respect our celebrity guest. We have to.
He's not a fucking celebrity. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, I'm gonna fill him in regardless. Okay, Ryan. So Alpha has a bunch of prescriptions for modern dating and why women should lose their agency and all this stuff. But then he's revealed that he is a part of a BDSM kink where he fucks other. Fucks wives in front of their husbands, and so most of the panel thinks that's kind of a contradiction. If he's going to be like red pilled and be like all women should not have any like rights and stuff, then it feels contradictory.
All
to
he
say that
did
he's
was
a part of the problem by contributing to what he himself would describe as degeneracy, but what he still gets off on.
Well, look, I'm not gonna agree with Alpha that women should lose rights and stuff. I don't think that's cool. But I mean, is it a contradiction if he takes advantage of the reality in front of him?
Well, I think it's a contradiction if he's prescribing that this is how it's just. That's how like the first.
All he said is he found a solution, but no one's gonna do it.
But he also is saying that women should lose agency. That's his chat message. If I scroll up, that's why he landed on the panel, is because he said he thinks that women shouldn't have agency, and that's the problem. But then it sounds hypocritical to then say, and he also said that anyone who's a stepfather is a cuck, but then he participates in this whole like cuckoldry thing. So it's. There's a lot of context, okay?
He's not.
I guess, yeah. Again, I mean, I don't agree that women shouldn't have agency. I'm pro agency for all people, men, women, and my non-binary siblings as well. But I don't care who Alpha fucks in front of who. Doesn't not an issue for me. So.
But do you see an internal contradiction? And Alpha, if I misrepresent
well, maybe
there might be. Frankly, I don't care if he has like some contradictions or whatever. If you think that
maybe I could ask Ryan. Ryan, so women's agency, right? So Ryan, if you were in a relationship with a woman, unlikely I know, but if I'm just playing. Okay, so you're in a relationship with a woman, and your woman said, I really want Alpha on the panel here to fuck me in front of you. Would you contradict her agency or say no?
Oh yeah, I would say no. I would say I'm not into that. I'm not interested in that. And if that's the dynamic that she's interested in, then we should probably break up because we're gonna have some incongruent desires.
I'm gonna say for the fucking fourth time, I fucking hate agreeing with you, you fucking asshole.
Not the fourth time. It's probably the 10th or 11th at least, but
no, it's fucking 4. Get the fuck out of here.
But I mean, but that doesn't mean I care if Alpha like finds some woman and man who are down for that and they want to have a good ass time. Like hell yeah, bro. I mean, live your life. Like it's just not for me, you know.
Well, like, is there like this is the thing I'm finding is a whole bunch of people saying I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it, but I think it's okay if everybody else does. Is there a point where you kind of say I wouldn't do it, and I also don't think anybody else should? Is there some kind of prescription where you can say I actually think the world would go better if you didn't do that, you didn't do that, and you didn't do that?
Well, I guess there are like if there's a guy who doesn't want his wife to be fucked by Alpha in front of him, I would encourage him to do what I just said and say, hey, that's incongruent with my desires for the boundaries of this relationship. And if you want to fuck Alpha, then I think we should see other people.
Ryan,
I
think like as a general moral thing, like this is similar to a lot of stuff, right? Like we've been through this a few times in this conversation, but where people
pretty
are like,
specific thing.
Well, no, I'm just saying, no, let me generalize it a bit where people say, well, I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't, like you've heard this with abortion, right? I wouldn't have an abortion, but I'm fine with other people doing it. I wouldn't
Yeah, they would choose not to, right? They would choose not to, right?
But at what point do we just say this would be bad for society? It's a moral harm to have guys fucking other people's women while the guy watches. Like that is
that's a really good point.
What's the
That's a really good point.
Like, when you say what point, I guess I'm answering his fucking question, Kieran. Oh my god. So
fucking Ryan,
confluence. I guess what I would ask if you're gonna say there's a moral harm, I would ask what's the moral harm, and I would like demonstrate it.
You don't think it like breaks down society at all?
Yep.
How?
What do you mean? Like I mean, okay, so I guess if we have to go back to the beginning, right? Like we are humans and we have to procreate, and so most marriages, right, have children, right? And so when Alpha's talking and he's like fucking a wife, right? There's like, is there a kid involved? Does that matter to you, Ryan, or does it not matter?
Alpha, are kids involved when you're cucking these guys?
Not kids. No, to be clear, not the kids aren't like watching. To be clear, the kids are not like present. I hope. I mean, actually, I'll let Alpha answer. But
I would say it's bad if the kids are watching, but I mean, otherwise, I like it.
But like
okay, let me answer that.
No, hang on, bro.
Let me clear this up.
No, hang on, Alpha. Alpha, hang on. I'll try this confidence. Here's an example, right? Here's an analogy, right? I personally think slavery is wrong, and I wouldn't own slaves. But you know, if my neighbour or somebody else wants to do that, that's their prerogative. That's the same argument.
No, well, it's not, because like I would go on to then make an argument for why slavery actually impedes on the enslaved person's agency directly in a way that which is not bridged over in this example of the guy consenting to letting Alpha fuck his consenting wife.
Okay, so Ryan,
and hopefully Alpha's consenting to the dynamic as well. So
you at least agree this is just like a bare bones kind of like agreement that I think we could have. If the wife has children, do you agree that's deleterious to the relationship? If Alpha is fucking, you know, some woman and she's got kids at home, that's probably going to be bad for the relationship overall, right?
I don't know.
You have no.
I mean, I guess it could be
intuition on the matter. In the same way, like polyamory, that could be fine if you have no kids. But if you're like in a polycule of 7 people and you're trying to raise a child, it's probably not going to work out super well, right?
I'm not sure. I mean, there are definitely like more complications that can happen. I don't know what the data says about like polyamory and kids. I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess I can see issues, but like there are like really shitty parents who are monogamous, and there are really probably good parents who are polyamorous. So I don't know.
Right, but do you ever think it's a problem that you need data for stuff that is like just on its face true. Like if I told you that like fentanyl is bad to use, and let's say you asked me for a study, and I'm like, I can't find a study. You don't think there's enough anecdotes out there that we can conclude fentanyl is probably bad to use, even without a peer-reviewed scientific study?
So I haven't personally. So I've heard quite a lot of stories about fentanyl and the harms of fentanyl. I have not heard an exceptional amount of stories of polyamorous families and their children. So I don't have the same standard of evidence, right? Or like the same.
Well, he's kind of asking you.
Well, let me ask this real quick, Ryan. Do you know of any polyamorous people, famous or otherwise, that have kids and it doesn't go super well? Have you ever heard that on the internet, in real life, ever? Someone who's done the polyamorous thing and they have kids and it's like it's not a good situation.
Honestly, off the top of my head, I'm not aware. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not in those worlds. Like I don't know.
Well, I've seen some. Most polyamorous relationships are actually like a big fat ugly chick and like 3 or 4 fucking simps. That's what polyamory is. It's a bunch of
dude trying to get me to join a cult and with his harem of women for like 10 years, and
don't expose me like that.
I'm like crazy, but you don't understand. Like I'm crazy about this dude, crazy like over
So
any
you're
other
considering
dude.
the cult.
But I would never do that. I would never do that.
Well, why have you been in touch? Well, why have you been in touch for 10 years?
I'm crazy about him.
Why don't you block him?
Crazy.
Why don't you block him?
Who's crazy about him?
I'll never do that. I will never.
Is his name Charles Manson? Is his name fucking Charles Manson?
You're alpha pilling me right now. Everything Alpha said about women, I'm like, oh god. Yeah.
I have a question.
Here's the question. Wait till you see how women or how men act.
Alpha's moving it.
I have a question.
Yeah. Join my cult.
And here's the deal. If a man asks me to fuck his wife and he knows about it, right? He knows about that I'm fucking his wife. He wants me to fuck his wife.
Yep.
Right? He absolutely consent to it fully. He wants me to fuck his wife because I've had that happen to me several times.
Sure.
Why is that a bad thing to do?
Why do you want to have some guy looking at your dick while you're fucking a woman?
He asked me to fuck his wife.
Yeah, but why do you get off by having some guy watching your butthole?
It sounds like you're not engaging. The question he asked was, why is it bad? And you're asking him now, like, what his like reasons for wanting to do it are.
Because he's trying to pull a move called morality by consent. As long as everybody consents, it's moral. And I think Confluence made the argument before, consent isn't enough for morality.
Well, you didn't. He didn't actually make that argument. At least not since I was here. I didn't hear that
He
argument.
did. You weren't here.
Yeah,
you weren't here.
This is pre-Ryan joining.
Okay, well, I mean, I would say, yeah, consent might not be enough in every case, but you would have to provide those externalities, and what are they? Is what I'm asking.
What do you say?
Ryan, I think you would, even you as a liberal would agree. Consent is like it's the first line, but it's by no means every line, right? You can get consent and it could still cause harm. You could get consent and the person might not be like actually consenting. They could
It's
be
like,
a victim and they're consenting, but they don't.
I would say that's not
want it to
technically
be a psychological issue that they're dealing with, right?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I would say that's not technically consent in those cases, but that's going to be a different discussion.
Right. That's
Confluence.
That's not what anyone means by consent, because you would agree. I guess you could be enthusiastically consenting to something that could harm you, right? You could consent theoretically to being like cut in some type of like sexual way, right?
Yeah.
With a knife.
Yeah, probably.
It's probably not a great thing, and you could be, from your point of view, you could be
enthusiastically
consenting to that. So I guess that's what I mean as a basic example. Consent is like
Confluence.
But there's like so many steps of morality beyond that, from like.
Confluence. I think.
Yeah, and I guess all I'm asking is, like, in this situation, what is the next thing that you're pointing at that you're like, here's the problem? And you guys have right now so far you've appealed to like, well, maybe they have kids and that might lead to some complications in their marriage. Yeah, I agree, it could. And what if it doesn't? Like, what if their kids are not involved in this at all and this actually strengthens their marriage?
Let me say this.
So Confluence.
The first time.
Is it okay? Shut up, Alpha, for a second. No, hang on.
Let me say this. I've let you talk. Let me say this. Let me say this because you talk. I'm gonna listen to you talk, sir.
You let
me say this.
Let me talk. No,
All
you
right?
let me talk.
The first
You let
time
me
a
talk.
man asked me to fuck his wife, I was working in the hospital as an orderly in San Antonio, Texas. The man walked up to me. I knew him very briefly. We was in the break room. He was from Seattle, literally Seattle. I think that's what, Portland, Seattle, or something like that. And he
Land the
said,
fucking
"Hey
plane."
man, I gotta tell you something." And I
Seattle,
said, "What?"
Washington.
He said, "My wife throws these parties and she likes black guys. I think she would like you. Would you like to come to the party?" And I said, "What are you saying?" He's like, "Well, I don't have a problem if you would like to have fun with my wife." Essentially, I was vanilla at that time, and he was introducing me to the lifestyle. That's the first time I engaged in it. So in that situation, what is the bad thing that he's telling me to come fuck his wife? He want me to fuck his wife, and I
I'll
did
tell
fuck
you
his
why.
wife.
I'll tell you why.
So
I'll tell you why.
what's
Because
wrong with that?
in that moment, when some random dude walks up to you and says, "My wife's into black guys and I want you to go and fuck her," did some part of your brain go, "There's something wrong here? Like these people have problems?" Did some
Are you
some part of
are
your
you
mind?
asking me? Are you asking
Yeah, I'm
me?
asking you. Yes, I'm asking you. Yeah.
No, I thought it was weird, but I didn't think nothing wrong of it.
Was
So
he
weird.
offering you money, like on the
No,
spot?
no.
No,
Hang on,
he
Marilyn.
wasn't.
No, hang on,
No,
Marilyn. Hang
no.
on. No, Alpha. You said you thought it was weird, which means you thought there's something not right here. But you kind of said it's not quite right. But you know what? I'm going to go and fuck a white bitch. You see what
Weird
happened
is
there?
not wrong. Weird is just weird. It's just weird
Sometimes
behavior. That's all.
sometimes weird's wrong. Sometimes weird's wrong.
He's
That's
talking about
your
a case where it's not.
interpretation of weird. That's your interpretation of weird, sir.
So-
My interpretation of weird is when I see people walk down the road with green hair. That doesn't mean it's wrong.
So
You
you're
get
not
it?
getting paid for this?
No,
prostitute.
absolutely not.
You're not
I've
getting
had
paid
several
for
men want
this?
me to fuck their wife. I fucked the dude wives. The dude wanted me to fuck his wife in the ass. I'm serious. And I fucked his wife in the ass in front of his face. And
I am
that's
so
exactly what he
confused.
How
wanted.
close was his face? I'm just curious.
I am so
He was
confused.
in the corner. This man was in the corner. This man had a lot of money too. He was paid. And I fucked the shit out of his wife while he sat in the corner. I fucked her in the ass and that man loved it. He enjoyed it and she enjoyed it too and I enjoyed it.
You're not getting paid for
Sounds like
this?
a good time for all
I'm so
participants. I still
confused.
don't see the issue. I mean, you got
Okay, my if I can speak, my issue would be I think if someone is coming up to an orderly in a hospital and being like, "Hey, can you come and fuck my wife in the ass?" I would say that person probably has some like psychological issues in the subconscious, and I think that by assenting to harm them, you are engaging in the kind of like the I can't remember the word I'm looking for, but the inflaming of those problems, right?
Well, what's your basis for that? Like, why do you think it means they have problems?
I mean, I think
Like,
it's
just because you wouldn't want that yourself.
no, I think it's definitionally aberrant, right? It's outside the norm. It's definitionally abnormal, right?
So is being gay. So is being like trans or whatever. But I don't see that as morally wrong or anything. So
Can I ask a personal question to Alpha? Like, were you ever like molested as a kid at all, or touched inappropriately, or like any kind of sexual like trauma happened to you?
Absolutely not. I have not had my dick played with or my ass. Absolutely not.
until he was old enough to ask for it.
No, I've never been poked in the ass. I've never done anal sex. No, I have not.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah. That's
So
fine. Yeah, go ahead.
confluence. Is it okay if I bring up an extreme example to try to get to the point?
I'm going to bed, you guys.
I don't think you've answered my
Good night,
question,
Marilyn.
sir.
Yes, y'all
See
have
you,
fun.
Marilyn.
Good luck with this. I'm
You're
still
a
gonna
good sport.
listen a bit.
You're a good sport, Marilyn. See ya.
Thanks. Next
Shout
time.
out to you, little lady. Shout out to
You
you, little
too,
lady. Do
Alvin.
your thing. Shout out to you.
Oh, also
Nice,
good to see you smoking
nice
Space
chat.
Man. You came in at a great time.
The fuck?
You know, I got to be honest. I think one of the things that like triggers a lot of men about this topic is that they are afraid that their wife might fantasize about this as well.
Bingo!
What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
Bingo!
I don't know.
The guy,
Ryan, that could be true for like a subset, but like when I hear this, I'm not like I'm to the best of
Well,
my.
I don't know because you guys haven't like provided like any other like material issues. Like
Ryan,
you
I've
kind of like
provided
alluded to weird
multiple,
things.
You just rejected them. That's not the same as me not providing them.
Yeah, like I said, you've alluded. You've said that. Oh well, this probably.
Example. So you can reject.
So you said this probably means they have some weird psychological issues, but you did like had no.
It's true.
Nothing
It's
backing
true.
that up at all. It was just a feeling,
It's
right?
true.
Just your vibes.
No,
All
no,
bunch
it's
of
not.
it.
It's not a feeling. It's human experience. It's human
Literally nothing but
experience.
vibes.
Ryan, okay,
no, it's not.
No, Ryan,
Your
hold
vibes.
Hold on, Ryan. If I met you in real life and I was like, Ryan, I'll pay you like so much money. I just want you to like cut my arm repeatedly. You don't have any studies to back up that probably is hitting on some like damaged part of my mind.
Yeah, bro.
You would rightly
Yeah, bro.
conclude through intuition and any fucking human sense you have that is probably you're probably partaking in some like bad part of harm that's been done to me. Because why the fuck?
Yeah,
would
the
I
harm
be
is
asking that?
cutting you. It's
But-
easy.
but-
It's
but
easy to
that's-
identify
but
there.
What's
Well,
the harm
shut
there?
up, Ryan.
Let's say it's cuts and we're using isopropyl alcohol and it's gonna heal. So like, there's no harm there. Like that's my.
Well,
that's what
I mean,
want.
look, if you want to ask someone to give you like weird BDSM like slits, I mean, I don't know. Like again, I can imagine ways that could go wrong, but like. I think some people might engage in weird kink play like that.
I know they do,
fucking
but
think
Ryan,
it's okay.
that's not my question. If I
I'm-
went and asked you, or if someone else went and asked you, would you not think in your mind they probably have gone through some harm that's making them seek this out? Just like
That's
on an
true.
intuition
For that in
level.
particular, potentially.
Right.
Well, let's say
I would just say
Ryan,
I would just say
Ryan.
no, thank you, and move on with my day.
Exactly, but
Yeah, Ryan. Let's say Ryan.
you know
Ryan.
there's some
if-
subconscious thing there, or you have an intuition. You said there could.
Of
be,
course
but
there is.
There's no
Because
study
they're
going
asking me
off
to
of-
literally do harm.
I don't think-
but you,
But it's
but
not
you
harm.
guys are
Alpha's
How would,
question.
it's not harm. I mean, why would
cutting random slits in you is harmful. Like
in what
even if
sense?
you
In what
want me to do it,
sense
I
of
think
harm and what definition of harm?
by
is
the
that harm?
holes that are going into your arm that wouldn't have been there otherwise. The
How is
injury,
that
the
harm?
literal
Why are they
injury.
bad?
How is that
Yeah.
harm? I
Wh-
said
what do you
isopropyl
mean?
alcohol. It's not deep enough to scar. In what sense
Yeah.
of the word is that harm? I'm consenting to it. I want it.
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
it's not deep. I mean, you're saying it's
wants
okay. I mean,
lighter
if you're doing like
burns on
really
his
shallow
arm.
cuts, yeah. I mean, again, this is probably like there are probably like sub communities that do engage in this in like safe ways. So
There
Of
are,
course he
there
has to
are, but if
concede.
I
He
asked
has to
that,
concede.
It would
He has to
probably-
concede.
Yeah,
Wait,
I'm
I'm conceding that there are people who I wouldn't have a problem with doing this. Yeah.
But you would.
Correct.
I think
Man.
you already admitted that it probably would be some. Maybe I have like a self-harm thing in my
The
youth.
scale
maybe
house
I think there's
So,
less people who want to be
Raji
cut
is
by
not
random
gonna
people
pull in
than
there.
want a black guy to fuck their wives.
Okay, but now you're pivoting. That's
See,
not,
this is my problem. This is my problem with all this. This is my issue. My issue with all this is that we as men, we're up here talking about a complex subject, dating and mating, and yet we cannot agree on what one man should be doing with his wife. That's my
No,
biggest
bro.
issue with this.
No, bro.
Why
Your
is it that you
problem.
or anybody can dictate what another man does with his wife? That's my problem with all this. That's his wife.
Hang on, bro.
His
Hang on.
relationship.
Alpha.
It's
Period.
Alpha.
definitionally not
Alpha.
a man doing something to it.
One at a time, please.
Okay, I'll go. Alpha, you said our problem is. No, your problem is you can't get off unless there's a man watching you have sex with a woman. That's your
Is that
problem,
true,
bro,
Alpha?
not mine.
No, I don't know if Alpha. I don't know if he said he can't get.
I don't.
off.
Doesn't it speak to like a bigger issue here if like every time you guys are engaging with him you're like making up new situations and like moving on off the specific issue that we're
We
referring
aren't
to?
making up
like
new
he just said now
situations.
now
The
he's saying
situations
Alpha
he
can't
said.
come unless he's in this specific situation. I don't
This
think, I've
is-
never
that's his.
I mean I don't think Alpha
That's-
said that. I mean Confluence seems to be supporting me that Alpha never said that. I guess I'll let Alpha
Okay,
answer
so
first, but-
confluence. So confluence. May I bring up an extreme example?
Well,
Borrowed,
let
not
Alpha
mine.
respond to the question you just asked first.
Why don't you shut up for a second?
No, well, before you
So-
bring up another thing, why
You've been here for
why don't
fucking
you let him
5
respond to the
seconds. I've
thing
been
you
here for
just
2
brought up?
hours. Shut the fuck up, bro. Just shut up for a second. Use less words.
I haven't been up here.
I'm
You shut up for a
speaking to
second and let him
confluence.
respond. I
I'm
wanna-
speaking
I wanna
to
hear what Alpha has
confluence.
to say.
I'm speaking to confluence, asking the
Well, I
question.
wasn't asking who you were
Confluence.
Okay, it's
to.
okay. I'll
My-
clear it. I'll clear it. So we can keep going. Yeah, I don't think Alpha explicitly said that he can only get off. I think
Fair enough.
Myron is using a hyperbole. Unless Alpha,
Thank
I
you.
mean, Alpha could clarify or not clarify, but like, you know,
That's good.
but yeah,
So-
we
No,
go on.
I can fuck women who are not married as much as I can fuck women who are married. So the question is this.
I'm glad we settled
Why
that.
is it that you have a problem with a man and his wife consenting to letting me fuck his wife? Why is that an issue?
We have to go to Kieran's question. Kieran, this
Thank
is
you.
a clarification.
Thank you. I was going to raise a hypothetical, not mine. I'm borrowing it from Andrew Wilson. Okay, we're going to speak about morality by consent. So, I would love Ryan to answer this question. There's an old lady, and she's on her deathbed, and she signs a consent form. Her grandson wants to have sex with her.
That's cool, Raji.
Hang on. After she's dead.
What is
And she signed.
pull him over? Fucking
She signs a consent form that says, when I'm dead, I'm okay. I consent to my grandson fucking my dead body. And then he does. Is that morally okay? Do you have any objection?
Is it morally okay?
Do you have any objection?
I mean, my gut has rejection. But
like any answer other than no is fucking retarded.
I guess are there other family members? I don't know. It seems like a bad thing to set a trend where we have people doing stuff like that.
Yeah, but consent. She signed a form saying consent.
And let's say no one else even knows about it, Ryan. So it can't harm future generations. It can't harm. It can't cause society.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess yeah. Like if we're gonna remove like all the things that I would normally point to say like here's where the harm comes from. Like you're isolated. You're putting this in such a vacuum that's like almost an impossible situation. I guess like personally, I wouldn't have any. I wouldn't have like moral quandaries with it. But like I wouldn't want this to be like a normal thing
but
that
why
people do
so
for all the other externalities.
So that is really true then. What Kieran is kind of pointing to is all of you have to have a specific like data set of like consequential harm. So no matter how depraved the act is, no matter how much your moral intuition speaks out against it, you will be like, no, it's still fine. The grandson can fuck the grandma's corpse as long as
because for me I don't let like my feelings I guess dictate my like practical like moral application.
That's crazy to me. That might be an impasse, and I think that explains a lot. I wouldn't call it feelings. I would call that moral intuition.
I mean, you just did.
Well, I just said I wouldn't call it feelings.
It's a moral intuition. You're talking about a gut feeling.
No, see, that's where you and me are completely opposed. We're antipodal, Ryan, on this sense. I don't think what I feel.
What else is it?
Is entirely different from a moral intuition, and it's insane
Please
to me that you don't have.
discern.
You don't. I mean, this is like you feel something on a deep level. You have emotions, right? I guess I'll ask you: are your emotions the same as your? Do you recognize the term spiritual at all, or are you an atheist?
I mean, like I vibe with like we are the universe experiencing itself through consciousness and weird shit like that, like a Buddhist kind of thing. Maybe.
Okay, sure. So there's so then I think you at least can get what I'm trying to grok at with the term like spiritual. Do you think your baseline, just guttural emotions, like I'm feeling sad, I'm feeling happy, I feel disgusted by this, is that the same as when you're using a moral intuition, when you're actually trying to intuit what the universe or God or what your deep moral values or your conscience? Do you think that's synonymous with your guttural baseline animalistic feelings? Because I would say to me those are diametrically opposed. Those are like entirely separate things.
Well, when I think about the hypothetical that you proposed, like the main thing I feel is disgust.
Right, and then I'm saying.
But what is it you feel like, or what is it you're pointing to?
I would say I feel disgust, but then I feel like I also have a capability.
So you build on that disgust, right? So it starts with the disgust, though, right?
I don't know if it would. I mean, I think it's a confluence, if I will, of I think a lot of the parts of our human self, right? Like intellectually, yes, I think it's like bad, and emotionally, I think it's bad, and those things can inform our intuition. But I think there's a deeper thing, right? And if you're not an atheist, then I hope you can at least accept that or accept what I mean by that. There's like there's something else. If you're trying to go into your heart of hearts, you're trying to like evaluate the situation. and that hopefully can lead to some truth that is trans-rational and trans-emotional.
Yeah, I don't know about all that stuff at the end about the trans-rational and trans like. I mean, like there might be like shared feelings that people have about these certain.
Hey,
certain
I'm
things
gonna ask this one more time. Can somebody please answer my question? Why is it wrong for two people who are in marriage, a man that fully consents in his wife, to want me to fuck his wife in front of his face?
I don't think anything's wrong with that because that's between him and his wife.
Thank you.
Morally, there's something wrong with it, but
K2,
physically and whatever.
You don't believe what you just said.
And that's why I like talking to truckers right there. Shout out to you, trucker. That's what's wrong with your liberals and your academics right now. Too much goddamn
I didn't say I
education
didn't think that.
and
I'm just
wasting time.
answering his question.
Thank
and
you.
Listen to what
he asked.
Shout out to the trucker. Shout out to him.
As the
That's
kind of
what's
token
wrong
liberal
right
here.
now. Too much education, too much goddamn debating. Get to the fucking point. The trucker is right. Period. You might think it's not ethically right, but goddamn it's legally law, and that's it. That's all that matters at the end of the day. I don't give a shit if you don't like the fact that I'm fucking this man's wife in front of his face. That's what the trucker logic is right. That's what's wrong with y'all. Too much education, too much debating. Get to the fucking point. That's the question.
No, I think he's right. I think you guys are over intellectualizing this. I think you reject it on vibes, as you kind of just alluded to. Like, again, you outlined like a very high intellectual way of justifying the vibes that you feel. I do understand what you're saying. I'm calling it vibes. I understand what you're alluding to, and I think it's vibes.
Ryan, with all due respect, you have no fucking idea of what I'm saying. Okay, with all respect, you absolutely have no.
Okay, that sounds like another vibe-based reaction, but.
Okay, yeah, no, sure, that's cool. The point
you realize when.
Like back it up then. Like, don't just tell me I don't know. Like explain what I don't know about it, or focus on answering Alpha's question instead of like asking me about moral intuition.
Don't buy into it. Don't buy into it. When these pricks say you're over intellectualizing, what they're saying is I have a higher view of the conversation. My intellect is so high, I can tell you are over intellectualizing. Then they're going to educate you. It's a fucking scam. It's a scam, bro.
That's not what I'm saying here, but that is true.
It is true, you see? You fucking poofter.
At least for you, Kieran.
I think Ryan wasn't following what I was saying and is just saying, because that's what usually happens. If people
let me say this. Let me say this to that response right here.
The same thing that
he's partially right and he's partially wrong. All right? When I say you are over intellectualizing the argument, I mean exactly just that. The bottom line is this: communication at the most basic level, we all have to understand each other. And this man who's a trucker, in less than 1 minute, he understands the exact concept of what I'm saying. And
Alpha, I think you're over intellectualizing. I think you're over
you two guys have a lot of education. I presume y'all have a lot of education. And yet, at the same time, you cannot make it plain and simple for the basic common man who runs society to understand.
That's right.
That is a failure in communication and all of what you learn in college. Period.
Yes.
Period.
He asked me if I agreed with it. I just answered his question.
Exactly. He understood the concept.
You guys are talking past each other. You both are. He asked why it's wrong, and in K2, you said it's not wrong, which you disagree with that. You don't agree with what you just fucking said.
No, he said answer the question of why a man and his wife, if he wants to see his wife get fucked by another guy, how is that wrong?
Right.
Boom.
And what did you say, K2, to that?
I said I was answering his question between that man and his woman. If they have if they both like that, they can do that. There is nothing wrong with that. Morally there is. I do disagree with that.
There's nothing wrong.
But I'm answering his question.
You just said there's nothing wrong with that, but morally there is. That is back to the
in my view. In my view. But between secular people who don't believe in God, there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, then that's the clarifying point. I understand, obviously, from Alpha's point of view, and if you're an atheist, then yeah, there's nothing wrong with anything, and like everyone's.
I'm looking at it as they're secular, and there's this agreement wife and the husband have.
I know, but
I'm not putting me in their shoes or anything else. I'm answering his question.
So to clarify,
plain and simple.
You do think it is wrong, though.
Personally, yeah, but the way that he asked,
objectively, K2.
but the way he asked me to answer his question, I
that's
was
fine.
answering his
I'm just
question
asking
outside of my shoes.
Objectively, is it wrong?
I admitted that it's in my moral worldview, it's wrong.
Okay.
But I was answering his question.
That's fine.
I think K2. I think K2 was trying to engage, like with the retards, and the thing is, when you dance with the devil, you change your moves, and the devil doesn't. So K2 got caught up in a tango with the devil. Like I get it.
I think you did, K2. Well, because at least Alpha is taking it that you agree with what he's saying, and I'm just trying to clarify you don't agree with what he's saying. We can all understand that from
Alpha said he was. You were all. He said even if I didn't agree with him, I could answer his question.
I know, but K2,
plain and simple, to the point.
I know, I understand that, but obviously all of us can understand that from like a non-religious, from a secular point of view, then sure, we could justify all kinds of things. That's like the low-hanging fruit. Obviously, I think Alpha is taking that as like some type of agreement and some type of like support. Okay, this is a bit of a meta conversation, but I'm just saying.
He knows I don't.
All
agree
about a
with
meta
that.
conversation because K2's the only one who answered his fucking question. Well, and me.
Okay, so. I mean, me and Kieran have both answered his question, and I guess you just don't like the answers. I've explained what is wrong with it. I said, I brought up the whole cutting example. I'm trying to go into these things to help you understand.
You're pointing to what's wrong with a different thing. You're not telling me what's wrong with that thing.
Yeah, the point of an analogy is it's
boom. That's it right there. That's it. Talk about why it's wrong for me to fuck his wife. Talk about that. Don't bring up no more analogies. Answer that question.
I already did. The reason I brought up an analogy is because you didn't accept what I said about the thing originally. I said it's harmful because someone who's asking you to fuck his wife probably has some like deep psychological stuff going on that you're inflaming. I said this like 30 minutes ago. There's also
I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
Causing because you're defuncting what
I disagree with you. If he wants me to fuck his wife, how can that be something saying there's something wrong with him? That's his fetish. That's his kink. That's the
obvious.
problem.
It's obvious there's something wrong. If a happily
No,
married
it's not.
man
That's the
is
problem.
walking up to it, shut up.
He likes somebody to fuck his wife.
No,
Just as much as you don't like somebody to fuck your wife. That's his preference. That's the problem.
Or maybe Kieran and Confluence do want someone to fuck their wives and they're like really ashamed of it. That could also be the case.
Yeah, Ryan, fuck off, you fucking retard. I'm speaking to fucking Alpha. Right? I'm speaking.
Fair
I
enough,
do. I'm speaking to Alpha.
And that's the point is this. You think
Alpha,
that is
you know.
something wrong with him, but he's expressing fully what he wants to happen. That's the problem I have with this. If he wants me to fuck his wife, that proves that there's nothing wrong with him.
No, it doesn't prove that, Alpha.
psychologically.
People
Period.
want this is. I don't know why this is such a hard thing. I don't know if Ryan understands this. I know you don't, Alpha. Just because someone wants something, it doesn't mean it's good for them. There's a lot of things that people want that are definitionally bad for them. Like that's just I don't
And
know.
how is this one definitionally bad for them?
Well,
Thank you.
I'm
Good
just,
question.
Look, I'm just responding to what he said about just because his thing was like.
How is it bad, sir?
This is the question that furthers the conversation.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I will answer it again. I answered it 25 minutes ago. I answered it literally a minute ago. Okay. I said it's you're hitting something that they have like a psychological wound. Obviously, it's definitionally.
Earlier it was probably. Now it's obviously.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
I don't know if those things
Confluence.
contradict.
Confluence.
I also,
Let's try this.
just quickly, I also brought up societal harm for the people who can't be listening. Okay, because Ryan is saying I'm not answering this. I feel like I have. It causes societal harm. It degrades what marriage is. If there's kids involved, it definitely harms them. It harms birth rates. It's just bad for society. Like I don't.
Wait, how does it do any of those things? You're not substantiating any of that at all.
Let's try this. Alpha. Let's imagine, like you said, you're standing in a bar or something, and some guy walks up and says, "Come and fuck my wife." What if some guy came up to you with a pair of tin snips and said, "I'll pay you $1,000 if you cut off my left nut"? Would you go, "Well, he's consenting, and obviously, it's fair"?
See, now that's self-harm right there. That's...
Well, so's fucking somebody else's wife.
Yeah, they
Wanting someone to fuck your wife is also
someone
self-harm.
consenting to let a black man or any man, I guess, presumably, fuck their
Well,
wife.
answer the question.
Self-harm.
Answer the question. If somebody walked up to you in a bar and said, "Hey, bro, I just had this fetish. I've got the shears, the tin snips. I've got $1,000. I'll pay you $1,000 if we go into the bathroom and you cut off my left nut." Would you say,
not do that because that
why
fetish
not?
is illegal, sir. Self-harm, as the
Don't worry
trucker said.
about
Shout out
illegal.
to you.
Let's imagine it was legal. Would you do it?
No more imagining. Deal with my question before I deal with yours.
Answer the fucking question. If it was
Stop
legal,
imagining and tell me why
If it was-
you have a problem with me fucking a man's wife and he consent to it. Stop running. Stop being a coward. Say it.
What?
Stop being a coward and answer my question. Why do you personally have a problem with me fucking a man's wife and they both want me to do that? And there's nothing psychologically wrong with him. That's his kink fetish.
You can't. Okay, you can't
Why you
define.
got a problem
Okay, you
with
can't.
it?
You can't include an example. There's nothing
bloke-
psychologically wrong with him, brother.
Yeah,
That's
correct.
begging the fucking
That's the
question.
problem with this.
That's
You're
begging
adding
the
stuff to this that's not here. There
Alpha,
are people
answer
who like to
my
get
question.
cuckolded.
Answer
That
my
is a
question,
fetish.
Alpha.
That's
It's
what
a
they
fucking.
want. Just like you
It's
like
an
missionary,
analogy.
or someone
It's
like
an.
doggy
It's
style,
an.
or
Okay, one at a
someone
It's
like
time.
an
One at a time.
analogy.
One at a time.
Okay.
Wake
I'll go.
up, wake up. That's the
It's
problem.
an
You think
analogy,
everybody
Alpha.
wanna
Alpha,
fuck the
Kieran
way you wanna
first.
fuck.
Kieran first, and then you go. Okay, because we're all like.
Thank you.
screaming.
Okay, thank you. So, Alpha, it's an analogy. It is legal to cut off, in this hypothetical, it is legal to cut off a man's left nut. You're standing in the bar, and a bloke walks up and he goes, "Hey, bro, I've got some shears. I've got $1,000. Come with me. I'll give you $1,000. Come to the bathroom and cut off my left nut." Do you do it?
I'm gonna get paid and cut that motherfucker off. Next question.
It's consistent.
That's what you want to hear, right?
It's consistent.
And you
I
give
gotta
it
give him that.
no. What I want is a proper answer.
I'm gonna cut his fucking dick off and throw it to you and take the money and go fuck his wife. That's what I'm gonna do. Facts.
You can't do it, can you? You can't do it.
Next question, because in BDSM there's something
can't
called
do it.
torture play, and he wants to be
You can't do it.
tortured, and so fucking
You
be
can't
it.
do it.
I'm gonna cut
You
his
can't-
damn
you-
balls
you-
off and take
you-
that
you
$1,000
fucking troll.
and go to the
You
club
fucking
and
troll.
fuck me
You
as many
fucking
white
troll.
women as I
I
can
don't know.
in that night.
Alpha,
Next question.
Alpha, are you being legit with that answer?
I'm being 100% legit. I would
then,
cut that motherfucker off and take that money. Absolutely facts.
Right. Okay. So I guess that is the answer. I mean, we have to. If he's
Boom.
saying that's legit, then
And it's fully legal. Absolutely, I would. Boom. Because
No
that's
ethical
his
consumption
fetish,
under capitalism.
and that's
You know,
what he
you
wants
gotta
to
cut
have
off
for
a guy's
him,
dick to pay
and
rent. You
it's
gotta cut off a
fully
guy's
legal,
dick.
and
Gotta do
I
what you
would
gotta
do
do.
it.
Hang on. I'm responding. So, Alpha. So it's legal. That's why you would do it. So at one time, slavery was
And
legal.
my morality says it's right. So you can
Your
add that
morality,
in it too.
you have no morality. All you call to is it was legal.
My
If
morality
it's legal,
says it's right
if it's
for me
legal,
to cut
I'll
his
do it.
dick
Right?
off and make him a dickless bitch. How about that? That's my morality. Period.
Amazing.
Now what you got? Now what do you have? Now can you stop
Alpha,
being a
if it was
coward
legal-
and answer my
I got you.
question?
What they're trying to get to next, which they've been stumbling towards since you answered that one, is if slavery was legal, would you own somebody?
If it's fucking legal and they ain't fighting for their freedom, god damn it, that's the way it gotta be. Period. If I would have been a slave,
I mean, a lot of
back
people
then,
seem to have
I
agreed
would've
with
shot
him. That's why we
every
had
last
to.
motherfucker I would have seen. Real talk, and I ain't trick. I'm laughing like a motherfucker. Cause that's real
There's
talk.
a reason we
I'm
had to
an
make slavery
NBA.
illegal, right?
I'm a
Like, there's a
nigga
reason we had to make it
black
illegal
American,
because
and I'm
people
proud
wanted to do
of
it.
You goddamn right. I would have shot every white man on sight until I got my freedom, or I would have been dead. You goddamn right. So there it is. Next question.
Well, I don't. Wait,
Boom!
I don't
Let's
think.
do it.
John Brown fan.
Wait, I don't think that was the question.
Now let's answer my question. Why is it bad for me to fuck a man's wife and he wants me to fuck his wife? I'm an NBA nigga black American and I'm fucking this white woman in the ass because he wanted. That's exactly what I did. Why is that wrong, gentlemen?
I've already answered that. Coward and say it. I have answered that question. If you don't like my answer, that's fine. But I have answered that question.
You said that he had some kind of psychological problem. I disagree with that. That's when he was. He grew up in a two-parent household. He grew up in white America, suburbia. He had all the protection, all the provision, all the money, and he wants me, a nigga black American, NBA all day, to fuck his wife in the ass.
Fair. If you didn't tell me he grew up in white suburbia, then you're right. He has no deep subconscious problems at all. Actually, yeah, I can see.
That's the point.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Thank you. And there's a lot of white men in white suburbia, in California, in Atlanta, Georgia, in New York, in Seattle, worldwide, that like black men like me with a 10-inch dick as thick as a Coke can.
Let's let Ryan give his exit. Ryan's heading off. Ryan,
fuck they wives, and I do it.
Stop,
Yes, I love
Let him finish on your wife's face.
Ryan, it's good to see you. Glad you joined the panel. Do you have any final concluding thoughts?
Well, I guess I was. I mean, I have a moment. I was. If Alpha wants to, so I asked you earlier when you brought up the whole like what duties do women have? I like as a class, like as women, or just like as citizens of the United States.
Outstanding, sir. You're a man with a backbone. You remember my question that I paid for. That's the question that I asked on your panel. What duty do women have to a society if they choose to not have babies? Because that's what they're doing today. They're saying, fuck society. We're not having babies. So the question is, what duties do they have to society?
I would say they have the duty to pay their taxes. They have the duty to take care of the people who are dependent on them. They have duty to, jury duty if it's required of them. They have to, they have to pay bills and shit. They have to pay.
So who gonna have the babies?
It seems like a lot of women are actually having babies.
No, we're not. The birth rate is going down, sir. That is a fact.
Yeah, but going down doesn't mean like no women are having babies, right? It just means it's like lower than you want it to be.
Lower than replacement.
Outstanding.
Okay, lower, exactly. And replacement is a goal that you aspire to, and I think it's probably a good one. But like, if you want more people to have babies, then we should look at incentives to convince them to, like child tax credits, stuff like that.
They tried doing that. There was war declared on this artist when
Shout
he
out
was
to
given a loan repaid.
Also, Alpha.
When you had 4 kids.
No, I just realized what you're saying.
Shout out to the trucker. Shout out to the trucker.
1 second, Alpha. Do you think fucking other guys' wives is contributing to the birth rate?
It could.
It could if I was
what if you get pregnant?
I guess it could.
Yeah, but seriously, like this guy keeps talking about trying to solve the fucking problems, and Alpha, you're like a bloke walking around the fucking ruins of fucking World War IV, just fucking bitches. Like you're a fucking scavenger. You're a scavenger.
I would argue. I would argue, frankly, that like oftentimes when people do seek stuff like that, like they might be looking to spice up their relationship in certain ways, and that to Confluence's point, that could signal deeper problems. But like it also might be.
No, what I want is this, sir. What I want is you to take all that motivation and anger you have for me and start thinking about regulating women's sexual behavior.
I don't have anger. I
don't have any. Are you talking to them? Because I don't have any. I don't have any anger.
Same here. Same here.
I'm talking about the man on the bottom right. I want him
to I have no anger.
Regulating women's sexual behavior.
I think Kieran already I think that's kind of what you're
regulate women's sexual behavior.
Alpha, I have no anger for you. I just have detestation. No anger, bro. I just fucking detest everything you're about.
Regulate women's sexual behavior. Put that motivation to that, sir.
Don't worry about me and fucking women's regulation.
Ryan, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about regulating women's sexual behavior?
Oh yeah, I would not support it. I'm not for that.
Exactly.
I mean,
are you seeing kind of some of the contradictions that we're seeing?
Nothing's gonna change. No hope, no change. No hope, no change.
Necessarily.
You don't think there's a bit of hypocrisy in arguing for we should regulate women's sexual behavior, but I can fuck a guy in front of his wife and that's fine. but yet women's sexual behavior. Like, in what sense would we be?
Well, I think he's saying I mean, I guess like one thing he could. I don't know if he's actually saying this, but like, I mean, maybe he's saying like, hey, if you don't like this, then well, fucking make it illegal and try to stop me. You know?
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Get off your ass and start being men. These women are never going to listen to anything y'all saying until you get a backbone and you start regulating them.
Alpha, you said you wouldn't support anything that didn't allow for polygamy and prostitution.
Because we all got to come together as men and agree together as men how we gonna regulate it. And I'm not going into any.
No, we don't. You fucking retard. Don't say we men. You fucking cuck.
Yeah.
Don't say we men.
I also agree. You shouldn't say we because I'm not going to be teaming with you about like when it comes to regulating women, right?
Alpha,
I would not
don't
join
say.
you. I would in fact fight against you in that one, Alpha, which is fine.
Yes.
You know, we can agree to disagree. And
enjoy the sexual revolution. No hope, no change. Ain't nothing gonna change.
You, Alpha, you're part of the sexual revolution. You are definitely a part of it.
Absolutely, I am, because you guys will not come together and accept the reality that women will never change their behavior until you regulate them. They don't understand. They don't have niceness. They don't have
let's let Kieran. Okay, Alpha. Let's let Kieran respond.
Yeah, Alpha, you are on your own. You can't say we men. Let's get together. You fuck other guys, women while they watch. There's no we. You're on your own. There's no bros hanging around supporting you. You're on your own, bro.
No hope, no change. No hope, no change.
Don't say we. Get the fuck out of here.
No hope, no change. No hope, no change.
There's no we. There's no we. It's you, bro. It's you. You're the guy in a hotel room on your own watching some bloke pull his fucking cock while you're fucking his wife.
No hope,
getting turned on by that. There's no we.
Change.
Don't say we men. Don't say we men. Never say that.
And shout out to you, trucker, because you out there in the real world, in the real streets, and you know exactly what I'm talking about, baby.
I love that you think K2 is an ally. I love that. And
there's a real world and then there's a fake world. And these men are living in the fake world. And you living in the real world. I have not forgotten about you.
Alpha, how
am I
living in a fake world?
Hold on. I don't think fuck. I lost it. Thanks a lot. Fuck.
That's right. I have not forgotten about you. I have not forgotten about the men who've been corrupted with all this fake, phony morality and fake, phony religion of academic bullshitting.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. God damn it, you don't get up in the morning, you don't eat. You don't stop that truck, somebody gonna die. Period. So wake the fuck up.
Look, okay, you and K2 can think morality
you want these women to stop their behavior, then grow a goddamn backbone and grow a spine and tell those women, hell no. Period. That's what needs to happen. Get out them fucking books and get in the real world. Period.
I thought you were the fucking author, brother.
And I can talk to a truck driver who understands exactly what I'm saying. He gets the concept, and you guys are lost.
Well, hang on, Alpha,
You're lost,
Alpha,
man. I'm trying to help you out.
Alpha, you said
I'm trying to help you out. You can't even defend your own religion. You can't even defend your own religion from these women.
Alpha, you said defeated. Alpha, you said get out of the books, but you come in here as my author. Should we read books
or not? And I'm trying to get you out of the books to start thinking about growing a spine and a backbone. You don't have one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure fucking somebody else's wife won't give me a spine. I'm pretty sure fucking somebody else's wife won't give me a spine.
They are laughing at you guys. They are abusing you guys. Wake the fuck up. Grow a spine. That truck driver know exactly what I'm talking about. He got to deal with these women every day. Period.
You heard it here first. You heard it here first from Alpha. Don't read books.
That's the problem with you guys. You're overanalyzing and trying to find itty-bitty words to try to make the message sound bad. My message is real simple, brother. Grow a fucking spine and wake the fuck up. They're not going to change until you regulate them. Stop being a nice guy, a polite guy, and thinking there's something emotionally wrong with them. There's nothing emotionally wrong with them. They fucking who they want to fuck, and they coming to
Yeah,
men like
so
you to clean up the mess.
fair
Wake
call,
the
brother.
fuck up. Shout out to you,
Fair
truck
call,
driver.
brother.
Is there
Fair
any
call,
more
brother.
questions tonight? Any more
Yeah,
questions?
yes, I will. Alpha. How are you contributing to regulating female sexuality?
I'm telling you to start doing it. You didn't know to do it until I said it. Boom.
How are you contributing to
I'm
regulating
telling
female
you right
sexuality?
now, the trucker knows exactly what I'm doing. He has
He
to
told
deal with
us
the real
early.
world every fucking day. He got to deal with people where he got to say, get the fuck out of the way of my truck or I'm running your ass over. I'm telling you like a floor general. I'm telling you like a commander. Get off your ass and start thinking about regulating them. Ain't nothing gonna fucking change until you grow a spine to do so. Period.
Alpha, tell me, how are you
just told
contributing?
I
How
just
are
told you.
Shut the fuck up. How are you contributing to the regulation of female sexuality?
I'm telling men like you to start doing it. Period.
Men like
that
me.
is a start.
Doing what? Like what? Okay, what do you want men like us to do? Because you're saying we have no
Change the laws.
spine. You're saying a lot of
Change
stuff.
the laws.
I know. Okay,
Outstanding,
but no, like
trucker. Keep going, brother. Come on with me. Let's go, trucker. Let's go.
Okay. So how
they
do I?
ain't with this real world shit. They ain't with the real world, brother. You are with the real world. Tell them about it.
Yeah, K2, tell me how I can change the laws. K2.
You're too much
Alpha,
intellectualizing. God damn it.
Well, first we gotta get all our money together, lobby, because that's how it's done in America.
Okay, so how does
To
that
get them to
make
change
how
the
does
law.
that make me and Kieran spineless? You know, either K2 and Alpha, you guys are on the same team apparently. An unlikely alliance to be sure.
It's time to start kicking ass and taking names. That's what it
that's
is.
very non-specific though. Like what makes us spineless? You said me and
We
Kieran
I
gotta
never said you were
agree first.
spineless.
No, not you. Alpha said that, so I want to know how do I?
No,
have
you
a
said I
spine?
agree with him. I never said that
No,
you
I
were.
said you guys have an unlikely alliance. You know, which is shocking, but it is what it is.
Our alliance is that he understands the real world and he knows that things are said in books and then there's motherfucking shit happening in the real world. He knows that.
Now,
we can write up all we want in all this shit and then
Just
it
like
comes
in
to
the
the real
CDL,
world.
just like in
Period.
the law, if you can't speak English, you can't get a CDL, but they manage to
You
get
goddamn
CDLs.
right.
Okay, Alpha, can you answer now? Can you answer my question?
What's the question, sir?
My question is, you called me and Kieran spineless, and I'm saying, what should we personally do? What would be your personal prescription?
The first thing y'all got to do is accept the reality that men and women are not equal. You spent 15 to 30 minutes trying to debate me and nitpick and find ways to try to dispute that claim. I'm telling you, that's the first step. That's the first instruction.
Words imprecisely.
See, here we go again. Here we go again. Here we go again. See, you get it, trucker? Do you get it? They asked for instructions. Yeah. I gave it to them. Stop thinking, stop analyzing. Every morning, wake up in the mirror, look in the face and slap yourself and say, men and women are not equal. Men and women are not equal. Period. You got to accept that first. If you want to accept that, enjoy the sexual revolution. Nothing's going to change. Absolutely nothing. That's why you confused.
Kieran, let me answer. Okay, I'm not trying to intellectualize. I'm saying I think women and men are different.
Here we go. Here we go.
I'm sorry. I can't use fucking words. You're fucking retarded. Okay, I'm trying to be
Accept
patient.
the truth,
You're
brother.
testing my fucking patience. I'm trying to be patient.
Accept the truth. We're not
literally
equal.
Said, I'm not using fancy words. If you're a dumbass, can't understand what I'm saying I think women and men are different. And you're saying I'm intellectualizing? Brother, take a fucking step closer to that fucking book you wrote. Like, for real. Okay?
We're not equal. We're not equal, sir. You're a good dude, man. You almost there. Come with me.
Women and men
We're
are
not
different.
equal.
And then you
We're
said
not
I'm
equal.
intellectualizing shit. And you're like,
I'm
there
saying
he
we're
goes.
not equal. I'm saying it. I'm saying that. I'm saying we're not equal. You're saying something different. I'm saying accept the truth that we're not equal. That's the first step to get this problem solved.
This is why
that's
we went
what I'm
through
telling you
30
right now.
minutes, because I was asking what you mean by equal. I thought you meant different because you said one has. When I asked you for an example, you said one has a penis and one has a fucking
I'm saying
vagina.
we're not equal in everything. Nothing. Not in value.
Confluence,
not in
confluence and
morality.
alpha.
Not in law. Not in
Shut up, Alpha. You've
spirit.
been
Not in
speaking for fucking
religion.
10
We're
minutes.
not
Shut the
equal
fuck
in
up for a
nothing.
second. Okay, Alpha.
Absolutely nothing.
Alpha, I agree. Men are superior, okay? We are. We're superior in strength. We're superior in logic.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We're superior. Yeah, but no, don't thank me. What that means is we have a higher responsibility to live our lives morally. And fucking somebody else's wife is not a good way to exercise your superiority.
That's your morality, and I respect it.
Nah, bro, come on. That's fucking stupid, okay? Yes, men are
Here we
superior
go.
to women. Men are
Here we
superior.
go.
Yes, we are. We're supposed to be providers and protectors. Are you providing and protecting when you're fucking somebody else's wife and looking the bloke in the eyes while he's fucking jacking off? Don't talk to me about morality, you fucking retard.
Great conversation, boy. At least we can agree on that. I would take
Oh,
that
there
as
we go. There we go. You can't
agree
respond to the actual
that women
thing.
and men are superior. I agree with you on that. We can at least start from there.
Yeah,
That's a
well,
good
maybe
starting
act,
point. We agree.
maybe act superior. If a man doesn't act superior, he's a fucking cuck. You're a cuck.
Okay.
You get
At
off.
least we agree on
You're
that,
supposed
man.
to be the
I'll
man.
take that as
You're
a win.
you're
We
supposed to
agree
be
on
superior. Hang on, bro. You're supposed to be morally superior, right? You're supposed to have a responsibility to take the moral high ground. And what you do is fuck bitches and tell their husbands to sit the fuck down. That is not moral superiority. That is a forfeit. That's a
According
forfeit.
to your ethics and morality, sir.
No,
That's your
no,
ethics and
no.
morality.
Well, tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me why you are morally superior.
I'm not telling you that you're wrong. I'm telling you that's your ethics and morality. You don't
Tell
think
me,
you're wrong.
tell me
I
why.
respect
Tell
your
me,
position, sir.
tell me how you
I
are.
respect your position,
Tell
sir.
me. I don't respect yours. Tell me how you are
That's fine.
fulfilling
You're
your role.
entitled to
Tell
do
me.
that.
Tell me how you are
I'm not
fulfilling your
looking
role
for
as.
your respect. I'm not.
Tell me how you are fulfilling your role as a man by fucking guys bitches.
Because I'm doing it consensually and the other man wants me to do it, sir.
You
Period.
fucking woman. You fucking woman.
Yeah, that's your response. That's how you feel, and I respect that,
Fucking
sir.
facts. It's facts.
You're
No, I
entitled
don't.
to have that
Don't tell me.
opinion. That's it.
Don't tell me you respect me. I don't want your respect.
But at least
I don't
we
want
can
your respect.
agree that
No,
men
we
are
can't.
superior to women, and that's something
Yep.
we can build on if we have another conversation. At least we can
It's
agree to
something.
that.
It's something we can build on as long as we aren't fucking other people's wives.
All right, we can have a debate on that. That's fine.
No,
we
we
can have a
can't.
debate
No,
on
we
it.
can't.
Hey, you should
No, we
have
can't.
that debate with him on Emmett's stream.
No, bro.
That's a debate we can have.
This is
The
completely.
question should be: is it okay for a man to fuck another man's wife with that man and that woman full consent? That would be a great debate question.
Alpha. You are the least manly man I've ever met in my entire life.
That's
Not
your
even going to lie.
personal opinion, sir, and that's a
Yes,
great
it is.
position to have,
Yes,
and I
it is.
respect it.
You are the single most least manly man I've met. Like you're like
I
pretty much a
support
woman.
what you're saying, 100%. Get it on out. Get it out. But can we at least agree that we got a starting point with saying
No.
that men and
No.
women are not equal and men
No.
are superior to
No.
women? Can we at least
No.
agree to that tonight, gentlemen? Can we agree
I shall
to
not.
that?
I shall not agree with you.
I think you and Kieran agree on the superior thing. I think there's like I think men and women are different. I wouldn't say men are superior. I wouldn't use that. So we don't.
Why not?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Why not?
We can't agree.
Well,
That's okay.
well, let's
I tried.
I think
I
men
tried.
are better at some things. Men are obviously like biologically superior, and I think women
Yeah,
are
but
better
let's-
at some
but-
things. I wouldn't say on an
but-
ontological level. Like I don't want to use like a big word to trigger alpha, but like on the function of their being, I don't think one is like superior, is better, is more.
Okay, then let's try this. Let's try this. If all the
Hey,
women,
look, I gotta go, man. I got
Hang on,
7
bro.
Siberian Huskies. They're hungry. I got 7 of them. 1 boy and 6 girls. They're hungry. So, if you got a quick question or not, because I gotta roll. I gotta feed them, man. They hungry.
yeah, I'm gonna, yeah, you're full of shit.
Do
Okay,
you ever
hey.
let one husky fuck another husky while a third and fourth husky watch? That's my question.
Well, it's 1 boy and 6 girls, so you know they are animals. They are animals. So, but hey, it's been a good conversation, gentlemen, and shout out to you, brother, for having your positions about me. It does not hurt my feelings. I respect everything. Shout out to you, trucker. I have not forgotten about you. I have not forgotten about the blue collar men. that make this fucking country go. I will always have your back, no matter how high I go in these circular arguments and debates. Okay, but shout out to you, brother, for hosting the panel. It's been a great show. I appreciate all this thing.
Feel free to stop
I gotta
by
roll,
a
y'all.
different
Peace
time.
out. Peace out.
Have fun with the Huskies.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like, Alpha, my comments should hurt your feelings. Like, I don't understand this. Like,
Can you oh shit. Oh, whoops. Sorry, I fucked the pen.
I know, right? I know.
Okay. I accidentally hit a button. Oh.
Oh, damn.
Okay, I fucked the panel. That
These
was my
people.
mistake. Okay, I have to pee. Can you guys hold down the fort for like 1 second?
No.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah,
I can.
You guys, but then we have to do a retrospective, you know, on this. This is like a wild.
Yeah, we've got to do a grift. Got to do a grift. So, hang on. We're going to check. What have we got? We've got a massive 4 people watching. Okay. So that means there's 2 on panel. There's 4 watching. I don't think the people who are on panel count as watchers. So there's 4 people. Have you hit the like? Are you not entertained? You unlike. Fuck you, Kato. I'm Kato. You asshole. I actually watched my stream go from 140 to 139 back to 140. I go, it's fucking Kato. You fucking prick. But no, seriously, this has been a great fucking night. Confluence deserves way more people to watch than the 5 people who watched tonight. Not even gonna lie.
Well, he got monetized through videos. Now he's jumping into the live stream. It's gonna be a painful process. You'll get there. Ow! Fuck that bomb.
Now I'm just like I'm speaking up. I'm smoking spaceman in chat. What does no mean? No. Well, K2. Does no mean no? Does no mean
No means no until they say yes once. It doesn't matter if it's like 5,000 times, but once they say yes, the no is.
I think sometimes
Bill Cosby way. Unless you do it the Bill Cosby way.
No, shut up, you retard. Sometimes no means try harder.
Yeah, the Bill Cosby way.
No, not the Bill Cosby way. It's just like you're talking to a girl.
AOC says no means no. Find another way. Boom. Bam, 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 bam.
Also, sometimes no means no sometimes means yes, but I don't want to look like a slut. Like a girl will go, you know, no, which means yes, but I don't want to look like I'm easy. Right? I'm not even joking. Smoking Spaceman, sorry, I don't quite understand. He said, I was answering your question, Kieran. You asked if I hit the like. Oh, yes. Good job. Hit the like.
All right, I'm back. Oh.
Back again. Guess who's back?
That was a fun.
So a way that would help bring up population is the government gives loans, but if you have like 4 kids, that should be like enough to repay back the loan. Let's say you have 4 kids, that wipes the loan clean.
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, but the problem, I mean, like Ryan mentioned this. I am for incentives.
Boom! I found a solution.
Yeah, but the problem is when people like you have to be careful, right? Like, because I'm for like child tax benefits and stuff, which is like not a super right-leaning take, but I am for it. But the problem is, then people will have kids for maybe the wrong reasons, right? And if you're just having kids and the kids have like FASD and shit, right? Then it's like. So if you have 4 kids in your example and you're taking care of them and you're like properly raising them and they're, you know, then sure, then I could see an argument for that. The problem is I think with a lot of incentives they don't lead in that direction, right? And you get like welfare queens.
No, you got to be a married couple,
popping out,
buying a house.
Okay, right. But that's the thing.
Instead of getting rid of the 50-year mortgage, boom, and then you're contributing to the nation's population, which. Boom.
Yeah, I don't know. Like. So
then once you fix the population crisis, then you can maybe say, "Hey, we're stop doing this."
But in Canada,
You want to get up your population.
We have a robust system.
Well, your problem in Canada is you have Indians.
I know. Look, okay, look. This is the one stream I might not have to nuke. Okay, so let's not go to TOS. But I'm just saying we have a robust child tax incentive. It's a lot of money, but I don't know if it incentivizes the right people to have kids. In my experience, the people who are already going to have kids anyway, and they don't really need the child tax benefit. And then the people that you probably don't want to incentivize having kids because they're not going to raise them well, then they're the ones that are going to be like, oh, $1,000 a month. Oh, that could buy so much, not great stuff, right? And so the incentive.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a good family unit. Everyone's contributing to society.
Right, but how do you that's what I mean. You'd have to codify that into law.
Need
you'd have to
job.
Have kids, and let's say you're not on government welfare, and you and your kids don't have.
I don't know.
PTSD
Let's see how the mustache man made that long.
We're not talking about the mustachioed.
That was his loan.
About Mario, okay, and
yeah.
Mario right now. Smoking Spaceman says, "What the fuck? How does no one discussing this understand? It takes 18 to 20 years to grow an adult to fill roles in the workforce." I don't know why you don't think I understand that, Smoking Spaceman. I'm not sure what you mean. Obviously, it takes that long. That's what I'm saying. If you want to incentivize people to have kids, you have to make sure that the kids are raised correctly for the entire period of maturation. Because if you just give money for the having of kids, what if they raise the kids shittily and obviously you don't want that. And right now we live in a situation in I think all countries where the more poor people have more kids than rich people, and not that poor people shouldn't have kids or anything, but it's there is a tendency that the more well off you are and the more likely you are to put money into your kids, the less likely you are to have those kids. And so you'd have to somehow fix that kind of gap, right?
Yeah, I could pay off my mortgage with my wife if we had 4 kids. That's all I'm.
Right, and
and that's one less payment, and then my money can go to something else and taking care of the family.
That's true.
Boom.
Okay, Smoking says the crisis we're facing is at our doorstep. I know, and I think that's why.
No usury.
Canada
usury
is
the problem.
Doing mass immigration because I don't think the government sees a way out of our plummeting birth rates. I think.
Well, they keep overtaxing.
1.4 or something, or maybe even less. It's dismal. And so I think that's why we're Canada has a policy to get our population doubled in 100 years, and that's through immigration.
No homes, then nobody wants to have kids because then they can't have homes, and then when the population starts to go down, then they import.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And
Boom.
I don't, but yeah.
Problem solved.
Smoking, I get what you're saying, and I agree, but what the only other solution is immigration, right? If you're saying 20 years is too long, well, that is how long it takes to have kids. So that even in the best hypothesis, if we made the best policies, we built all the homes, right? We did everything, right? And now everyone starts having kids. You're right. That's not going to really fix things for a while. But then what's your alternative? The only alternative, which is what the Canadian government's going to, is mass immigration. Because what else do you do?
Boys, about 30 years ago, one of our right-wing politicians who was in power suggested that families, mum and dad, should have 3 children, 1 for mum, 1 for dad, and 1 for the country. And he got right.
Solution. Have 2 for the country.
He got raked over the coals. He was called a fucking retard. All the feminists fucking went after him. Because if you do that, if you say we need to increase the birth rate to make society continue, you're putting responsibility onto women. And women hate that.
Yep,
they hate the idea. They hate the idea that having children is kind of a responsibility. Which I think it is. Confluence, what do you think? Because sometimes you come across a bit like a feminist, but kind of not. I'm trying to figure out where you're at.
I said,
do you think
I don't know if I said this before. I'm center right, so
do you think women have a responsibility to have children?
Not.
Yep.
broadly speak. Okay, actually, yeah, no, I can actually say words now because Alpha's gone, so I'm not gonna like trigger him by actually like explaining a point. But I think.
Sir, please explain yourself.
So I would say collectively, I think yes, women do have that responsibility. I don't know if I would say any individual woman has that responsibility.
Bro, that's a contradiction.
No,
You
we
go,
need to regulate it.
that's a
Grow a
contradiction.
spine.
I don't think that is
Collectively, it is. Collectively, what's the collective? The collective is a bunch of individuals. Collectively, yes, but individually, no.
Okay,
doesn't make sense, bro.
That makes sense.
If I
gotta agree with Kieran on that.
Okay, well let me unpack this. Okay, so Kieran, you're Christian, right? And so
No, I'm not.
okay, but you're an aspiring Christian, right? So you'll
Yes,
accept what
yeah,
I'm
fair.
saying. Okay, you'll accept
Yeah.
what I'm saying. And so oh wait, first of all, I have to shout out Alpha. He donated $20. So go to Alpha. Alpha, thank you for the donos. And you know, it was a great conversation. It got heated, but I love heat. So you're always welcome back, brother. And not just because you donated, you know, but you know, you're welcome back before that. Thank you.
Oh, that's why you said that's the only reason I'm allowed back.
Yeah, that actually, yeah, for K2 that is true. It's because K2 does donate, you know, but
Money makes everything better. Money makes everything better.
No, I don't want to donate.
But yeah, no, for real, Alpha, thank you for the convo and thank you for the donation. I really appreciate it. But wait, so what was the question? I got
We were talking about. You said
the
women
collective,
collectively
right, the collective, yeah,
have a
so-
responsibility, but
right.
individually not.
Right, and so let me explain. So I think you won't disagree with this. So in the Bible, right, Paul says it is better for men not to get married so they could better serve the Lord, right? And I know you don't want to comment on scripture. I'm just saying this is what scripture says. And then Paul says,
Sure.
but due to their like weakness, then it is better to marry than burn in lust. So obviously for those people, and again, the Eastern Orthodox has this tradition, Catholics do, Protestants do, of people, men and women, deciding to devote themselves to God and not have children. So that would be a counterexample. It's a collective responsibility.
That's
We're
fair.
told to
That's
be
fair,
fruitful and
but
multiply, but not every person needs to do that because
not.
some people are called to different
Bro,
things.
you're going with the exception. So, do
Well, that's
you
the whole
think?
point. I mean, you said
No, hang on.
collectives are just individuals. I'm saying they're not.
Do you think men in general have a responsibility to provide, protect, build society, have armies, defeat our enemies? Do men in general have
yes.
that responsibility?
And
Okay,
women in general have the duty to bear children. Yes, in general.
there we go. Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear.
Right.
There we go.
Yeah.
But then they
this one
massacred
time,
2.8 million
But
to
the in
Moloch
general, I say is an important caveat, right?
by abortions.
I'm not trying to be like pedantic, but I guess I wouldn't want to like say this applies to every single man and every single woman ever. And I'm not saying you're saying that. I just want to be clear. I don't want to say something that I don't believe in, right? I think it like largely applies, and that's what I mean by collectively. And in general, is kind of a substitute for what I'm saying. Maybe a better way of what I'm saying.
well, the way like I was thinking about this, right? So, if you are born with eyes, right? These organs called eyes, which can see, right? If you lose your sight, we consider it a tragedy that you can't use these organs you were born with to see. Right. You're born with ears, they're organs to hear. And if you lose or don't use your organs to hear, it's a tragedy. If a woman is born with a womb and never uses it, is that also a tragedy?
Well, I mean, I think you agreed. In general, you could say yes, but you would have to admit not always. Because if a woman is
I know, not
is
always. I'm speaking in general. I'm speaking in general.
with the eyes and ears, those are it probably is always a tragedy if you lose your sight, right? It probably like always is. So you
So
use
why-
two always examples,
so-
but then you throw a third
so-
one and
so-
it's like a mostly example, right?
So why is the womb? Why are eyes and ears always a tragedy, and the womb not always a tragedy?
I guess I would punt to the Bible, I guess, because we're not told there are some people who cut off their ears and it's a blessing, but like the Apostle Paul tells us it is better, in his opinion, for men not to get married. We look at church history, right? We see monks, we see nuns.
No, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. Why is it always a tragedy? Why is it always a tragedy? If you lose your eyes, you lose your ears. Why is it always a tragedy? But you don't use your womb. Why is that not always a tragedy?
I mean, okay, I feel like there's a bit of conflation, though. You're saying, like, lose or use. If you, I would say if you lose your uterus, it is always a tragedy. Yeah. In the same way, if you lose your eyes, it's always a tragedy.
If you went through your entire life wearing a blindfold and never used your eyes, would it be a tragedy?
I don't know if I would agree to that.
I know, because you know where I'm going.
No, I don't know if I'd say if you're choosing to not use your eyes, I don't know if I would say it's a, I don't know. Like, if a guy never fucked and he was just like in a monastery praying, is that a tragedy? I guess that's what I want you to answer.
Whole different story. Because he's taken that sexual energy and diverted it somewhere else.
Okay,
like he knows what he's doing.
Okay, so what about your vocal cords? If you don't use your vocal cords, is that a tragedy?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
but there's people that take vows of silence in the Eastern Orthodox Church, the Catholic Church, and they
for a reason. For a reason, they're diverting that. They're diverting it. Yeah. Well. Okay. So where's the context where women don't use their womb for some higher reason?
I thought I just gave one.
Nuns. Yeah. No. Fair enough. Nuns.
Yeah.
There are nuns. Yeah. But they're diverting it to something higher. What about the women who don't divert it somewhere higher and just go, I don't want kids. Fuck kids. I don't want fucking kids.
Yeah,
You're gonna ruin my life.
I agree with you, Kieran. I think that's not good. Same with guys, though. I would say as well. Like, it's unless you have a, and I do you agree with that? I would say unless a guy has a higher thing, like he's going off to the military and he's a SEAL, right? So he just can't have kids because he's like a special agent and stuff. Then I would say that's a higher reason.
That's fair.
And so
That's fair.
it applies to both. You know, I think men and women in general should vie to have kids. You know.
There we go. Yeah.
Like,
men and women.
The feminists that are like, I'm just gonna do my own personal happiness. I don't like fuck that.
There we go.
But it's the same with guys when they say the same thing. So I don't know if I would make it gendered. I guess that maybe we disagree on that.
Confluence cares about his own happiness. We just figured that out.
No, Confluence wants to have kids. Okay, Confluence very much wants that. It doesn't have kids now, but inshallah.
Well, gotta try the Bill Cosby.
Yeah, I've been working on that. I've been trying to perfect the mixture, right? They either wake up too early or they wake up too late. It's hard to get everything right.
Well, it's like AOC says, no means no. Find another way.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
AOC said no means no. Find another way.
Huh.
And then I said Bill Cosby.
Yeah, I guess so. So do you agree that is a? I know women are the ones who give birth, but it takes two to tango. And so do you think that is a biological imperative that is also a moral imperative on both sexes? Because I guess why specialize it just to women? Because I would say it applies. If you met a guy who's like, I'm just focusing on my career and my personal happiness, I would think that's just as retarded as some feminist saying that.
Well, actually, the guy needs the money to support the family. So by working on his career, he can set himself up to have
right. But that's with the goal of having kids, right? That's from what you're saying. That's the goal of having kids. So that's fine. If you're working toward
having kids,
right? That still is in the context of the family. I think Kieran's gone right now, which is unfortunate. But I guess K2. Do you agree with that? Yeah, Matt. Okay,
what?
Smoking Spaceman says Master Lock versus Master Key. I feel like that's a different. I feel like it's a different argument. I'm not talking about fucking. I'm talking about having kids. Ideally, I shouldn't just pump and dump and just be a Genghis Khan and just spread my seed. Ideally, I should find a woman and knock her up and then get married and then be be, a present.
Well, that's
father,
best
right?
interest for the child right there.
Right. So then that kind of, that's not about then I think the master lock and master key. That's like one lock to one key, right? That's like kind of the opposite, because we're not talking about some like it's not the same argument unless you're like saying I should be Genghis Khan smoking spaceman. Unless you're saying I should just like spread my seed to a bunch of wenches and just let them make babies. If that's what you're saying, fine, and I respectfully disagree with that mating strategy.
And then like Kieran raise them.
What?
What? Oh, I said let Kieran raise them.
Yeah, I could do that, But I don't, I don't think that's a biblical worldview. Yeah, I mean, yeah, smoking spaceman, I agree. Yes, from a population thing, but I just this is just my personal moral stance. I just disagree. So like, I agree with you on a biological level that yes, one man can obviously impregnate 100 women, and one woman cannot impregnate 100 men, let alone or not even one.
I do have like a counter narrative. They say that women's eggs are limited, and therefore they're rare and has more value. But which has more value? Somebody born with a limited amount of eggs that run out, or someone born with the sperm that just keeps going and going, like a catch making machine for the rest of his life?
I mean,
which one's more valuable?
Testosterone's down, and I guarantee you it's because they stopped smoking. Testosterone's down because of smoking. Nicotine raises testosterone.
I think it puts
Start
more temporal
smoking.
value for a woman to try to have
Start
kids younger,
smoking.
right? Whereas like a guy can have
Smoke.
kids older. Look, I'm using
Smoke.
nicotine. I don't need to. You said nicotine.
Smoke.
Right? Not smoking. I'm using nicotine.
Smoke.
The whole time.
I'm just saying, ever since we stopped smoking and nicotine, I have a problem with testosterone lately. Just saying.
Really?
Going down pretty steadily. I don't think it's tied to smoking, but it has been.
They're saying that smoking or testosterone went down.
It's lies. It's
gone down.
it's fucking. It's lies. It's mainstream.
And I'm just saying, it all seemed to go down when they stopped, started.
No,
shaming
it's
women for
mainstream.
smoking.
It's mainstream propaganda. They go, "Oh, male testosterone is get the fuck out of it." No, it's not. They're fucking lying.
Kieran, testosterone levels have plummeted over the past 70 years.
Because they stopped
Not mine.
smoking. They stopped
mine.
mainstreaming smoking.
I'm not. Oh, maybe
That's
not
why.
yours. I'm just saying on a population level, they have gone.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think the
Bring
You'd
back
have to
the
disbelieve,
camel
so many
man.
studies. This is these are actual population level studies they do on checking T levels. T levels have dropped. I mean, that's just facts. It could be from
it's all.
microplastics. It could be
No, it's lies.
environmental.
It's lies. It's lies. It's mainstream lies to try and.
Why do you think it's lies?
Because there's been a whole attempt over the last 40 years to demoralize men. I don't believe a word they fucking say. Everything, culture.
I'm so skeptical. I mean, there's so many studies.
I'm very
that show-
skeptical.
I know, but I feel like if you deny those studies, then you just
Smoke.
deny every study, because that's
I'll
that's not
deny
a
every
fringe-
study.
but
I'll
that's-
deny every study.
But that's insane.
Smoke.
You can't ever forward any argument that relies on any evidence ever.
No,
you
bro.
can't even say smoking
The
causes
entire
cancer.
narrative.
You can't even say that. That's basically
Bro, we can pull up a study for anything. The narrative has been men bad, women wonderful.
I don't know why. I feel like you're connecting a loss of population testosterone to men bad. Why is that? That's just a fact. I don't see any narrative in that. Men's testosterone.
No, I'm saying
there's
that-
a call to
that-
men to take more zinc and vitamin D and work out more and
Fuck the call to men. Fuck the call to men. Get the fuck out. Because the call to men is always women going, my studies say
Vitamin D.
men need to man up. Men need to do better. Men need to do this.
Wait, are you saying what are you saying, Kieran? Are you saying men
I'm saying the smoke.
don't have any obligation to do anything?
No, I'm saying men have an obligation to themselves.
And to the world and to the people in their lives, right? Let's not
Sure.
go insane.
Yeah, I have obligations to a world that tells me I'm full of shit, I'm toxic, I'm fucking terrible, I'm awful. Do I really? K2, you fucking asshole.
You can't sit here and say women have an obligation to bear children and then say you as a guy have no obligation to do anything for the world.
That's not what I'm saying. Not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
Marlboro, sponsor Kieran.
fucking K2, shut up. Okay, so the narrative has been men are shit. Yeah, true. For the last 70 years, the whole narrative has been like, even in popular culture, like you watch like rom-coms, like comedies on telly. It's always fucking Homer Simpson, some buffoon clown with an intelligent wife, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all telling us we're shit. Men are shit.
Kieran shit.
Like everywhere you look in advertising, in popular media, in the news, even the fucking psychological fucking Society of Australia describing toxic masculinity, they're just telling us for 70 years we're shit.
But Kieran, you and me don't disagree on that, but I don't see why
the difference.
What is our disagreement here? Because I agree, for a long time
The difference is I reject it out of hand. I reject the whole
I
thing.
reject your reality and substitute my own.
What do you reject, Kieran?
I reject the narrative.
That men bad? I reject that too. So we're on the same page.
There we go. On the same page.
I know,
but you do.
This started from if testosterone levels have been decreasing over time.
I don't even believe it. I don't believe it.
But why do you think that's an anti-man narrative? I don't see that.
Because they're trying to undermine masculinity. They go, oh, men's testosterone. Fuck off. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about your studies, about my testosterone. Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, Kieran, to be clear, studies are not saying anything about your personal testosterone. That's not how studies work, right?
I get that.
Your testosterone could be like 800 decamoles.
I get that. I get it. I still reject it.
Kieran,
Kieran, incredibly biased, though, right?
Rejects your reality and substitute his own.
I think you're tying that into some strange anti-male narrative where it's like in the same way that men have gotten taller in the past 100 years. That's just a fact. That's not a lie given by big feminism. That's just true that men. There's many secular effects that have happened, and one of them is height increasing.
Yeah, not me. Not me though.
Yeah, not you personally.
Your mom.
I mean, I don't know how tall you are, but yeah, I mean, well, it has actually, Kieran. If you tracked your height from the past 50 years, you probably have statistically gotten taller, right?
I get it. I get it. There's nutrition and sanitation, which all contributes to people being taller. Not the point. The studies, all I'm saying is there has been a narrative for the last 70 years. Probably more now. Probably, shut up, K2. Probably, which is true, but shut up. Probably 80 years. That men bad, women wonderful. I don't give a fuck about the studies. Don't give a fuck. You can find a study for anything. This side, that side.
Study. We're not talking about the
I'm talking about all the studies.
Some limp-wristed psychological study in the same sense that we know the lead concentrations in people over the past 30 years. Would you deny that? That's just people taking blood.
I don't know. We used to use lead for everything.
Metric. You can
we used to use lead for everything, and people had higher testosterone.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's fine.
Fair enough, Confluence. Yes, I accept. I also don't fucking care. Right?
I'm not asking you to care.
Well, that's.
Maybe we need to bring back lead paint.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I agree. I agree. Yeah, for a long time the narrative has been men bad. I agree with that. I'm not. Yeah.
It still is.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't disagree with that either. I think now more than ever.
And therefore, I reject the whole lot. I reject all the studies. I reject all the narrative. I reject it all. Fuck them all.
He rejects your penis.
That doesn't make any sense.
It does. It does make sense.
What do you mean by all the studies? Do you agree that lead concentrations 30 years ago in babies were like higher than they are now, or do you reject that too?
No.
Oh, see, we got rid of lead and
Wait, so
testosterone levels
you
went down.
agree in those studies, or do you disagree in those studies?
I said I don't reject their conclusions.
I reject.
It's not okay.
Everything.
So it's not really conclusions. Again, you're taking blood and you're seeing how much lead is in it over a sample of the amount of blood you've taken, right? Over the volume of blood.
Yeah.
And that's the
I'm
same
talking
way
about-
that they've done testosterone. They take your blood and they check how much testosterone, how many moles of testosterone, or whatever the fuck they measure it in, is in a deciliter of blood, and then they give you an answer on that.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, we could find studies that prove men have lost half their testosterone. Right? Don't care.
Because your mom.
No, don't care. Don't even care.
I'm not saying you have to care. I'm just saying it's like wildly conspiratorial to be like, I'm disregarding actual like blood sample tests that have been done in like every country for the past like 70 years. Like they're not making a conclusion. I think you're seeing some like grand feminist narrative. They're just.
I'm not. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I'm saying.
I know, and there's not.
I will agree.
Feminists behind the mirror on this one. This is just like.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. I will agree. I will concede. All the facts are true. All the studies are true. But it makes very little difference.
I'm not saying it makes a. I'm not saying it makes a difference. I'm just saying. I feel like we're in like some weeds here, but like I'm not saying there's no call to action here. It's just it's a fact. It's a strange fact.
The call to action.
Like I said, I don't think it's like
cancel
anti-man.
confluence.
I think if anything, maybe it's like it could be microplastics. It could be like radiation. It could be some fertility rates. It could be any number of things. But
It's 5G.
Yeah, it could be 5G. It's like kind of pointing out that autism rates have gone up. It's like that's true. I don't think that
Tylenol.
I don't think that's a lie. Autism rates, I think, have gone up. It's just a fact.
Tylenol.
Yeah, so my stance.
Oxycat is back. Oxycat, we're still talking.
Cat, fucking is cat back?
Oxycat, jump
Is
off
cat
the
there?
confluence is gay.
Look, there's a lot
Yeah.
smoking. There's a lot less. There's a lot less spurging than there was if Oxycat had woken up an hour ago.
Bro, okay.
Well,
So
it's
confluence.
because we stopped
Confluence.
smoking. We stopped smoking.
Confluence.
Testosterone went down because we stopped smoking, and no lead paint.
So confluence and K2. But boys, here's my stance. Okay, all the studies they show a reduction. They show a reduction in testosterone, an increase in estrogen. They show all the things. I still think men are awesome. That's like men, even reduced by reduced by half. Reduced by half, we're still awesome.
I don't. I mean,
gay.
I mean, we've all met like juice monkeys, right? That are like putting like so much tea in their bodies. It's crazy. I don't think those are like better men. Okay, like you could go out. Any one of us could go out and inject a bunch of testosterone into our fucking ass and do that, on a cycle. And I don't think that makes us better. So like, yeah, I don't think the average level of testosterone is the level of like quality of guy you are. Otherwise, like the fucking, the juiced out people would be like the best people, and they're very clearly probably not the best people. So yeah, I'm not saying this makes like men worse or anything. I just think it's a weird quirk, that's happened. I don't know why it's happened, but yeah, not saying it makes men bad or anything. Agrillipus, good to see you. Agrillipus, you missed so much absolute utter nonsense.
I roasted
so much
influence and Kieran.
Hey, Alpha thinks that you're on his team, K2, which like that you can own that. You can be on Alpha's team, okay?
I don't think he thinks I'm on his team. I just think he knows what he's saying.
I think we know what he is as well, okay? Said Donabar for new mic for Confluence. It's not the mic. I don't think it's the mic. It's just the levels. They just keep going down. I tried to fix it pre-stream. I asked ChatGPT. It told me to disable. Like, it's going down before my eyes. I wish you could see it. It's dropping as I talk. I set it in Windows to 100, and then it dropped to 98, and then 85, and now it's down to 47. It just drops before my very eyes. Don't know why.
Once he figures out how to live stream correctly, his numbers are going to skyrocket.
Yeah, that's the hope, Once, it's going down again. Yeah, it's like I have to like hold hold the levels on the microphone properties, so some app is like pulling it down. I don't know why that's happening, but it is. So that's why everything keeps cutting in and out. I don't know how to fix that.
Your mom.
I don't know if it's just like thinking I'm too loud. Yeah, see now it's going down again. Yeah, no, never mind. I'll have to work on that. That's beside the point. I know, it's like, yeah, when I was in the thing, yeah, it's going down again. When I was in the debate, I was trying to have it up, but it's like a fucking, I feel like I'm playing, what's that game with the five, I feel like I'm playing Five Nights at Freddy's, where it's like I'm like trying to debate, but I also have to like do this like micro task at the side of my screen, otherwise like my mic will mute itself. Because I have to like constantly hit it. No, that's the thing, Oxycat. It's like in advanced, this is what the internet and ChatGPT told me. It said, oh, go to advanced and unclick this box to let it auto adjust. I fucking did that. It doesn't seem to matter. But I'm not yelling now, Smoking Spaceman. Yeah, see, I feel like I'm talking at a normal volume, and it just, yeah, now it's down from 100 to 67. So I'll have to find some way to do it. I went through a lot of steps, but yeah, that's neither here nor there. Yeah, Kieran, do you still think I'm a fucking woke feminist loser, or like what's good?
I didn't say woke feminist loser. I just think you're kind of feminist inclined.
Okay, say more.
You're kind of like feminist adjacent. Like you always come up with, what about the men though? So if someone says, women do this, women do that, you go, yeah, but there was this man and men do this.
I mean, I would, to be clear, I would do that in both sides though. Like if someone said, oh, men are shitty and they every time they like leave a relationship, they leave it in tatters, I would be like, well, yeah, but women do that too. Like I would do it in both directions.
That's fair, but if we were having a conversation about female nature, like specifically about female nature, and I said, women are kind of like this. You could just kind of go, yeah, true, and we could talk about that. But you always go, but there's also men. I go, we aren't talking about men, bro.
I don't know if that's the context. I mean, I feel like the things we talked about is you asked me what the duty of women is, right? And I think it's only fair to then also be like, hey, okay, so like, does that duty apply to men?
Exactly my point.
I know. How is
exactly my point.
I know. How is that
exactly
not fair?
My point.
I would do it both ways, though. If you said, "What are men?"
Not the point. Not the point. If I said to you, let's talk about the duty of women, we could have a conversation about the duty of women, but you have to bring up men. That's not part of the topic.
It absolutely is, because
we
because
could
when
have,
you say it's like if you said, okay, I'm trying to explain this. It's like if you said, what duty do white people have? I would answer your question, but I would also probably ask the follow-up question of like, does this apply to black people?
Same thing. So why couldn't we have a conversation about the duty of white people and just stay there?
I mean, because I think the natural question is to say, are we making this hyper specific to one group of people?
Yes, that's the conversation. The conversation is about white people and it's about women. So why do we have to bring up men and black people? Like we're having a conversation about one topic.
You don't see how that sounds? If you like ask the duty of Hispanic people, you said, do you think Hispanic people have a right to vote? And we start getting into that. You don't think it's fair that someone's like, well, yeah, I agree, Hispanic people have a right to vote, but that probably applies to like all colors of people and all races in the US, right? Like, you don't think that's like a natural fucking thing to ask?
No.
Because it's like, why are you hyper generalizing it to Hispanic people, right? Unless you think it uniquely applies to that group.
Fucking you said hyper generalizing. No, if we're having a conversation about one group of people, which is okay, why do you have to always go, but what about the other ones? No, can we have a conversation about one group of people?
We can, but I feel like you're playing dumb a bit.
I'm not really.
I feel like you are, because if someone said, oh, this is like what white people should do, the obvious question in my mind is, well, why are they specifying white people? Like, do they mean specifically white people, or do they mean all people? That's like a natural fucking thing to think, and I think you know that.
To you. No, it's not. That's to you.
Really?
Yes, I can talk about one group and just talk about them. I can just say, white people should. Okay? White people deserve. I can do that.
I can't tell if we're talking past each other or if you're being like intentionally obtuse, because if you said, I think that, do you think white people should be able to murder other people? The first thing that pops into my mind is, why are you specifying white people? So I would answer your question, but then I would say, but just to be clear, we're applying this to all people. I also think black people shouldn't murder people. Like, I don't know how that's not like self-evident to you. Like because I'm thinking about, what does this person mean when they ask this question?
Specifying white people. So I would answer the question.
Oh, I'm like echoing madly back.
Yeah, sorry, bro. No, it was me.
Okay.
I'm going to drop off and go into my studio, so bear with me.
All right. Yeah, probably grizzly bears like honey. But what about the black bears? Smoking Spaceman, I feel like you must be able to see what I'm kind of saying, though, right? You must be able to see it. Because you're answering a question, but you're also, at any point in a conversation, you're looking at what the question is like pointing to, and like what's the purpose of it, right? If someone is bringing up like black IQ scores, then there's probably a race reason to do so, right? Like I don't think if someone's just like, hey, what's the average black IQ? I don't think it's insane for me to think, oh, are they meaning some type of like race difference? Because like, why would they're not just asking about the human IQ. So they obviously want to talk about this specific thing. I don't think it's insane to think like, what's the reason to bring that up? Does it apply to other things? Maybe that's just me. That's just where my mind goes. So yeah, like to almost use one of your examples, if someone asks like, what's a very basic, if someone's like, oh, does this specific type of shark have to eat other animals to survive? I would be curious why they asked about that specific type of sharks. I'd be like, well, yeah, but like, are you getting at something? Because like all sharks eat other animals, like what that applies to all of them. So why are you asking about like the Norwegian hammerhead shark? Like it feels like ultra specific. And so my curiosity is going to be like, what's the goal of the question?
Well, real simple question. Okay. If we're having a conversation about say we're speaking about black on black crime. Okay?
Right.
Okay. Would you feel the need to say, but what about the white people?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, then what the fuck are you talking about?
Because black on black crime is already specified, right? Like you're asking.
Yeah.
About,
so if I said
white on white crime doesn't apply to black on black crime. So like that's
correct. So if I said women are like this, like women leave relationships more than men, women do this and that, and you go, but men do this. Why?
Well, okay, to maybe give a better like. Okay, so let's say you said women. Okay, well let's go with what Alpha had brought up, the casual sex thing, where he's like, women like casual sex too. I think, or let's say he says women like casual sex. I think it's my natural thing, because I know men do casual sex more, is even if he didn't mention men, is to say, well, you're bringing up women in this way and you're saying they like casual sex. But the truth is men do casual sex way more than women do. So that's why I bring it up. So in your example, yes, if you said women leave men more often, I wouldn't bring up men, because women are doing the thing more often, right? They're doing it in a worse way.
Well, hang on. So why when I said black on black crime, we don't need to mention white people, you said, okay. And then we spoke about women and you said, but what about men? Right? Why introduce the other side? Why can't we talk about that one thing?
Well, I thought I just answered that. It's because when you say black on black crime, it doesn't make sense to say white on white crime, because you're
And so what about women? But what about women leaving men?
If you talked about
black,
black,
speak about men.
I don't know. I'm trying to. Maybe I'm not explaining this right. If you talked about, let's say, the Japanese murder rate, what percent of Japanese people in the United States are murderers, and you're asking about that, then it might be fair to talk about other races, because it's like, well, why are we specifically talking about Japanese people, and are we making an implication that they murder more often? And if they don't, then like we should point that out.
Bro.
The black on black, there's no like correlate to that. Like black on black is already specified enough that you can't like. There's no way to apply that to white people because it's already black on black crime. Am I making sense, or am I just not making sense?
You're not making sense.
Do you get the animal example I used? I don't know if you were just joining, but because Smoking asked me, he said, "Oh, just answer this question: do grizzly bears like fish?" And I was like, and so he's trying to point out that like would I talk about other bears? And I gave the example. I said if someone asked, does the Norwegian hammerhead shark, right, do they have to eat other things to survive? I'm fine answering that question, but it would make me think, why is that person asking? Do they think there's a difference between the Norwegian hammerhead shark? I'm just making that up. It doesn't exist, by the way. Is there a difference between that and the great white shark? Like why are they asking that? Because it applies to all of them, right? Like if you ask me, does the koala breathe oxygen? I probably would point out and be like, all mammals and marsupials breathe oxygen. Like, why are you asking? So I can engage, but my mind automatically goes to like, are you trying to make like a point that is specific to this group and doesn't apply to a broader category, right? So when you ask a question about like a woman's duty, my mind is like, okay, this is a woman's duty, but are you trying to imply that this is uniquely a woman's duty? I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Not imply, like explicitly, yes. So
right, but then I feel like you're faulting me for asking that. But that is what I'm asking.
No, could we have a conversation on this side about women's duties, and on this side about men's duties? And when we speak about women, don't bring up men. And we speak about men and don't bring up women.
We can, but I honestly don't find that productive. I just don't. I'm going to be real with you. If I say a man, if I say
why? Why not?
I'll explain why. Because if you say a man's duty is to always try to worship God, I don't. Then it's like, well, why would we not just say? At least why not acknowledge, just so we're not making specific, and be like, okay, just as like a sanity check, everyone's duty is to worship God. And then we can talk about men and all we want, but I don't think it's like me punting into like some feminist territory to like just point out that like, okay, so we do agree this applies to the broader category, and now we're like focusing in on a specific thing.
So we can't over here. Like, can we have a conversation? Let's do this. Under God, what's men's duties? Men's responsibilities?
I think men's duties are to protect and provide, and to raise
moral guidance.
Right. Yeah. Raise families, and I'm tempted to ask if you mean uniquely men's duties or in broad, because it's like worship God, be moral, and but.
Okay. Fair call. Now over this side, what's women's duties?
I think broadly, women's duties are to be the nurturers, to be the home, take care. There's a better word for that. Homemakers, and to, bear offspring, and to also worship God, and to do moral stuff. Because again, I'm also thinking, are we talking uniquely or in general?
You see, you did it. We spoke about. Hang on, bro. We spoke about men without bringing up women, and we spoke about women without bringing up men.
Well, to be unfair to myself, I didn't do.
You're gonna fucking ruin it. You're gonna ruin it.
Yeah, well, I didn't. I did. I said, are we uniquely talking? That's where my mind goes. That's honestly, I don't know. Maybe I'm retarded, but that is how. If someone asked me that question, I would ask them. I would say, like, if we weren't in this conversation, someone asked what's man's duties, I probably would be like, do you mean like uniquely men or like human duties?
Yes.
Because then I would
uniquely men.
Right, but I feel like you're mad at me that I'm asking like that clarifying question. I don't think it's bad to ask that clarifying question.
No, it's not, because it sounds gay. Like if someone says,
I thought you were claiming gay.
No, if someone shut up. If someone says, what's a man's duties? why would you go, do you mean man or human? What the fuck? Like, what's a man's duties?
Because then I'm gonna say a bunch of shit that, like, if you're looking for like because I'm trying to figure out what someone is asking in any question. So if you ask what a man's duties, I don't want to say, oh, his duty is to be a Christian and his duty is to like worship God, because you might be like, well, I'm not talking about that. Confluence is so retarded. I'm asking like obviously a gender-based duty. And so I want to get that out of the way and be like, do you mean a gender-based duty or do you mean like a human duty? Like that's where my mind goes. I'm trying to like, just make sure I'm giving you the answer that you want.
So when someone says, what's a man's duty, you're wondering, is it gender-based?
Yeah, I would ask the clarifying question.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
I don't know what's wrong with that. Like, because again, I could throw but I think men, again, if it's not gender-based, I would be talking for like 20 minutes about like, what is a human's duty? I think a human's duty is to think and to have an emotional, fulfilling life, and I would go on for like 20 minutes, and that might not be what you're like punting toward. You might want like a specific, like a gender-based thing, like what specifically do men have to do? If you mean on like a big level, then it's like, well, they shouldn't commit crimes, and they should like always try to live up to their best nature, and it would be endless. They should like think to the highest degree of philosophy they can, and they have a duty to think right things and to feel the right emotions and to deal with the sin in their life in a radical way. Like, it would, do you understand what I'm saying? My answer would be like much more broad if we're talking about like humankind and what's like every duty a man might have, right? It would be a bigger list than if you specifically meant men in contrast to women. And I don't think I'm like hyper intellectualizing it. I think that's just like the honest answer.
Yeah, you are. You are.
Do you see my point? Do you see my point?
You're making it way more complicated. You're making it way more complicated than what it fucking is.
See, yeah, Smoking Spaceman thinks I'm playing bad faith debate bro shit.
I'm not sure if he's speaking about you or me.
He's definitely, I know Smoking Spaceman, he's definitely speaking about me. Which
Good
is
man.
fine, but like,
I love that guy.
I promise I'm not being bad faith. Promise not doing debate bro stuff. That's like, I'm giving you my honest thoughts. If you don't believe
It's
that,
true.
that's
it's
fine.
True. It's true. It's true. But you do have a little bit of a feminist fucking like a feminist scarf around your head. Like you're trying to think. Like, I think you're doing a great job, and like I think you're clear-headed. And tonight has been a wild stream. It's been fucking awesome, and props to you for letting it roll out. And by the way, where'd Ryan go? Did he fuck off?
Oh yeah, he
and
fucked
by the
off
way,
a long time ago.
Yeah, by the way, Ryan isn't a fucking celebrity. You fucking retard. You're all excited. Oh, he's not a fucking celebrity. Get the fuck
I mean,
out of here.
the celebrity things. I'm just excited to see anyone I know join. Like, literally, if anyone that I knew joined, because I've talked to Ryan before. Yeah, I would have that same reaction if fucking Kel joined, or if fucking Smoking Spaceman joined, or if Emmett joined. It'd be the same, I'd be more excited to see Emmett, of course, because he's a brother.
Oh, Emmett's I fucking love Emmett. My favorite Syrian. I have a theory. He says he's fucking Mexican, but I reckon he's Syrian. He looks and sounds Syrian. He's fucking Middle Eastern. Fucking Emmett.
See,
Mexican
smoking. Fuck you with all due respect, Smoking Spaceman. Fuck you. You're trying to prove intellect when it's not necessary every time you engage on the internet. Yeah, if that's your opinion, I don't know. I can't disprove that. Like, this is who I am. Okay.
Also, it seems Confluence, you have 7 watching. Fucking good numbers. Fucking 7.
Yeah,
I hope they all.
Usually I have like 2, so 7 is pretty good.
I hope they all fucking hit the like. Fucking check out the like. So if they haven't hit the like, they're fucking freeloading.
I agree. Okay, wait. Okay, a clarifying question. Okay, because so you say I have a feminist scarf. Okay, and maybe that's true. But do you not think that maybe, Smoking Spaceman seems to think I'm like just retarded, right? And so is that not also a possibility? Because like I said, I would do the same thing with race. So do I have like a racial scarf on my head? That's just how I would answer any question. And Smoking even seems to agree, even though he's like, insulting me. He's saying I do this every time I engage on the internet. So I think that kind of supports my point that it's not about feminism specifically. I'm just like, maybe I'm autistic.
It's really simple. It's really simple. If we're having a conversation about black people, and you go, but what about the white people? Right? Or we're speaking about women, and you go, what about the men? That's
Okay.
what the fuck, bro?
But then it's not a feminist scarf, right? Because then I'm doing it in every way. So you can say I'm autistic, you can say I'm retarded, but to
No, that's
say
called
specifically-
an intersectional scar, which is even worse.
Okay, but if I would do it with like if I
Intersectionality.
would do it with the Norwegian hammerhead shark, then like am I not just retarded at that point? Like I feel like why make it about feminism if I would do that with everything?
Now, all I'm saying is, if we took one segment of society and tried to speak about that, like just chuck it around, speak about it, work our way through, and you go, but what about the other ones? You've bounced out of the fucking conversation.
I think in my defense, I would say the only time I would do that is when I think it's germane to the conversation that we're having. So that's
I
why I
know,
said I
but-
wouldn't do it for black on black violence. I wouldn't punt out because we're talking specifically, and it wouldn't be germane to talk about white on white violence because that's different. But if you ask me man's duties, or if you ask me white people's duties, then I think it's germane to try to clarify if you mean specifically white people or not. I don't know why.
Well, I
that's
asked
pretty
you.
basic.
I asked you what about women's duties, and you said, but what about men?
No, I didn't. I gave you women's duties.
And also said, what about men?
No, I said, because I already knew what we were doing, and I said, I am tempted to think, are we talking, just human duties or not? And you
Correct.
have to at least get that
Bro,
point.
You're killing me. You're killing me.
I know I'm killing you. I'm sorry, Kieran, but you
Human.
have to understand that if you were asking in a general way, then I would give a 20-minute answer, right? Because like man's duties would be incredibly long, so would women's duties, but they would overlap on that Venn diagram, right? That's like the overlap between male and women duties is massive, right? About stuff like be a good person, obey your mother and father, don't kill people, right? That's all in that Venn diagram. So that's what I'm trying to, when you ask me that, I'm trying to think like, are you talking about the distinct sides of the Venn diagram, or do you want me to say everything in the middle as well? Because that's just
Fair enough.
That's
Okay,
saving us time.
that's fair enough. So let's take the Venn diagram where it overlaps. All the bits where it overlaps. Throw it out. On that side is the male duties. On that side is the female duties. What are the female duties? Regard the overlap.
Perfect. Okay, see, that's the type of clarity I need. Maybe I am autistic. That's what I need. Yeah, the women's duties are to bear offspring, right? To take care of the home, to be nurturing, right? To honor their husbands if they have husbands, right?
You see? How fucking hard is it?
Do you see how easy it was once you asked me a more specific question, though? It becomes very easy because it's a very specific question.
Okay, then on the other side, disregard the overlap in the Venn diagram. What's the men's duties?
Yeah, then the men's duties is, I think, to protect and to provide and to be the caretakers and, to raise their family in a correct way and to be the kind of moral head of the household.
Okay, so you do realize in today's climate, you sound like a fucking misogynist. You fucking chauvinist, misogynist pig.
But this is the problem. See, Kieran, I talk to you, and you say I'm like too feminist coded. I talk to like anyone who's like slightly left of me, and they call me a misogynist. This is what I mean. I'm like fucked in both directions. I'm feminist to anyone who's to the right of me, and I'm a fucking woman hater to anyone to the left of me. Not to play the victim of the poor centrist, but it's
No, gotcha,
you get it
gotcha.
from both sides, like unironically.
Well, centrist is gay. Centrist is gay.
Center right. That's why I'm not a centrist. Okay,
Center right is fucking right. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, yeah. Look,
Center right, my ass.
Just being honest about my political leanings, but that's why I don't, because I'm not a fence sitter. Okay, I have opinions. Okay, smoking is saying I don't mean you do this every time. I'm saying you don't have to do that every. Okay, that's fair. Smoking. That's fair. That's fair. Not trying to do it. I mean, maybe sometimes I am. I don't know. I have to introspect more. But
Also, bro, how do you have How do you have 1.49 thousand subscribers? What the fuck? One and a half.
That's not from my lives. That's from because I started doing YouTube. So I have like some YouTube videos that have like popped off. I was mainly a YouTuber and I've only started streaming like recently. So most of the by and large, most of my subs are like from my YouTube videos.
What's the history? What were you like? What were you doing?
I make like political videos and then like kind of reaction videos to like debates and stuff that I find amusing. I've done like a lot of like commentary stuff on like the Whatever podcast. You know, if I find like Destiny debating with someone, I'll make like a video about that and like provide commentary on it. And I try to be like funny. I try to be entertaining, hopefully, you know.
You're not.
K2, shut up. Okay, so
you haven't even watched my videos, have you? You know, you think you know a guy.
I put dislike on all of them.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, K2's a
destroy my watch time too. You probably just click them and then click off right away.
Funny
click
thing,
on, they click off. Now I know to do that. Thank you.
No.
Funny thing, fucking Confluence. Like I'm new to the internet. I've been around for like a few months, and somehow I've got like 141 subscribers, depending on whether K2 fucking unsubs or not. Got 141 subscribers, but
Don't
somehow
hate the
I
game.
get, but somehow not being a cunt. I'm like being fair. Somehow I get more people in my lives than you do when you have 2,000 subscribers. I don't understand how that works.
Oh yeah, well I mean this is the real talk. I don't think the same people who watch my YouTube videos, I don't think are the same people that are gonna like click on a live and stay on a live, you know? So it's only like when I've tried going live before, because I got monetized maybe like 6-7 months ago. And it's like when I would go live before, I would get 0 people. It's like the people that will click on a video and comment on it and stuff are just like in general not the same people who want to like watch a live thing.
Yeah.
And then it's only when I've been joining like grid stuff and like then doing these panels and like kind of getting to know people and stuff that now at least I have like some people watching. Because honestly, yeah, like if I went live 6 months ago, I did that a few times, it would just be me and no chatters. It would be like nobody at all. So it's a completely, in my mind, it feels like a completely different world. Because I've seen people with like 20 subs and they get like double the amount of watchers that
It's
I get.
weird, eh? It's weird, right? It's really weird.
Yeah. But it's like I think if you look, I mean, not trying to plug, but if you know, Confluence 358, you know, if everyone could drop a sub, you know, get me, I'm so close to 1,500, you know, so if you want to check out the YouTube channel, then you'll kind of see most of my content is YouTube. It's like the streaming thing is like a new thing for me. And it doesn't, you would think that if you got like a bunch of views and stuff, that if you go live, everyone is going to like join. That's kind of what I was hoping. I was like, oh, I got all these views and I'm monetized. And so if I go live, all my adoring fans will come, and it doesn't work like that. Like the people that watch the videos, they don't give a shit about lives. It's just the facts. I don't know if I've ever had someone come into my live from one of my videos. I've had like a bunch of repeat comments on videos, but I don't think I've had anyone chat in that's like, hey, I love your YouTube videos so much. I don't think that's ever happened to me yet. So, like,
I'll make sure not to do that.
It's an entirely different type of people, I think, that click.
Yeah, so K2, I'm going to give you a new mission. Stop calling me gay and help fucking Confluence get some fucking more people in live chat, you fucking retard.
That's why I tried to bring you over, so it was a 2-for-1.
I'm here.
Yeah, K2 is the one that introduced us, so, you know.
Yeah, but I'm here bringing in 2 people, which is, 2. That's,
Hey, that's like 25% of the live. So you're doing like a quarter of the work right now.
I'm trying to pass Confluence around so people will come and watch.
Smoking says, I hate everything you do, Confluence. Y'all should come on, check
Smoking Spaceman.
Check out my Whenever React content. It's so good. Okay,
fuck that guy. I hate
so
everything you do.
I put so much effort. Like, go to my videos, click on most viewed, go to the top viewed one, and watch that one on your own time. Smoking, you just check it out. Tell me if it's not fire jokes, fire commentary, just like good editing and stuff. Like, just give me your honest thoughts, you know.
But also Confluence, like right now, like I've been here a couple of times. Right now, you have 8 watching. I reckon that's 8. That's fucking.
Yeah.
That's 5 and 3. That's fucking fire, bro. That's fire.
That's like 8. Yeah, that's a good thing. And so I will actually take this time, for all of these 8 people watching, I'm gonna like drop a link. Because again, I'm literally like 4 away from 1,500, okay? And so, you guys can like make my dreams come true, if everyone just
Make my dreams come true, you fucking
unsubbed.
Get the fuck
K2
unsub.
Thankfully, you're only
Unsub.
one sub. You're only one sub, K2.
I agree. Unsub.
Although, unless K2 is on like, actually, he could have a lot of alts. Actually, I shouldn't piss off K2. He could have like alts that are subbed, and he's like fucking with my sub count.
I only have one account, so wait. Now you got me an idea.
Also, since I said that,
click that link, you guys. And Kieran, where's
Yeah.
your link? I'll post your.
yeah,
link.
since I said that, we've lost 3. We're down to 5.
Oh God. See,
They're probably in the back.
I feel like my audience likes to fuck me. Not.
Yeah, K2. That's K2.
Kieran,
Fucking
what's
sub,
your channel?
unsub.
I wanna put your channel on the thing too.
Do you really?
Yeah.
It's a bit
I already
retarded.
subbed to you, but I can't remember what it's called now.
Kieran Markin 3.
Kieran Markin.
It's kind of retarded. to tell the
Kieran
truth.
Markin loves Bud Light.
Fuck off.
Slash
dickhead.
YouTube.
Kieran Markin. Oh God. Can someone like post it in the chat? Like not
I'll
just
try.
his username because I think it'll delete a link.
I'll try and find it. Hang on.
Kieran, Bud Light lover.
Smoking is trying to say unsubbed. Well, smoking, that's an addition that you're already subbed. So, I mean, I'll take that. I'll take that. You were at one time subbed. I mean, that's a fucking W in my mind. But yeah, if someone can post Kieran's name, then I'll find it on YouTube and I'll post it. 'Cause I don't think I have a mod in chat right now. So
It's Kieran Markin.
Fucking mods are fucking. Like, I've got mods. They're fucking useless. They are.
Yeah, I pretty am.
Agrillapolis is goaded when he's here, but he's been doing his debate calls. How do you spell Markin?
M-A-R-K-E. What the fuck's wrong with you? Like, how it sounds.
And then E-N.
M-A-R-K-E-N.
No, it could be like C-A-N maybe.
It's not C. Fucking. Oh my god.
Punt.
I don't even see it when I Google it. It's just there's no numbers. It's just Kieran. Am I spelling Kieran right? K.
But Confluence, like you're gonna get your people to like my channel, like with 6 people. So I might get one. It's
That's like
thank
1% of your sub count, brother. We're helping each other out here, okay? Like we're a sizable,
That's it, bro.
We're a
That's it, bro.
non-0% of each other's audience, okay?
By the way, Confluence, I think your t-shirt is a very nice color. Looks like burnt orange, which I think is a very nice
Wow,
color.
this is getting gay.
Thank you for the compliment, but like, how do you feel about like the other colors of orange?
The other color.
Why are you specifically talking about burnt orange? Like, do you also like pumpkin orange?
This is getting gay.
Because I feel like we can't just talk about one color without talking about the other colors. Like, I just think that's like not,
Well, like I said last night, the whole fucking background with the pink. Is it puce or purple or it's a bit gay, bro.
It's purple
Just saying, it's gay.
adjacent.
It's gay as fuck.
Yeah, and so I'm taking that as a compliment because again, you're reclaiming purple.
You gotta read
purple.
Smoking
You're
Spaceman's
reclaiming gay.
chat.
Smoking Spaceman. It's just gonna be him insulting me. Do I want to read it?
Yes.
Oh my god. It's gonna be. Now tell him to click. Wait, I don't even know what he's saying. You got shit mods, or you didn't delegate duties. Now tell him to click.
Oh yeah, speaking of mods, you should make Smoking Spaceman a mod.
Absolutely not. He hates me.
Yeah, fair. Make me a mod. I'll fucking look after you. I'll kick these cunts' asses all the time. Don't worry about those cunts.
I don't know.
Well, I do have a.
The smoking
I do have
meme
a.
that he
Like,
sent me your thing. I'm trying to get you that one sub, Kieran. The one person. That out of 7.
Well,
that might be watching.
I'll fucking check. I was on 141. I'll check. I'll fucking check it out. I was on
Yeah, but I can't get your
141.
channel, so I can't even take credit if you got.
Smoking Spaceman subbed to
No one
me
is
for
like
me
someone
shitting on
send
you all
me
night.
someone send me his stuff so I can take credit for the one or two people that joined.
Hey, Coonfluence. So Smoking Spaceman subbed to me just for me shitting on you all night.
Well, yeah, I mean, that is what I would expect. I feel like half of the people watching are always hate watching.
Welcome to YouTube.
Oh yeah. Okay, there we go. Right, I can just. Oh, go to channel. Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. I'm retarded. There we go.
Don't go to my channel. It's a bunch of retardation.
Don't tell. No, you gotta like clickbait them. Go see. There's like a bunch of like TOS content on Kieran's stuff. Like so offensive, I can't even say it. So I'm just gonna post a link. You guys go and subscribe. And you'll see a bunch of just like the most degenerate shit you've ever seen, like just
Not degen. They fuck off, bro. Not degen.
So
Not
it's
degen.
ungodly. It's like he should be banned.
Not ungodly.
I mean, he
Not
drinks
ungodly.
Bud Light.
Yeah,
he
go and
drinks
check.
Bud Light.
You guys have to subscribe to find out.
Fucking lies. Lies.
Yeah, I know.
Why would you lie about me?
I
Why
would
would you
never,
lie about
Kieran.
me?
I speak only the truth. Okay, only the truth.
Do you
Well,
really?
then people are gonna sub to you to hate watch you.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I'm worried about with this like live thing. Is I think I'm just like people that sub to me from YouTube. They actually like me. People who sub to me from streaming are just doing it because they hate me. So that's the. It's kind of a.
I'm doing it because of both.
Okay, I'll take that. I'll take the love hate. So wait, Kieran, I think maybe I asked you this yesterday, but maybe I was like too drunk to remember. How did you meet all these like fine gentlemen? Like, what was your my on route was like Grid because I knew him from whatever. And
Just
so, like,
White.
What was your on ramp?
Back in the day, it was probably the algorithm spat out Glenn Lawrence and then Jess White. Spent a lot of time on Jess White's channel, and then found my way to Andrew Wilson. Somehow find my way to Speakeasies. Had a ton of fun on Speakeasies, and then I don't know how you popped up. K2 fucking
K2.
Yeah, so we're all kind of in the same kind of sphere.
So then from Speakeasy, did you know Emmett and stuff? Did you end up in those? Because Emmett knew you and you know Emmett. So did you end up
Emmett and Abe Dinkus.
Emmett.
Yeah, Grid 1. I also spent some time with on Sarah, the Tomato, and Flow State. Just said nah.
I've spent so many Fridays now on like Grid's debate show, but I've never been once on Sarah.
Yeah, look,
you need to restream it when you're
I
on
really
Grid.
tried to engage with Grid's debate show, but it just never like drew me in.
Oh, see, I love that. That's what got me all like fired up. I mean, I done like Wix a few times, but Grids, I don't know. Wick, it's like I like doing the show.
I don't
but it's
know.
always,
You dropped the holding
like
hands is gay part.
I feel like I don't know. Do you know who Wick is?
No.
No. Okay.
Yeah,
he's like,
if he's been at Sarah's, he should know Wick.
Yeah, I would think
He just
you would
needs
know
to see the
Wick.
face.
Wick is like he's part of like Progressive Victory. He's like very, I mean, he's a liberal, but he's like pretty left leaning, and so he'll do these like curated kind of panels and stuff. But yeah, it's like I feel like it's fun to debate, but I feel like on Grids, it's like I feel like okay, these are my people, people like K2, who are so nice to me. So it's like, how can I not? People like Smoking Spaceman who are also saying, although Smoking did just say, honest, I'm sub to Conflicts because I promote his channel on Grids. Okay, there we go. There we go. But yeah, you should come on Grid sometime. It's a fun time. Have you been on or have you just seen it?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been on Grids before.
Like you've done his like debate syndicate night thing?
What debates? No, I've gone on like a live chat and spoken to Grid.
No, on Friday nights. I mean, he hasn't done it because he was at debate.
That would be Saturday morning for him.
Oh, that's right. Oh yeah, that might be a terrible time. Yeah, that probably wouldn't work. That's probably like the middle of the night for you. Forgot you're in Australia.
Well, and
No,
then Kira goes on speakeasies, and the speakeasy and grids are, I believe, at the
I've
same
never been on
time.
speakeasies, but it's a debate elimination. It's one of those where it's like, you know, they match you up with somebody, and then you pick a topic, and then you got like 5 minutes.
Yeah, do it.
And
Do
then
it.
they-
Do
then
it.
they
It's so
do like
fucking
a
good. It's so good.
Yeah, it's good. So grids is like that, but maybe the more, I don't know, is speakeasy, is he like right leaning or like what is he?
Give you a heads up. Grid kind of copied Speakeasy and was trying to make it more formal or something like that. It was just saying.
Okay, maybe I'll have to go on speakeasies then. You know, check it out.
Go on Verbal Combat. Like I said before, you're speaking to Verbal
That's
Combat
Speakeasy.
champion number
He's gonna get it
81
mixed
right
up.
here.
That's right.
That's what's up, bro. No, Confluence, you should. You would be fucking awesome. But I'll give you a heads up. Okay.
No, he wouldn't.
When
I
a
would
newcomer
kick him.
comes to VK, Verbal Combat, King Blackout will mute you for fucking 15 minutes. And you'll feel like I'm trying to join in, but the cunt keeps fucking muting me. If you survive the mute, right, and you join in, they'll fucking love you.
Like
if you rage quit, it's a hazing ritual. Yes. Verbal combat does have a hazing ritual. But Confluence, I reckon you'd be fucking awesome on VK.
Thank you.
Not even lying.
I hope you're not baiting me, and then
I'm gonna add to that.
Get like absolutely destroyed, you know.
No, I'm not. You might get destroyed.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick you.
Hey,
You might get destroyed.
Sometimes I've lost on grids. I've won grids multiple times. I just want to say that. But I've also lost multiple times in the first round. Sometimes I'm like a first round knockout. I'm just like gone immediately. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, holding hands.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That was our beginning. It was K2.
Technically, you lost, but Grid wouldn't let you.
Yeah, Grid. Yeah, Grid
Kick
saved
you.
me. K2 asked, "Is holding hands gay?" And that was the prompt. So I argued with someone about like, is it?
Hang
gay or
on.
not?
That was
Jesus.
a question on fucking Speakeasies. That was on VK.
Okay, so maybe.
Yeah, I get a lot. That's my troll question. I wait a few months and then reintroduce it when everybody forgets it.
And yeah, and so I went into it assuming that he's talking about so I went to the cultural stuff. Well, if you're in India, then two men hold hands, and it depends on the culture. And because I had like the negative, I had the negative that it's like not always gay. And then at the end, then K2's like, I didn't say men and men holding hands. And then everyone's like, oh my God. Oh wait, the prompt just says is holding hands gay. It's not about two guys.
Indian Jesus was right the whole time.
And then
it was not.
And then all the judges were like, well, I guess that's true. The prompt wasn't about is it men like so. And so Confluence said nothing about a man and a woman holding hands. And then Grid saved my ass because he's like, I misread it too, and I didn't think about it. So yeah, K2
Confluence
absolutely fucked me.
Confluence, you would do great on VK. You really should do it.
What day is it on?
Fridays.
Oh, so it is
American Friday.
It is like
American
a grid,
Friday.
a grid competition thing, or grid's a competition of that. But
Well, if you get kicked first round knockout, then you go over the verbal combat.
You would do great on VK, but the first time you come up as newcomer, they're gonna fucking haze you. So just write it out.
I'm used to
Be
that.
cool.
Trust me.
I've been practicing. I've been practicing with the hatred.
So
What?
is it? What's the style? Is it the same thing on grids, like elimination, or like?
Bro,
Yeah.
listen. It's blood sport debate, so there's no rules, except two. The two rules is no doxing and no kids. Don't bring up kids. Apart from that, you can say whatever you want.
But is it like 1v1? Like, do they pair people up, or is it like?
Yeah,
a
people
group of
pay.
people,
Yeah,
or-
yeah. So what happens is there's a panel of like 10 people, and the chat can pay $40 for a 1v1, and they go $40 to put Confluence against old mate.
Okay.
And then we debate, and the chat decides. So if I lose, I'm gone for the night. But somebody could
Unless
pay.
somebody pay.
somebody could pay $90 to bring you back, which has happened. Right? So it's like a last man standing. And last man standing could still get fucking kicked off by somebody paying $100 to keep the guy off. So you don't get the title.
And then no one wins.
And the prize money jackpots. The night I won, $1,400 went back and forth in 10 minutes of kick off, revive, kick off, revive, kick off, revive.
Do you get money if you win? Because you said it's the prize pool.
I won $600 American.
Really?
Yeah,
and I won grids. You don't win anything if you win on grids. You just
hang on, bro. I won $600 American, which in Australia is $900, like almost $1,000. And I said, okay, let's put $100 towards next week's jackpot, $100 towards my opponent in the last debate, and the rest I'll fucking take it, bro. It's fucking cool, but you've got to have like a thick skin. Because you come in, they're gonna fucking roast you. They're gonna give you a hard time.
I will.
K2. Confluence, you would fit in there so well. You'd fit in so well. On your first
and then
night,
you gotta live stream it from your channel too.
On your first night, you might get roasted and fucking run the gauntlet and all that shit. But that's respect, bro. That's respect. We're gonna punch the fuck out of you. Trust me. Confluence, come to fucking verbal combat. You'll be fucking great on it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
You'll be great on it.
It sounds like it's probably going to be more brutal, and because with grid, it's like grid always says no punching below the belt. I want a clean fight. He always does this. It sounds like maybe speakeasies is more,
Speakeasies, there's no rules. Like on speakeasies,
not breaking TOS.
Yeah, don't break
that.
TOS, and don't talk about kids, and don't dox. That's it. There's no moderation. So Confluence, if you said, how can you prove your claim? I can go, well, when your mama fucked me, she proved my claim. Not even lying. It's that fucking brutal. It's that brutal.
Yeah, see, I guess that's
of course,
the thing.
Kieran always has to go gay.
You're trying to win the chat, I guess, on that one. Whereas on grids, there's like 3 judges that judge, so it's not a chat-based thing.
Yeah, on Speaks, it's like you've kind of got to make a good argument. Got to win the chat, but the chat sometimes votes on popularity. They sometimes vote on the prompt they agree with. Right, so like the stars have to align to actually win. But Confluence, I reckon you'd be a great attribute.
He's just kissing your ass.
Oh, you've
shut up.
Me. I'll do it.
K2, shut up. No, Confluence.
I've heard about it before. I think from Kel. I think Kel said she was on it a few times.
Oh, it's great fun. But you have to be prepared to get fucked over the first time. But some people have come in the first time and still fucking won the whole night.
How many people usually are debating?
There's normally about 10 on panel. And so Speakeasy goes, here's the topic, right? So he says, here's the topic. We all banter about it. Then somebody in chat goes, $40, put Confluence again. Oh, mate, $40 on a topic. And then we debate. And if I lose, I'm kicked off. And you carry on. And then later on, you're all bantering and talking some other subject. And someone says, Confluence against JS.
Abe versus Kieran, and I force a topic is holding hands gay.
I know, right? So, hey, bro, there's so many ways the chat can fucking fuck things up. But have a thick skin. Confluence, you'd be great on fucking VK.
I feel like you're saying that too often. That's making me nervous. It makes me, it makes me worried. that you think I'll just get to absolutely fucked and you want to watch it.
I cause so much
Oh,
chaos
look who it is.
with
It's
that
my
holding
old
hands.
friend. It's my old friend Clarence, who pretended to
Fucking
not
Clarence?
remember me. Good to see
Is
you,
that fucking
Clarence,
cunt here?
as
Is that
always.
Clarence?
It is Clarence in the flesh. Always good to see my favorite brother, Clarence.
No, Clarence is a fucking retard. Fuck that guy.
So are you going to be on Verbal Combat then coming up this Friday?
Who, me?
Yeah. Like, do you do it every week?
Oh, I think this week is like they've been working on a thing where it like the prize money every week is like $100. Everybody has been rolling over the prize money, everybody who wins, to try and get to $1,000 prize money. And he's coming up on VK 100, which is a nice thing. It turns out I've got a fucking work thing. I'm going fishing with my work guys on VK 100. $1,000. Damn. Damn. So
What if some asshole just like, pockets the whole thing at like 900?
well, I think when it go well when I won $600. I won 600. And I said, can we put $100 towards next week's jackpot and $100 towards my last opponent? You see, that's how it goes.
Just pocket the whole thing and be a public enemy number one.
That's it. That's it.
I want it all.
Gonna keep all the money.
Okay, it was great talking to you. I have to go to bed because it's
Gay.
2 a.m.
Gay.
But thank you, and thank you for surviving Alpha with me. Okay, like for real, you too, K2. Even though Alpha thinks you're on his side, which is
I don't
crazy,
think he thinks I'm on his side. He's just glad I could understand what he was trying to say.
I think he
That's
thinks
it.
that. I think he thinks you're like a fellow
retard.
cop. I think that.
I don't know, Kieran.
He's a fucking retard. So,
Or
Confluence.
was I just trolling the whole night?
Confluence. Confluence. I'm hoping K2, who's supposed to be one of my mods, can you put a link to VK in the back chat for Confluence?
I'm driving right now.
Oh, fucking gay.
Is it combat with a K?
Verbal Combat with a K.
Okay.
It's just speakeasy.
Or speakeasy.
I can send him that on Discord.
Oh yeah, he has me on Discord. So yeah, send me that.
Confluence, you would be great on fucking Verbal Combat. Just saying.
Well, thank you.
He just wants somebody that he can beat.
He wants to get a small fish so he can destroy him. That's what I think.
Yep.
But okay, thank you, gents. Oh, and there we go. Oh, Clarence, my old friend, has given me $2 Australian apologizing for Kieran's behavior. I will accept that apology.
Well, you need it. Oh wait, you're not American, so you can't tariff it.
So $2 Australian is like 30 cents American.
Hey,
Clarence,
it's probably the same Canadian. It probably is the same
well,
Canadian.
also Clarence, $2 is like $30, 30 cents, and then tax is like 30%, so 10 cents, a dime. Clarence don't need a fucking dime.
Hey, don't belittle my best friend's accomplishments. Okay, Clarence has been supporting me since the beginning of my YouTube channel. Okay, I will not accept defamation of Clarence.
Clarence is a
Hold on. Before you go, hold on.
You want to write something super negative, K2? Is that what you want? Destroy my good reputation? Clarence says, I'm aware how much I've given him. Yeah, I think YouTube I think takes like, like 40, 50%, So
Someone Clarence says I'm aware how much I give him. Is it like just the tip? Just the tip, Clarence?
Okay, yeah, I know. Okay, K2, gives me another dime as well and says unsub,
Well, no, mine's
actually,
American.
It's 2 US, yeah, it's 2 US. So, that's a lot more.
Don't insult my money.
So I get a better conversion on that. I think Australian and Canadian are probably the same. I'm guessing we're both like.
Well, we have the same thing.
Canadian money used to be worth more than American money. There was a brief period of time where our
And then
currency was
Trudeau fucked it up.
Yeah. Honestly, it was during the Harper administration, which was a conservative, Stephen Harper, who was goated. That was like back in like 2008. That was the last time we've been ahead of U.S. And now we're like I think 70 cents on the dollar or something. It's terrible. But yeah, okay, yeah, I do have to head off. Thank you, K2,
No, you don't.
for being here. Thank you, Kieran. I feel like we went through hell today with Alpha. I feel like we can all agree on that. I mean, I want Alpha to come back, but I'm saying that was a fever dream of a debate. Absolutely. That was absolutely.
No, you need to have that debate on Emmets. Get Alpha to agree.
Yeah.
With the debate on Kieran and Emmets.
I would reluctantly do that. It would be a shit show.
Yeah. I kind of think.
All right. Later.
I kind of think. Fuck those guys. Fuck them. Get the fuck out of here.
He was saying some absolutely insane stuff, absolutely. But it was entertaining. It was, as someone in chat said, I don't remember who, I think Smoking Spaceman said, "Are you not entertained?" And I was personally entertained, even though it was, he triggered me at one point there. I got a bit triggered, not gonna lie, but it was a good time.
Me too. Me too. When he said, like, this cunt who fucking is fucking other guys' wives told me being a stepbrother is a cock. What the fuck? Fucking retard.
Yeah, that was very mental. That was very mental. So much to unpack with him.
Before you leave, you should raid us over to Grumple Stillskin. I put the link in the back.
Yeah.
Raid Grumple Stillskin so people know who you are, and then they come to your channel.
Oh, high IQ play.
If you really want to be bored, go to Grumple's stream. I love the guy, but fuck me. Look,
he's the only one who's on right now in our sphere.
Okay, I'll copy this. I've done this like twice before, so it's gonna take so no one leave yet. You're getting rated. Just give me a second, okay? Give me a second. I know how to do this. I've done this before. I've done this at least twice before.
Oh, Clarence is saying no, Kieran, go live. I will. I'm not trying to steal.
Yeah, Kieran, if you go live, I'll raid to you. I mean,
really?
Yeah, I mean, Grumple didn't survive the past 6 hours of insanity with me. I mean, no shame on Grumple, but Kieran, you're the one.
Well, I'll call it confluence. Confluence is gay. No, I won't.
Then people
put
K2
no. You gotta put Kieran's journey with friends.
That sounds good. Okay, I'll do that. Okay, watch out. Okay, Kieran's. I got.
Well, if I knew Kieran was going live, I would have said raid Kieran.
Shut up, bro. Kieran's journey is with friends.
Correct.
Here we go.
Part 1.
Part 1. I think it won't let me do that. Okay, Kieran's journey with friends. I think I'm doing it. Hang on. Oh, letting myself into the studio just in a moment. Here we go. Into studio. Add the stage. Go live. Okay, you should be able to find me about now.
Let me see if I remember how to do this.
I'll put his fucking link in there. Hold on.
I have his link. I just have to go. I think I have to go into YouTube Studio. I think Abe taught me how to do this. And I think if I go to my live, go analytics, then I think there's like a thing I can click or something.
Hey, Confluence. Great stream.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you for being a
right.
part of it.
No, you. Well done for fucking let that thing wind out. That was really something.
That was an absolute shit show, but in a good way. I mean, I had fun. Okay, I had fun. This is what gets me going,
Yeah.
Okay,
Get your ass to verbal combat, bro. You'll trust me. Go to verbal combat, survive the gauntlet, get yourself kicked off and fucking muted and all that shit, and hang around. You'll go okay. You'll go okay.
If Akizi Cat likes you, she'll bring you back.
Oh, well, there is that.
Yeah, that's what I have to bank on. Yeah, I think I have it.
I don't think she
Oh
likes
yeah, there
you.
we go. Okay. Yeah, Oxycat, I think is.
I think she just hate watches you.
I think she's like ambivalent, you know. Okay,
I don't know.
30.
You insulted her degrees. So
I know that was my first. That was this. Okay, before I go, the first time I was like ever like was live. Well, one of the first times I got like super drunk and I don't even know what stream I was on, and I like started. She was like, "I have 5 degrees," and I was like, "There's no way you have 5 degrees," and I was like super.
That
drunk.
could be fair. That's fair. That's fair. Like 5 degrees.
Right,
Literally,
I was like, "How old are you?" And I was like, I don't believe you. And then I was like, and then the next day she's like, she had a message, and everyone's like, when I went on grids, everyone's like, "Wait, is this the guy who like said Oxycat was a liar?" And I'm like, "Oh my god." And all the grids came back, and I was like,
"That was
shit.
me."
Oh my god,
that was me that said that.
Oh,
thank you, K2.
Confluence. You said a thing about a woman that wasn't good. How dare you?
I know. I'm a misogynist.
Hey, Confluence. Thank you so much, brother.
Okay,
I'm live right now.
I think I have it set up. It should redirect as soon as I end this. So, okay,
Thank you,
I will
man.
end it. God bless. Bring back God
Go
bless.
to VK.
That's what I
Go to
always
VK.
say.
Go to VK. I'm gonna fucking
I'm
fight you on
leaving.
VK.
I'm leaving so I can call Kieran gay.
Shut up.
Yeah, agree. Just kidding.